on live streaming today. Pakistan's been going through a poly crisis. We all know that. The world is at an inflection point, and the headlines are there for all of us to see. And over the last year or so, what I've been thinking about is, and a lot of my family and friends ask is like, why do you keep doing this? Don't you get depressed? Don't you want to do something else? Many of us in the room today, friends of mine, we joke that we engage in gum hours, which translates into mourning hours at all times of the day with events in Pakistan and elsewhere. And as I think about that, and I've thought about that, something that connected with me was the fact that if you look at the history of the subcontinent, there was a generation of leaders over 100 years ago or so who said, we don't accept the reality of the present and we want to shape a better future for ourselves and our generations. And I think that's the spirit, at least, that keeps me going at this point in time, where many of us say, or hear, both in this town and in Pakistan, that there's a reality of the world. You need to think about what is possible within that reality. And many of us say we don't accept that reality. We want to change that reality. And that applies to both Pakistan's political economy, but also broader geopolitical trends as well. With that, I think this conference is interesting and going to be unique in the sense that we will hear from experts from within and outside Pakistan about the ongoing economic and political outlook for the country and the crisis. We will also talk about the role of private sector investment, particularly in the technology sector. Dr. Asim Khwaja is in the room, and we will have a fireside chat about the macroeconomic outlook with him today as a fireside chat, and tomorrow with Amir Hussain on the ongoing AI revolution and what that means for a country like Pakistan, both in terms of technology exports, but in my mind, at least more importantly, about how it disrupts the status quo economy in Pakistan to build something far more better, something that creates opportunity for the many, not just the few in Pakistan. Finally, yes, it is possible, this is the second year in a row for us, that we are having a conference on Pakistan and spending 2 days without talking about countering violent extremism, terrorism, nuclear non-proliferation. Those are important topics, don't get me wrong, but there are other topics that in my mind at least, and I'm biased, that are far more important, and that's what we're going to focus on. So yes, in Washington, it is possible to talk about Pakistan and the US-Pakistan relationship outside of terrorism, countering violent extremism, and nuclear proliferation. None of this also would be possible without the support of many of our partners, a lot of whom are present in the room or listening online today. To them, thank you for believing in our strategy, for giving us the runway to succeed, and for remaining committed to our shared objective despite all of the turbulence in recent weeks and months. I would now like to ask Kapil Sharma to share some remarks and introduce our keynote speakers to kick off the conference. Kapil is my new partner in crime at the South Asia Center. He's the senior director here who started this summer. Kapil has more than 3 decades of experience in advising companies with global footprints to provide organizations with an integrated approach to corporate social responsibility and government and public affairs. He's also held several government affairs roles, including Senior Director at ABB, Vice President for Government and Public Affairs of Wipro Limited, and Senior General Manager for Tata Sons North America. With that, please join me in welcoming Kapil Sharma.
Thank you, Uzair. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning and good evening to those of you who are watching from Pakistan and elsewhere in the room and in the world. As Uzair says, my name is Kapil Sharma, and I currently serve as the Senior Director at the Atlantic Council South Asia Center. I want to take this moment to welcome everyone here today to our second annual Pakistan Conference. This is my first, and delighted to be here. The timing of the conference, as Uzair has spoken about, and your presence could not have happened at a more important time. You know, at the Atlantic Council, we have been discussing about the world and its current inflection point, and it currently feels unsettled and turbulent. As our president and CEO, Fred Kempe, recently wrote in an article, what inflection points have in common is that they are plastic moments in history where individuals and groups of leaders can have outsized influence in shaping the future for good or ill. As Uzair said, Pakistan is also at an inflection point. and individuals, including many of you present here today, can and will have an outsized influence in shaping the country's future, and by extension, its relationship with the United States. The United States and Pakistan have been partners since Pakistan's independence in 1947. And here at the Atlantic Council, we have continued to work on strengthening this relationship by promoting cooperation and engagement between the two countries, with a particular focus on trade, investment, and business-to-business ties. This year's conference, as we were putting it together, we realize it comes at a critical juncture for Pakistan and its economy. Over the course of the next 2 days, experts have gathered here and at the newly opened Johns Hopkins University Bloomberg Center. We will share their perspectives and insights on the path forward for the country's political economy. Now, we are here. We're all here to talk and discuss, so I encourage panelists to make an effort to share an actionable roadmap of the country and its policymakers, such that an opportunity for many, not just a few, can be created. It is something that I'm very proud what we do here at the Atlantic Council and at the South Asia Center, is that we try to make actionable recommendations, actionable writing. In addition, I would ask that in our collective discussions over the next couple of days, we explore ways in which Washington, D.C. can play a positive role in Pakistan in the coming weeks and months. While I have recently joined the Atlantic Council family, I have long known the good work done here by the Pakistan Initiative. The South Asia Center's Pakistan Initiative is now 2 years old, and we are proud to celebrate this occasion with such an important conference. And I just want to say that this conference and everything that the initiative has been doing has been on the shoulders of Uzair, and you've been doing a great job, Uzair. When the initiative was founded, its goals were to do three things: mobilize support for a stronger U.S.-Pakistan partnership, convene networks of influential policymakers to galvanize concrete action, and to develop substantive policy recommendations in priority areas that generate economic growth and, most importantly, create opportunity in Pakistan. And that's exactly what the South Asia Center has been doing, and we will continue to focus on these steps and topics in the future, and on the shoulders of Uzair, I might add. I want to highlight 3 key areas where we feel we've had a positive and differentiated impact over the last year. The real-time economic impact assessment work on the devastating 2022 flood, which became a baseline model for key stakeholders in D.C. to understand the devastation caused by the floods. Amar Khan, our senior fellow who is present here in the room today, and Uzair have led this work, and it really does set us apart in the terms of our impact. Policy research focused on Pakistan's technology sector, including an issue brief published earlier this year on how Pakistan ought to regulate its burgeoning tech sector, with a bias towards innovation and entrepreneurship. And finally, the work conducted by rising scholars, which is something that I'm very proud that Uzair has championed, and I'm gladly to support. Rising scholars such as Omer Naeem, who spent this summer at the Council researching ways in which the youth can be involved to help deal with the climate threat in Pakistan. In addition, we partnered with SAIS to send a group of students to Pakistan and research the ways in which digital technologies are enabling women to become entrepreneurs. These are just some of the examples of our work in the recent past that aligns with our strategy to focus on non-security research and programming related to Pakistan. And as I said, all of this has been led by Uzair, one of the brightest minds in Washington, D.C. on U.S.-Pakistan relations. Finally, one thing that we often hear in after meeting at the Atlantic Council, and I do mean we do hear it a lot, is that strategy without resources is delusion. So what that means is that none of the work that we do would have been possible without the generous support of our partners, many who are in the room today. I would like to thank the Kazi Foundation, JS Global, and Affinity for being the anchor supporters of the Pakistan Initiative. Equally important, I would like to recognize Hasnain Aslam for being a key supporter for the initiative and programming at the Atlantic Council. And while they're not here, Mr. Ashraf Kazi and Ambassador Siddiqui have been amazing friends and allies. In addition, I'd like to thank Tariq Farid, who has provided the core funding for this year's conference. Other notable supporters, some who are present with us today, include AP PAC Foundation, whose support allowed us to host the Rising Scholar this summer, Mustafa Siddiqui, whose support is allowing us to research the future of Pakistan relations with the GCC, and Imran Shan and Sufyan Zubairi, who've also played a key role in making this year's conference possible. And I'd also be remiss not to mention that none of this would be possible, the South Asia Center, the Pakistan Initiative, without the godfather of it all, Dr. Shuja Nawaz, who has been a great mentor to me when I joined and to Uzair. Please now allow me to introduce our first keynote speaker, Pakistan's ambassador to the U.S., Ambassador Masud Khan. Ambassador Khan has been doing phenomenal work here in Washington, and I myself have had several engagements with him over the last few weeks. I must admit, every time that I spend time with him, I come away with more and more insights about global developments, foreign policy, and deep historical ties between our two countries. More importantly, actually, we talk a lot about culture as well, and the commonalities, not only between the United States and Pakistan culture, but India as well. I look forward to hearing the ambassador's remarks about the future of Pakistan's economy and the outlook for the U.S.-Pakistan relationship. Thank you again for joining us here today, and I'd like to invite Ambassador Khan to come into the podium.
Honorable Elizabeth Horst, Mr. Serge Yunus, Mr. Kapil Sharma, distinguished participants, good morning. I thank the Atlantic Council for hosting this timely conference on resilience and reform in Pakistan and choosing the most appropriate themes to discuss solutions for elevating Pakistan's economy and polity to optimal levels. On this occasion, I pay tribute to Mr. Fred Kemp for his outstanding leadership of the Atlantic Council. His immense convening power is the envy of the town's thought leaders, and this was manifested by the enormously successful Distinguished Leadership Awards and Global Citizens Awards organized by the Council in Washington and New York this year. We are grateful to the Atlantic Council for supporting and leading the Pakistan Initiative that gives a voice to Pakistan in Washington, D.C., and is now becoming a clearinghouse for understanding Pakistan-United States relations. And thank you, Mr. Uzair Yunus, for your important work and very able and astute stewardship of the initiative. Mr. Kapil Sharma, congratulations on your new position, and I also recall my conversations with you, which have been very interesting and very productive. My special thanks and tribute to Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Elizabeth Horst for keeping the engines of U.S.-Pakistan relations running all the time. She's a force of nature and a force multiplier for our ties. Thank you so much. Now, let's look at the global picture first. Pakistan has a destiny. Our geography, our people, and our ideals determine that destiny. We have a mission to fulfill and the resolve to go the distance. The wars of the past 40 years, though necessary at that time for peace and security, have left their scars and distracted Pakistan from its chosen path of economic progress. The dark shadows of that period are receding. One of our tasks as a nation is to redress this ill-deserved reputational damage done to us and burnish our brand, not by words, but by actions. We have outlived many doom and gloom forecasts, and so would we this time. Our growth ran into headwinds, But this year, we did not default, kept our economy afloat, and brought currency rates and inflation down. Remittances have increased. And from the United States, last year, they remained stable at $3 billion, and foreign exchange reserves have improved. Pakistan has never defaulted on its debts, and we rode through the storms of floods and the pandemic earlier. This, I would call, is resilience. Pakistan's economic potential is much more than that of many countries of the world. According to the World Economic Forum, our economy should be the 20th largest by 2030. A World Bank study predicted that by 2047, Pakistan would climb to the 10th position. And as I speak, we are undertaking a raft of ambitious reforms to tap into Pakistan's unmined potential to reach these goals. Pakistan is undergoing multiple wrenching transitions. I won't call it a polycrisis. Name any state in the world that is not facing excruciating stress in our region or beyond. We are experiencing our share of pain as we evolve. Democracy is a choice that nations make. Pakistan has made that choice, and we have chosen the path of persistence, whatever the costs. Soon we will hold elections to start a new parliamentary cycle and move towards political stability. Pakistan is the fifth most populous country in the world of 230 million people. The median age is 22. Nearly 64% are below the age of 30. Its middle class has soared to more than 80 million, which is also bilingual, making it the fourth largest English-speaking nation. There are 190 million mobile telephone subscribers and 130 million broadband subscribers in Pakistan. Hundreds of thousands of tech professionals and entrepreneurs are joining the market every year. Pakistan has a promising demographic profile and a profitable consumer market. We have our own common market that extends to East, Central, and West Asia, as well as to the Middle East and North Africa. We have a strong and dynamic private sector, both formal and informal, now buoyed by the tech sector. Informal economy accounts for 75% of the jobs and 50% of our national income. Pakistan and the United States have put their relations on an even keel to build on their security ties and forge economic, technological, and cultural partnerships. We are thankful to the United States leadership for catalyzing this change. Several dialogues conducted in the past 1 year on trade, investment, energy, climate change, health, science and technology, defense, counterterrorism, and counter-narcotics have created an enabling environment. So I would say this is a good time for US businesses to increase their investments in Pakistan and Pakistani traders and entrepreneurs to enhance their exposure in the US markets. A question will be asked during this conference whether Pakistan is investable. My answer to that question is that Pakistan is already attracting foreign investment, and some of the new and additional investments are maturing right now. The first phase of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor concluded in 2019 with the completion of early harvest energy and infrastructure projects. The second phase that focuses on industrial development, special economic zones, agriculture, IT, vocational training, education, healthcare, and poverty alleviation is underway with estimated financing of $37 billion. we are on track. Canadian firm Barrick Gold has invested in Pakistan's Reko Diq copper gold mine, which has one of the largest world deposits with a capex cost of $7 billion. Barrick Gold and Saudi Wealth Fund, Public Investment Fund, are in talks for equity participation in this mine. Riyadh has announced to set up a $14 billion refinery project in Pakistan. UAE has concluded a deal for airport management. Other Gulf nations, including Qatar and Bahrain, have shown keen interest in high-value IT, agriculture, and airport terminal projects. The financial volume of these projects should increase to $44 billion in the decades to come. Other countries are investing in Pakistan. For instance, Nestle, Huawei, and Telenor are successful in Pakistan. So the real question is not, is Pakistan investable, but how its investments can be scaled up to make it a regional competitor and global economic player. The United States has a standing advantage because of American companies' experience in Pakistan spanning decades and their existing investment infrastructure in our country. The United States has consistently been one of Pakistan's largest sources of foreign direct investment. Over the past 3 years, United States enterprises have invested more than $1.5 billion in Pakistan. Both sides, United States and Pakistan, agree that this is not enough and this foreign direct investment needs to be increased towards Pakistan. What many people do not know is that over the decades, some 80 US companies, many of them Fortune 500, are running successful operations in Pakistan. In consumer goods, food chains, agribusiness, financial services, renewable energy, ICT, pharmaceuticals, and healthcare. These include Pepsi, Coca-Cola, General Electric, Abbott, Procter & Gamble, Pfizer, Philip Morris, Honeywell, Oracle, Amazon, Microsoft, Dell, IBM, Cargill, Caterpillar, McDonald's, Pizza Hut, and Domino's Pizza. None of them is moving out. This is resilience. The initiative of Pakistan-US Green Alliance, taken last year, is indeed groundbreaking. This enables Pakistan to promote renewable energy and make agriculture sustainable and productive. Methane abatement, electric vehicles, fertilizer efficiency, and healthy animal feed are priorities under its framework. The Green Alliance will help us enhance climate resilience and advance our goals to increase the share of clean energy in our energy mix to 60% from its present 34% by year 2030. The Green Alliance also builds mutual trust, projects the United States soft power, and provides an interlocking platform for other initiatives. We have opened new doors for foreign investment in Pakistan in 5 sectors: IT, energy, agriculture, mining, and defense production. In June this year, a special investment facilitation council was created to act as one window for foreign investors to facilitate speedy approval of projects, fast-track project development, and oversee implementation. The purpose is to spur economic growth, integrate our economy to international capital markets, and guarantee continuity of policies. New incentives are being given to investors. In the IT sector, these include income tax credit on exports, zero taxes on registered tech startups, tax holiday for venture capital funds, 100% repatriation of investments and dividends, and preferential commercial loans. In the energy sector, Incentives include tax exemptions, concessions on plant and machinery import, 100% foreign ownership, force majeure, and change in law, tariff, indexation, and more effective dispute settlement with a provision for arbitration under UNCITRAL rules. In the mining sector, we are offering 100% foreign equity, expatriate facilitation, export processing zones, inclusion in the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, and repatriation of capital and profits. Foreign investors are also now allowed to own 60% agricultural projects and 100% corporate farming. Pakistan remains the 8th most vulnerable country to climate change, with its global greenhouse gas emissions less than 0.4%. The frequency and ferocity of floods, cyclones, glacial melt, heat waves, drought, and earthquakes require both domestic preparedness and resilience, as well as international support. The World Bank has estimated that Pakistan would need nearly $350 billion till 2030 for resilience alone. You would recall that Pakistan played a key role to convince last year's climate summit participants to create a loss and damage fund. But the G20 countries, the biggest emitters, are not fully prepared to either reduce emissions or bridge climate finance deficits. Climate justice is a far cry, but awareness has grown that it is not just countries like Pakistan, but the entire globe that is at risk. 3 courses of action are available to us. 1, refining our national adaptation plan by developing climate-smart agriculture and efficient water conservation. 2, the international financial institutions and the United Nations need to enhance direct financing to governments for alternate energy and climate-resilient agriculture. 3, leveraging the strengths of the private sector to deal with this challenge. Pakistan tech startups are seeing a dramatic rise. From a meager $10 million venture capital funding in 2018 per year, global VCs and other investors are pouring in $1 billion annually now. Total tech startup turnover in the last fiscal year was $3 billion. E-commerce in Pakistan earned about $6 billion. I'm not gloating over it. This is just the beginning. Pakistan is not far behind in the tech revolution that has taken off in Southeast Asia, Middle East, and North Africa. The gap is now closing. Pakistan is catching up. Digitization of economy, e-commerce, and improved supply chains are driving this change. Tech startups have been particularly successful in fintech, retail, pharmacy, diagnostics, telemedicine, education, groceries, and transportation. American VCs that are betting their money on Pakistan include Kleiner Perkins, Target Global, Tiger Global, Dragoneer, Accrue, Sequoia Capital. Add to that UK's Kingsway, Speedwest from Europe, UAE's Sharook, and China Accelerator and Fatima Gobi from China, investing in pre-seed, seed, and early-stage startups in Pakistan. This trend would continue. To reach the next stage, our markets have to ensure continuity of current flows, move towards startups that are less capital intensive, and diversify our targeted markets by going beyond Pakistan to Central and West Asia, Middle East, and North Africa. This is a natural business ecosystem for Pakistan. A two-way trend has already started. Pakistan startups are doing business in the Gulf region and companies based in Saudi Arabia and UAE are marketing their products in Pakistan. Artificial intelligence and other new technologies, blockchain, robotics, 3D printing, synthetic biology are the next wave of technology. They will be as disruptive as previous technological breakthroughs. To prepare for this change, our universities have introduced these disciplines with supporting incubation centers for innovation. Above all, I would say, and some of the representatives of our diaspora community are here, we are proud of their achievements and we are proud of their contribution to Pakistan-US relations. Our 1 million strong diaspora community has become a sturdy bridge between Pakistan and the United States and a key stakeholder in Pakistan's economy with their growing investments in healthcare, education, hospitality, financial services, real estate, and social development. We are grateful to them, and they're doing a wonderful job. Ladies and gentlemen, we are vigorously pursuing institutional reforms on the above agenda that I have outlined. Our minimum goals right now are macroeconomic stability and social development, fiscal discipline, absorption of external shocks, and improvement in business climate. In addition, with the help of the World Bank, we are streamlining our current narrow, distortive, and unequal tax system to make it broad-based and equitable in order to finance human development, infrastructure development, and climate resilience. And overarching reforms being undertaken aim to unlock ease of doing business, enforce intellectual property rights, ensure stable payment cycles, and accelerate capital formation. We will stay the course. And finally, my message to the conference participants is that we will benefit from your wise and informed counsel for a resilient Pakistan, preparing for stellar economic growth to attain human security for its people and shared prosperity in our extended neighborhood. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ambassador Khan, thank you so much for sharing your insights and perspectives. I enjoyed listening about the resilience of the Pakistani economy and its people, and I do appreciate your focus on climate change and climate financing. But as I said before in my introductory remarks, we are at an inflection point for Pakistan, and we should try to turn a lot of these aspirations that you had outlined in your remarks into results. We believe here at the South Asia Center that if we can, we will make the region the second largest regional economy by 2047. I would now like to invite our second keynote speaker, Elizabeth Horst. Ms. Horst is the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary and Deputy Assistant Secretary responsible for Pakistan, has been playing a key role in shaping and executing the United States' foreign relations with Pakistan in recent years. Undoubtedly, she's had her plate full in the recent weeks, and we are excited, first of all, that she is here, and to hear her thoughts on the state of the U.S.-Pakistan relationship, key priorities in the coming weeks and months, and her outlook for Pakistan and its political economy in 2024 and beyond. And with that, please welcome PDAS Elizabeth Horst.
Cap, thank you so much for your warm words and the opportunity to be here today. Let me also heap on the praise for Uzair Yunus. Where did you go, Uzair? There you are, right there, sorry. Really appreciate the drive and the partnership that you've brought to this, to having this event here at the Atlantic Council. Let me also thank my partner in the podium, Ambassador Masud Khan. Ambassador Khan and I frequently share the podium, and I think we make a great pair talking about the potential of the U.S.-Pakistan relationship. So I'm always grateful when we have the opportunity to reinforce each other's remarks. This is, I think, the fourth or fifth time that we've ended up being a duo on stage. So Let me start with a little bit of a story. In March, I was in Lahore, and I attended a reception at our consulate for International Women's Day. And we had alumni and entrepreneurs from across Punjab, and they blew me away. Several had returned to Pakistan after successful careers as scientists and engineers in Seattle, Atlanta, and Australia, and they had decided they wanted to come home and build something in Lahore. And another entrepreneur boldly told me that she wanted her brand to be bigger than Louis Vuitton in the next 10 years, and that is a seriously ambitious goal. This same young entrepreneur schooled me on why I was so old-fashioned to carry business cards and the fact that my LinkedIn profile was a vacation pic. And she said, "Shouldn't you look a little more professional?" It's a good reminder that the next generation has some thoughts. Another woman had started a business that connected beauty services to busy professionals. She called it Uber for Beauty, and it was operating in several Pakistani cities. And I give this example because their energy and enthusiasm was so palpable. And then the next day I went to a university and I visited an electric vehicle development workshop where a group of young entrepreneurs and innovators were coming up with a market-ready electric vehicle that would reduce air pollution, cost less, and was entirely a Pakistani solution. So that's what I think of when I think of the future of US-Pakistan relations. Smart, talented entrepreneurs on both sides solving problems for a better tomorrow and building bridges between our countries. Now, as we've noted, the theme of today's conference is resilience and reform, and by focusing on these two topics, the organizers have smartly gotten us away from the old topics and old patterns of thinking about the US-Pakistan relationship. I see us very much turning a page in the US-Pakistan relationship. It's a relationship that stands on its own dehyphenated. It's a relationship with a positive agenda. Now, I'm not suggesting that I'm naive, that we don't have some friction points between the United States and Pakistan. I'm not going to address those here. I'm going to focus on the positive agenda and on resilience and reform, and particularly on where the United States supports resilience and reform, where we see barriers, and what it means for our two countries and for regional stability when we can overcome these barriers. I see challenges, opportunities, and I have 5 suggestions for meaningful reform in keeping with the spirit of what Cap said, making these actionable items. But first, a moment on the unparalleled economic challenges right now in this moment. I think the Pakistani people have demonstrated tremendous resilience in the face of historic inflation, unprecedented energy prices, massive flooding, COVID. And we applaud that against this background, Pakistan has had efforts to meet the conditions of the International Monetary Fund's standby agreement so that there can be more stability looking forward. From out of these challenges come tremendous opportunities, however. And the United States supports all of the structural reforms that Ambassador Khan has mentioned and some of the others that I will, because we think this is going to put Pakistan on a course for sustainable, long-term economic growth that will support this young and ambitious population. And we do this not out of generosity. We do this because it's good business, and we think it's good for the US-Pakistan relationship. I want to mention that the United States is Pakistan's biggest customer and single biggest trading partner as a country. $6.3 billion of exports came to the United States from Pakistan. That is 20% of Pakistan's exports. And no one else is even close to this. But we could be doing so much more, and I hear this all the time. And so that is what drives our thinking. That is what drives some of the comments that I'm going to make. How can we take this relationship and elevate it? Because we know that trade on both sides and fostering economic growth and entrepreneurs on both sides has global implications. We recently had some Pakistani business leaders visiting Washington, and while they were clear-eyed about the challenges ahead, they were also pointing to signs of economic resilience. Some noted very, very strong profits in their last quarter, and a readiness for reform that they said they hadn't seen for a while. And when the private sector is ready for change, including broadening the tax base, agricultural reform, and energy sector reform, we know that change could be really possible. And the business executive also said that the economic crisis was fostering innovation. Businesses knew that they couldn't rely on external partners to bail them out, and they were taking a hard look at their practices and changing them to their supply chains with surprising results. In one case, an agricultural executive said that his company had switched to domestic sources and ingredients to simplify the supply chains, and now they were exporting dairy products, including to the United States. That's the kind of change that I hope will come out of this particular conference. Ambassador Khan was kind enough to mention the Green Alliance, and I want to make sure I do that too, because there's really no initiative that better exemplifies where we are right now than the US-Pakistan Green Alliance. And we focus on 3 game-changing sectors: agriculture, clean energy, and water. And this is going to build on our rich history of working together, starting in the Green Revolution in the 1960s, but meeting the global challenges of today, including climate change and growing young populations that want to see a future of hope and innovation. So now, moving forward on some ideas for where we can really look at reform and the things that I would like to see happen to make sure that the US-Pakistan relationship continues to grow. 5 ideas. Not all of these are mine. A lot of these you will have heard in other places, but I think they bear repeating because sometimes the least sexy ideas are the one that are going to have the bigger impact. The first one is just simply to treat current investors well by allowing foreign companies to repatriate profits from their operation, by allowing foreign companies to operate, import, and export. That is the thing we hear most frequently. The companies that are there want to see more investment and they want to see other companies come. Make sure we treat them well. I'm excited to see what the Special Investment Facilitation Council might do to increase the simplification of investment and how that might help US companies look at Pakistan in a new light. The second reform is expanding the tax base. Only 8 million Pakistanis are registered for personal income taxes out of a population of 230 million. And Ambassador Khan gave examples of how many people are connected through the internet, through cell phones. There is a way that their tax base can be expanded, not on the base of the taxpayers who are already paying a lot, but others. It could potentially increase revenue from 10.5% to GDP up to 18% of GDP over long term. And this kind of revenue allows the government of Pakistan to reinvest. And that tax reform is going to be broad-based, efficient, progressive, and equitable. I'm positive about this. Every time I talk to a Pakistani business owner and I say, what about tax reform? They say, I'm for it. I want to make sure it's equitable and not just my business. Number 3 is agricultural reform. And this is not theoretical, because currently Pakistan's wheat yields are underperforming. And that means it's threatening food security, not just for Pakistani families, but around the region. Climate change continues to threaten Pakistan's economy and food security. But if we can get some real and meaningful agricultural reform, including getting rid of inefficient subsidies, investment in climate-smart agriculture technologies, and support for small farmers, we'll see a real, tangible difference. And this is one area where the Green Alliance is trying to deliver for both US businesses and Pakistani farmers, also through our Climate and Environment Working Group. The Fertilizer Right program brought $4.5 million in investments to help Pakistani farmers use fertilizers efficiently, lowering costs and reducing pollution. Again, tying together all of the things that we know matter to the next generation of Pakistanis and matter to the climate crisis that we have right now. We have a sister state program between Punjab and California, and so the University of California, Davis, and the University of Faisalabad are collaborating on research on improved wheat production. Another very tangible and specific cooperation that is going to make a difference on Pakistani tables. The third is not a surprise either: energy sector reform. This has been something that I've been talking about as long as I've been working on Pakistan. And this is the thing that's going to make an incredible difference. As demand for energy goes up, Pakistan needs to meet the moment with new technologies, not coal, but new technologies that will help leap over and provide enough electricity that is clean that can drive Pakistan's economic growth. Getting rid of the energy subsidies that are up to 3% of GDP, better revenue collection, circular debt that's dragging down the economy. All of these things hurt the Pakistani people in their pocketbooks. But there's ways out of this, and energy reform includes, as I've mentioned, expanding renewables. So the Green Alliance framework, as well as our energy security dialogue, are delivering some solutions, including our renovation of the Mangla and Tarbala dams. That's going to provide electricity to 47 million Pakistanis, and helping improve the reach of solar. That will help more than a third of Pakistani households as well. The fifth suggestion I have is also something that's not new, but is an untapped resource, and that's thinking of women as an economic driver. They're foundational to inclusive and sustainable prosperity, but they need to also have access to loans, to education, to easier regulations. When I heard from these entrepreneur women when I was in Pakistan, they talked about how hard it was to get credit or to qualify for business loans. Sometimes they had to sell jewelry or family things in order to start their business. Finding a way to make that easier is going to tap a part of the Pakistani economy that we all know is so incredibly strong, innovative, and dynamic. The United States has long invested in our U.S.-Pakistan Women's Council, and one of the ways we're doing that is through education. And I know I see some nodding here, and some of you have been longtime partners and champions of the U.S.-Pakistan Women's Council. We're trying to help women entrepreneurs on both sides work on STEM, so science, technology, engineering, and math for Pakistani women. We're also working on Tech Women, which is an exchange and mentorship program that supports the next generation of women STEM leaders. And 2 extraordinary women from Pakistan recently completed fellowships at Salesforce and Adobe. And as President Biden has said, the future is going to be won by the countries that unleash the full potential of their people. So when Pakistani women and girls are fully empowered and connected to the global economy, there's going to be no stopping Pakistan. I want to close with one word on democracy, because I think that a healthy democracy is the foundation to sustainable and inclusive prosperity. And a government that reflects the will of its people will bring stability and attract international investment. So support for democratic principles, an independent judiciary, freedom of expression, press freedoms, and rule of law are all absolutely essential. We support Pakistan and its democratic process. In conclusion, let me just say that when the Pakistani people drive reforms to invest in their own prosperity and resilience, the rest of the world will follow. I know we have U.S. businesses that are looking in Pakistan and wondering, is this the right place for me? We want that answer to be yes. We want to see the trade grow. And we know that the Pakistani-U.S. relationship can deliver results for both our people. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I look forward to hearing the results of the 2 days of conferences and see what we can do that is tangible, real, and benefits both sides. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete Horst. And I echo everything that you just said about praising the energy and the smart, talented people within Pakistan to provide solutions for the global problems. And I love your 5 ideas that we need to action on that cover economic investment, climate, energy, gender. These reforms are needed, and I think we can work on them together. With that, we're going to take a very quick, I don't want to call it a 5-minute break, but just a 5 minutes break for coffee. And then we're going to continue with the conference. So please honor the 5 minutes, and we will start almost soon.
Okay, hello and welcome back to our first fireside chat. Before I begin, there are some empty seats in the front, so folks in the back, if you want to move forward, please feel free to do so. I will be conducting a conversation with Dr. Asim Khwaja, who's here with us from Harvard University and from Boston, took an early flight today. For those of you who do not know him, Dr. Khwaja is the director of the Center for International Development at Harvard University. And he's also co-founder of the Center for Economic Research in Pakistan, better known as CERP, one of the leading research organizations in the country. His focus includes economic development, finance, education, and the broader political economy. Dr. Khwaja, welcome to the Atlantic Council. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Shukriya, thank you for having me here.
I want to begin, there's a way for you to send questions in as well, online or in the room. It's askac.org, so send questions. I have an iPad here. I'll pull up questions as we move along the conversation. But you heard the two keynote speakers, including the ambassador. There is, I think, a polycrisis. I don't know what your view is, but maybe let's start with your perspective, the broader macroeconomic situation in Pakistan, and what are things that you are concerned about or things top of mind for you as Pakistan enters into a 2024 election cycle?
Great. Thanks, Uzair. Again, thank you for inviting me, and thanks for the audience for being here. Now that the ambassador is gone, I guess I'm khul ke baat karenge.
Shayad wo sun rahe ho live, pata nahi hai.
Exactly. Sorry, I apologize. I said we'll talk freely now. Look, let me be very blunt and direct. You know, I've never been more concerned about Pakistan. I've been working on Pakistan for 2.5 decades now than I am now. Not because something drastically different has happened, but because the kind of chickens are coming home to roost now. It's been a consistent sort of, it's not just this government or the previous government or even the government before, or even our friends in uniform. It's just been a consistent misapplication of what I think building a healthy economy would be. And I'm going to say this and sort of annoy my macroeconomic friends, but I think Pakistan is obsessed with the macro in a way that is unhealthy. I mean, what I found very impressive with PDAS's, Elizabeth's comments was none of it was about renegotiating debt, right? Every comment she made was a very specific, actionable thing. And I think for me, the fundamental mistake we're making is we think Pakistan's solutions are going to be renegotiating some loan with the IMF or getting some money from China or from UAE and Saudi, and we celebrate the arrival of money. Pakistan's problem is not we don't have money. Pakistan's problem is we misuse the money we have. We're not a productive nation. And when you're a productive nation, money will come. So we kind of focus on exactly the wrong thing. It's like the tail wagging the dog. And even when an investor doesn't get reassured by saying, oh, look, Saudi is also putting in money. In fact, that scares me as an investor. Investors get excited when they see there's a burgeoning, exactly what Elizabeth was saying, when there's burgeoning talent, when there's money to be made, right? And so for me, the only discussion I want to have, if you call it a macro discussion in Pakistan, or at least the primary discussion, is one on productivity.
So let's jump into that, and I'll get to the specifics on the productivity side first, but you said something interesting that as an investor, the coming of Saudi money would concern you. I kind of agree, and my view on this, and I've written about this publicly, is the SIFC framework, for example, right now, is you trying to short-circuit the process. And the analogy I use is if you try to short-circuit everything too many times, you're going to get electrocuted and probably die. So, but elaborate your point on why would an investor get concerned about something like an SIFC mechanism or Saudi money, quote unquote, coming in?
Yeah.
What's the issue
it's
here?
It's not whether it's Saudi money or not. Is, you know, think if you're a company and you're first. We worry a lot. We have several entrepreneurs over here. You know, your first investor is really important in a company. And if you get an investor who has a reputation of, you know, successful returns on their investment, that's a strong signal. When you have an investor whose reputation is building pie-in-the-sky ideas and, you know, fritting money away, right? That's not going to send the right signal. And so for me, again, but it's not even, look, there's lots of smart Saudi money as well. But this kind of kashkol money, which I call this kind of begging bowl money, which is give to us because we're desperate, give to us because we need a bailout. You know, what is it? 50 billion is going to come in 5 years, half from Saudi and half from UAE. You know, this kind of fait accompli money is a very weird way of saying it, right? It's not, like, that's not the target. The target shouldn't be, this is the money we need to raise. I know it seems like the mechanical target because some accountant is sitting there, and we have been led by accountants as economists. Some accountant is sitting there saying, what's the gap that we need to fill? And then literally saying, can I borrow money from someone who can fill that gap? That gap-filling mentality is just wrong. Right? And as a result, when you have a gap-filling mentality, you go around the world looking for people who essentially are giving you charity. It's concealed charity. Now, it's also not charity in the sense that it's not that some generous person is giving you money and is going to walk away not having expectations. It's money which has strong expectations of certain behavior that you will demonstrate, which isn't, again, enhancing your productivity. So even when we make deals, like SIFC, I don't know what the hell is going on with that, but take CPEC. Like, when you negotiate a deal with money and you negotiate payment terms in dollars, you know, it's insane, right? You're taking an obligation which you can't possibly fulfill. You're not negotiating productivity enhancement. You're not saying when you come in as an investor, build talent. In fact, I would take less money today, so I'm capable of generating more revenues tomorrow. And this money obsession doesn't allow us to do that.
On that note as well, the follow-up question on my end is, as we segue towards productivity, do you also then think that this handout or bailout money or charity money that comes in reinforces the bad habits that we've seen over 70-something years of like, okay, here's $3 billion. Yeah. The dollar was at 300 something. Let's find a way, administrative mechanisms or whatever else you may want to call it, and then reinforce the bad habits of, okay, inflation will come down now that the dollar is 270 something because somebody decided that was the rate. Some say it's 250. I don't know how they come up with round numbers in the first place. But that's a different conversation. But it reinforces the whole bad habit of we're not going to solve something like, for example, Pete, as Horst said, make a more equitable taxation system because all of a sudden the short-term need has gone away. What is the role of that moral hazard problem in sort of kicking the can down the road on the productivity-based solution?
Yeah, absolutely. No, look, I mean, it's a very weird situation we're in because sometimes I feel Pakistan's pitch to the world is, I put a gun on my head and say, please help me, otherwise I'll blow my brains out. Because that strategy is really a strategy of we're a nuclear nation. We were just talking about this earlier, which is, should Pakistan strategically default? Sri Lanka did it. I actually think Sri Lanka is better off for having done it. Sri Lanka has taken it seriously. I mean, Sri Lanka was doing phenomenally well, made some serious mistakes. Shanta has some great work on this, Devarajan. But you know, now they're kind of trying to get their act together, and they're coming to the world saying, look, we screwed up. Here's the mistakes we made. Here's what we need to do to get out of it. It's a very credible, you know, a lot of investment we have to realize is not what's happening today. Investors are thinking of what's going to happen in 5, 10, and 15 years. And when you think about creating a view of what's going to happen in 5, 10, 15 years, it really depends whether you're credible or not. You know, people need to believe that when you say, look, we're going to do X, Y, Z, or we're going to be a more productive nation, it's cheap talk if you just say it. You need to put some costly signal for it. And a costly signal could be, by the way, you take a company declaring Chapter 11 to say, look, we realize we're not fungible anymore. So we have to kind of renegotiate everything with our creditors. That's going to be tough. There's going to be huge cuts we'll have to make. And because we're making those cuts, you should now believe us that we're investable. Our problem is we don't make those costly actions. We keep saying we're investable by saying we're investable. You know, my kids are applying to, nieces are applying to college right now, and you know, the first thing they say in a college essay is, show, don't tell. Like, actually do it. And there's a lot of telling that goes on, but there's very little showing. There's very little actual action. I mean, investors are smart about this, right? They want to see something which is painful that a nation does, but which actually signals, it's a credible signal, that a positive change is going to happen. I haven't seen credible signals.
Okay. Let's go to the productivity point now. Obviously, there are multiple dimensions of it, right? I'll sort of, for the audience, share a few facts, fun facts, that I think you will agree are related to the productivity issue. Half of young Pakistani women right now under the age of 30 are illiterate. You cannot build a productive economy with half of young women under 30 illiterate in any society in today's world. You have another statistic that Pakistan's youth literacy right now is second from bottom in the SARC region after Afghanistan. And if you were to look at the pre-fall of Kabul forecasts, Afghanistan was on track by 2025 to overtake Pakistan in that department because of the investments that were being made. Similarly, there is this obsession, for example, this is my last fact, before I ask you this question. You will see in headlines time and time again the Saudis or somebody else is about to provide $10 billion, $15 billion to open up an oil refinery in Gwadar, because somehow that is the investment, that is the solution to the problems. At a time when the city itself does not have access to clean drinking water, people are protesting, being charged with terror cases as a result of those protests. But also the anchor industry in Gwadar is fisheries. And if you look at sort of India's exports of shrimp, you see a rocket chart, like an exponential chart, on the investments in fisheries and what it did for farmer livelihoods, particularly on the coastal sides in Andhra Pradesh and Gujarat, et cetera. But that's not the conversation we're having. We're talking about oil refinery as being the solution. So if you were to begin providing actionable recommendations on how to solve the productivity challenge, where would you begin?
Look, I think first, it's what I said earlier. We have lost credibility in the world. We have lost credibility with our own people, right? My happiest moment is I do a lot of work in Pakistan. Every summer I'm in Pakistan. So I get these one-year snapshots for a month each time. So I get this my own personal panel data of Pakistan. I agree with Elizabeth. The thing which gives me most happiness and hope in Pakistan is when I talk to Pakistani people. It's just unbelievable. I mean, Elizabeth mentioned a conversation she had, but I'm sure that was a curated conversation, like a bunch of Pakistani entrepreneurs. It's nice. We showcase. I'm glad she had a good experience. But honestly, that same conversation she had in Islamabad, I've had in villages in rural Punjab, rural Sindh, KPK. And there is this unbelievable potential. Like sometimes all I feel like Pakistan needs to do is just not get in front of Pakistanis, right? Because we just block our potential. It's unbelievable, right? And so for me, the first thing I would do is to say, look, take this obsession. I really want to be obsessed with productivity. I want every statement for every policy we say, everything we do to say, how is this going to make us more productive?
If I may interrupt, not for the audience in the room, maybe for the audience, but a lot of the online listeners, Econ 101, productivity,
yes.
What's the definition?
So great question.
Let's align on the definition first.
Thanks, yeah. So productivity and production are very different, right? We often worry about production. Yeah. And yes, it's nice to have more produce, but it's much more important to be productive. And so productive is, can you make more from the inputs that you have? And the inputs could be money, land, people, talent, and resources. So that conversion factor, which is you take X units of inputs and you convert them into Y units of inputs, that Y over X ratio is effectively productivity, right? I mean, in a very crude way, it's more complicated than that, but that's the essence of it, right? So it's just, are you making more? In fact, at some stage, Rosala's here, maybe I'll ask her, I was trying to figure out the word for productivity in Urdu. And Musharraf, maybe you're far better in this. Is it paidawari or paidawari ki salahiyat? It's not even paidawar, right? Because paidawar is production. So even as a nation, we don't have a single word for productivity. I feel like even in our vocabulary, we should be emphasizing this. And so for productivity, let me give you a few examples on kind of productivity. And I actually think to signal productivity that we are a nation which is obsessed with productivity now. We've done quite well on the family side, literally the fertility productivity, that we've done quite well on. But other forms we haven't. And so let's take a few examples. I'm puzzled in this episode of devaluation we had why exports didn't boom, right? This is the mathematical thing. You can actually say Pakistani goods are cheaper to the world now. The ambassador was here saying Americans buy 20% of Pakistani's produce. It's a lot cheaper now. Why wasn't there a massive export wave? There's a natural correction system in the economy, which is when you devalue, you're able to export more, you earn more dollars, that makes the rupee stronger, and so you revalue up, right? Empirically, there's some now research on it. We didn't see a lot of reaction. So that means something is stopping the entrepreneur from being able to sell more. Is it that they don't have presence? Is it that people are worried about the quality of the order? Are people worried about the stability to say, yeah, Pakistan is cheaper right now, but will it stay cheaper? Or will it even be able to produce stuff? Because what if even more catastrophe happens and this client that I'm buying from just stops being able to sell? So on the export side, we have very tangible actions we can take. We know the exporters. Did we go to them and say, what's going on, guys? Why aren't you selling more towels to Kmart or Walmart or whatever you were doing before? What's the barrier over here? So that's one, just in exports. You could also think of, let's take something like climate change. Again, it's how you frame and what you do. So we are very happy, and we had recently we had Hina and Hina Rabbani Kar and Sherry Rahman over at Harvard giving talks on sort of climate. And one of the things I pushed them on to say, look, I really appreciate we did this loss and damage negotiation. It's great. But when you think about the loss and damage framing, it's still a kind of help me, I'm a victim of your growth and development, you owe me, right? It's an okay framing, but I actually think we have a much better framing in Pakistan on climate change, which is we as Pakistanis are first responders in the global war against climate change. We are, right? And we are doing some amazingly productive things. We have faculty over here. We have researchers over here who've been spending time on this. We have amazing innovators in Pakistan who are spending time on this. Yasmin Lari builds amazing sort of flood resilient or sort of housing or sort of local housing. So we have some phenomenal people responding. We also have dealt with floods in an impressive way. I'll give credit to our soldiers for that as well. Absolutely, we have good responses there. So we have a way of how do we have a collective response to a national tragedy which other countries will face. Why aren't we coming and getting investors to show up and saying, oh wow, Pakistan is doing such amazing work in this global climate war that we want to help and invest in them. That's a very different frame, right? Sure, you can use the money which comes from loss and damage, but you don't want the charitable money coming in, you want the investing, you want that mindset coming in. And when you bring that mindset, it also changes how we view ourselves as a people, right? And this is something to me which is fundamentally important. When I grew up in Pakistan, this was in the early 80s, mid 80s, I was pretty proud of Pakistan. I'm not a particularly jingoistic person. I grew up in Nigeria, so it's not that I had a long history of experience. But I was happy because Pakistan was like winning hockey, I mean, small things. Jahangir and Jan Sher Khan were there. We had these moments of aspiration as a people.
Forgot 92 World Cup.
92 World Cup, absolutely, right? I'm less of a cricket fan.
Okay.
Squash and hockey was more my thing, but I apologize for. But there is a narrative you tell to yourself, which is a narrative of potential. I worry that the narrative, Musharraf is there, you talk a lot about kind of how we build stories about who we are. The story I worry that our kids, my kids' generation, is telling in Pakistan is a story of we're victims, we're losing, we need help. It's this blame story on others, and you lose agency, you lose excitement, you lose, it really is learned self-helplessness. And so that's another example where reframe the climate thing to be not victims, but responders, but innovators as well. We talked, let me stop up here, we can go on. But let me actually say two other things. So this is about productivity. I also think we need to be prepared. If I want to be credible about what we're doing as a nation, we should face that we are in an economic crisis. We shouldn't deny it. There's nothing to be ashamed about. Rich countries get in economic crisis as well. It's not about showing our dirty laundry or something, right? Like these kind of innocuous but pleasant statements about what we're doing, I think are damaging. I think we should acknowledge to us and to the world that we are in a crisis, but we can manage it. And so what is managing a crisis looking like? So we need to have a controlled recession, absolutely. Either we're going to have an uncontrolled recession or a controlled one. We are in an uncontrolled recession right now. Now, when you have a recession like that, you should again think about who's going to take the biggest cut. You don't want your productive people to be taking the biggest cut. You don't want exporting firms to be taking the biggest cut. You don't want the average person to be struggling, literally living. So you can do this. So I was talking recently to the ex-Indonesian finance minister, a brilliant person. And he said, he's like, look, this whole thing about fuel subsidies, right? Yes, we get pressurized to remove fuel subsidies. He says, we did the math, and it turned out that if we took the entire fuel subsidy away, we could massively increase, we could take that same money, or actually half of that money, and massively increase our social welfare program. Pakistan can do that. Tomorrow, you could get rid of your entire fuel subsidy, you could take BISP and massively expand BISP, And I guarantee if you do that, the impact on the average person will not be regressive. It won't be the poor suffering. We know this fuel subsidies, by the way, aren't even to the poor. Mostly the rich benefit from fuel subsidies. That's true in all countries. So politically, you can be savvy. I'm not being silly politically. Yes, we need to take a cut, but take it in a way, as soon as you remove this fuel subsidy, simultaneously announce and say, we're getting rid of the subsidy, and by the way, we're doubling BISP, or we're tripling BISP, and that's how we're responding. That's a credible way to respond. And the last thing I would say is, we are a bit obsessed, and this is the macro point. We're obsessed with things like GDP and balance of payments and inflation and exchange rate. My analogy is this is like when you walk into a doctor and the doctor takes your first vital signs, blood pressure, pulse, temperature, right? And imagine a doctor only did that. Imagine you went to a doctor and the doctor took your vital signs and said, okay, I know exactly what's going on. Which actually a lot of doctors who are quacks do. Actually, Jishnu has great work on this, and they'll give you like an intravenous drip or some glucose. And actually, Pakistan is like a chronic patient on glucose, right? Which is we walk in, our diagnosis is always this kind of initial diagnosis. It's not really a diagnosis, right? It's the first check the doctor does. All the macro indicators we look like are exactly like that. They're meaningless. Let me repeat that again. They're actually meaningless in terms of addressing a deeper symptom. If I told you your GDP is low, what do? Let's raise the GDP. Oh, great. Our tax base is low. What do? Increase the tax base. That's not a solution. That's just stating the obvious, right? I actually want a completely different set of indicators we should measure Pakistan, and a mindset change. I want frictions. I want to say, take the average Pakistani, businessman, citizen, public entrepreneur, whatever you want to call them. Take the average Pakistani actor and ask yourself, what frictions do they face when they conduct exchanges in their lives? If you want to set up a firm, what frictions do you save? If you try to get a loan from a bank, what frictions do you face? If you try and go to a government office and get a new connection for something, what frictions do you face? It's a totally different measure. I actually think the world has this wrong. We should have measures which are, and we talk about this, the World Bank had some great studies in the past about cost of doing business and things like that. But you could systematically, as a nation, there are political frictions. There are frictions for women. I have a paper on this, which is women can't leave the boundary of their village. Ghazala has some great work on this as well, right? Like, there's massive mobility frictions on women. It's easy to say, let's get women out and working. But the reality of what women facing is the minute they step out, literally their household, or the boundary of their settlement, or the boundary of their village, there are massive social norms which prevent them from walking out. That's a friction, right? Measure these frictions and address them. And then the magic will happen. Your pulse will improve, your blood pressure will go down, your temperature will go down. You're addressing the underlying symptom. And I think as a nation, we've just never quite done that.
I want to go a bit deeper on the friction on financial inclusion, particularly on the women's side, because you've done work on this. And this is something, again, like many of us in the room talk about offline, is, for example, if you look at opening a bank account, if you're a woman and you are in Pakistan, it's an atrocious process. Even though, and the state bank has not done a lot in terms of making that easier. It's like, who's your husband, who's your father? Bring me some paperwork. If the name is wrong, well, why is your ID card last name different than what you're saying your father's name is, etc. And again, that is linked to the BIS point, or things like zero balance bank accounts that are open with your Nadra ID, and all of a sudden inclusion is promoted. One thing we found, for example, when Johns Hopkins students went to Pakistan with the role of digital technologies on entrepreneurship, right? This was the issue. You can't get out of your village or your home. Digital technologies allow you to do that and reduces friction to a point, but the bank account problem was still a big barrier. So how do we solve for that in terms of, and help the audience understand, one, what's the impact of solving for that, and what are some tangible ways in which you would say, okay, here's what the blueprint looks like to improve financial inclusion in Pakistan, especially for women?
Yeah, that's a great, thank you. So let me actually broaden my response to your question, because I think, so in our mind, let's think of a Pakistani, men and women, especially women, and let's think about what are the factors that constrain them from deploying their human capital in the world. Because when you get a citizen to deploy their human capital, that's when productivity happens. That is production, right? That is the act of generating more from the resources you I actually think there are three barriers to it. Finance is one of them. One is just education, straight up, right? Human capital acquisition, human capital improvement. Second is finance. And actually the third is health. And I don't think we should be thinking of any reform to unleash the Pakistani potential without thinking of all three things together. In fact, there are days when I wake up where I wish if all we ever did was just those three things, that's good enough, right? It's a naive view. I have political scientists over here. I know Sarah is sitting in the audience, and I agree that political frictions are massive, especially faced by women. But to me, a lot of those things is endogenous. In other words, if you build education and financial access and health, a lot of things we'd like to see in the system start naturally happening, right? People put pressure politically. People feel they're empowered to do so. People demand better services. People can pay more taxes. People are willing to pay more taxes. So a lot of the things we think are problems are actually consequences of us not unleashing our own potential. So then how do we do that, if we think about that? So let's start with finance, because that's the question you'd asked. In finance, the fundamental problem is our banking system, which is not that dissimilar from a lot of banking systems. We have the following severe problem. So half my research is in education, half is in finance. Health I don't know much about, but I acknowledge the researchers in health. I still think it's very important. In finance, our banks fundamentally don't care about investing in our people. It's just not lucrative for them. Most banks make enough money simply between the spread on deposit rates and PIBs or treasury bills. You can make easily, 7, 8, 10, especially nowadays you can make even more. Why would you bother to actually lend in a risky way when you can sit there cushily and make money? Now, why is that the case? One, it's back to our borrowing problem. We're borrowing so much from our own banks that we're giving them really this free check to kind of just be lazy. Second, we really need to allow more competition and entry in banks. After a lot of like drum roll, we announced these digital bank licensing. I think we gave maybe 4 of them. You need to do way more than that. You need to have marketplace lenders. You need to have fintechs show up. You need to have digital lenders show up. I've tried to create those enterprises in Pakistan. I actually think it's very doable, right? There's so much. Just to give you one small example. So I had a startup which actually succeeded everywhere except Pakistan, which was lending money to people against their personalities. I would just literally go and measure people's personalities. You could, everyone's born with a personality. You don't have to have a rich uncle to have a personality. You don't have to have land to have a personality. You could be entrepreneurial and have grit. That's what a lot of VCs invest in. So we measured that, and we started lending against that. Now that's just one example, right? There's so much. If you give me access to your phone, I could figure out whether I should lend to you or not, because your behavior on your phone will tell me. We have so much data that is coming out about people. That data can actually allow us to better screen talent and lend against.
And if I may interrupt on that, because it's the stream of consciousness thought, even there's a friction, right? I think Amar is in the audience. He and I talk about this a lot. Nadra charges you a lot for pinging the database, which is directly tied to identity.
Oh, absolutely.
And again, it has to switch to a public service utility model as opposed to you must make money model.
Yeah, but I would go even a step further. Our friend Umar is now Minister IT.
Yeah.
So it's a good chance for us to ping Umar. Our broadband a lot of these things, these digital flows require good broadband and cheap broadband access. This summer, this sounds like a stupid thing to say for me because I'm like, man, there's so much happening and you're worried about this. I have never had a worse experience on phone and broadband in Pakistan that I did this summer because telcos have stopped investing. Yeah. So to me, communication is a national asset. Like if you want to make it a priority, if Umar wants to do something, just get broadband to work everywhere. We tried to do EdTech, so that's another huge thing. By the way, I should do a poll. Do you know who anyone in the audience, do you know who the most entrepreneurial educator in Pakistan is right now? What kind of sector? Anyone? In education, any guesses? Who is the most entrepreneurial? Imran?
The private non-for-profit schools in the villages.
So they're like close second. There's actually a first one, which is even more impressive, which is exporting to the US. We have an education sector which exports education to the US very successfully. Qari Saab Online. Do you realize? No one's documenting that, by the way. There's some 17-year-old girl sitting in some small village who gets up at 1 a.m. and stays up till 5 a.m. and they're teaching our brats, our kids. They're teaching them Quran, they're teaching them, it's a fascinating interaction. Imagine a 17-year-old, and by the way, that conversation is not just about the Quran, it is ostensibly about the Quran, but the 17-year-old is talking to a 14-year-old, and the 14-year-old says, how was your Halloween? And the 17-year-old says, what's Halloween? But there's a very interesting discourse happening. There's export earnings coming. Yeah. This was not supported by the government. We haven't studied that sector. Take Baiju in India. I know it's done badly, but in principle, it was worth a lot. There's a whole bunch of talented women sitting in Pakistan who may be physically immobile, but they're virtually, and this is shocking to me, virtual mobility, I don't think, I mean, Ghazala, maybe you can talk about this, but I don't know what the norms on virtual mobility are, but somehow it seems like no one's, I mean, yes, phone access is limited, but I guarantee if you bring in broadband into houses in Pakistan, devices is not a problem, by the way. It's shocking how much physical devices we have. It's connectivity which is a problem. I think Omar Saif should just say, we're going to get Elon Musk or someone or Google to say, come in, and as a nation, we're going to do an experiment, and we're going to make broadband ridiculously cheap, particularly in rural areas, and I think magic will happen. I think entrepreneurship will happen. These women will.
I would even say it doesn't have to be a Google or Elon Musk, right? Because again, this is something I've studied on the Indian side. Reliance decided that it was going to take its revenues from legacy sectors such as petroleum refining and put it into Geo, give everybody cheap access to data, and build on it an e-commerce platform, an entertainment platform, and now a banking platform. Because it's a Pakistani conglomerates can just basically copy that strategy
100%.
If they want to sink capital into
100%.
it, right?
And you know the story, so the story on women, right? Again, we have lots of experts in the room, so I'd love to kind of in Q&A here, there's, I mean, Sarah and Ghazala, you should really speak to this as well, both of you. I find it unbelievable how much untapped potential, which is actually getting to be tapped now in education. Let me give you an example of stories, the one I've seen literally in education. So the rise of private schools that Imran, you alluded to, which is phenomenal in Pakistan, right? 40% of enrollment in Pakistan is in low-cost private schools, which are, you know, Jishnu, myself, and Tahir and Rabi have written a lot about this. If you're interested, just do Leaps Pakistan, and you kind of find a bunch of stuff on it. We've been studying kind of the evolution of education in Pakistan for now 25 years or so. It's actually an entire story of women. One way to write that story is about women, because here's what happens. These private schools are all emerging in villages where a government girls' secondary school was set up 15 to 20 years ago. Not a boys' secondary school, not a boys' primary school, not a girls' primary school, a girls' secondary school. Why? Because you're producing teachers. You're producing local teachers. These schools are run by women who are actually not, and here, there's another fascinating twist to this story. These women are coming in as teachers. They're underpaid. They're paid a fifth of what a public school teacher would be. But they can't get the public school teacher job because that's coveted and it's hard to get in, and you need all sorts of rich people around you to do safarish and whatever to get that job. So they get that job. They're exploited in every sense of that word. And if you get really riled up about this is exactly what Massachusetts did in 1800s, if you're wondering, which is we had amazingly talented women who are not allowed to do anything except teach. So we got women who should be CEOs as your math or chemistry teacher. And that's great for the kid who experienced those women. It's phenomenal, right? We've lost that in the US now. They're actually our CEOs, so you get not so great teachers. We have that going on in Pakistan in the first wave. But there's a beautiful transition which is happening, and I'm really happy to see that. So these women who are coming in as teachers to an entrepreneur who is a male member or retired teacher or something are actually breaking off, spinning off, and not creating schools, but creating their own private tuition academies and the versions of it. At this time, we're trying to do some documentation of this. My rough estimates is that 5 to 10%, depending on where you look, of someone in a household is teaching someone. And it's mostly women. And if you count those women as formally in the labor force, which we don't, you can get a substantial increase in female labor force participation. But again, this is not a rosy story. These women are facing huge obstacles, right? They're trying to teach. Their market is just the 5 households near them. Imagine giving them online resources. We could have Pakistani women teaching Afghan women, right? Because that's a huge problem in our neighbor, which we need to address. We can't be shoving back Afghani refugees and saying your problem. We should actually come out and say, look, if we can't handle you, we're at the same time as we can't handle you, we're inviting you to leave. We're also creating resources that can help you while you're there. In fact, we should recruit you. We should say, you should become our entrepreneurs and go in and set up a physical place where we can co-teach with you, because in Afghanistan, the biggest thing is getting women to stay educated, right? And so all of these are opportunities that we can do, which get, so the last thing I'd say in health, so this was education and finance. On health, you know, I've had some personal tragedies as well, and sort of families I've seen. Losing someone in your family is devastating for families, not just the very poor, but even the middle class. The rich, it's psychologically damaging. We don't financially necessarily get affected too much if we lose someone, but it's psychologically damaging, which is a real thing. I think the way you should think about Pakistan education and health in particular is to say, at the very least, we should prevent the impact of health shocks, right? When you lose a working person in your family, you should have the state step in some meaningful way. So when you have health insurance coming in or life insurance coming in, these can prevent massive, massive tragedies. In the long-term data we have in LEAPS, because we've been following kids now for 15 to 20 years, you see that these shocks accumulate and can be devastating. Right? And again, if you've experienced people in your family, you can see families where you lose a father or a mother or someone, and suddenly those kids are just all over the place, right? So for me, what I want to do in health is really prevent that, so the kids' educational human capital journey can continue, even if they've experienced some loss. And it's going to get worse, right? It's going to get worse with climate change. It's going to get worse with some of the natural disasters we're seeing. We see this in earthquake. Tahir and Jishnu have this really fabulous paper, which is after the earthquake, where they look at long-term kid learning gains after the earthquake. And you see, same thing, you see the rich manage to recover, the poor don't, right? So insurance for that sector is going to be really critical.
Yeah, I think the health point, I'll sort of double down on this, is from my sister's a child psychiatrist, trained at Aga Khan. And at this point in time, if I still have my data right, there are less than 10 certified child psychiatrists in all of Pakistan. Right, and that's generational trauma. So you talked about the loss of life, but then for that child, there is a trauma that's built in. For women, if you look at data in Pakistan, it has one of the highest rates of abortion, and these are unsafe abortions because access to contraceptives and family planning healthcare is terrible, which then leads into family trauma, which then leads into generational trauma, and there's no recognition of that. In fact, I was in grad school at this point, it was like years ago, and my sister calls and she's like, you know finance, you know kind of Excel spreadsheet, I don't know any of this stuff. Can you help me build a total life cycle cost analysis for schizophrenia treatment in Pakistan? Because none existed. And I had to sort of, you know, use inflation indicators, cost of medication, et cetera, to build that, because they just did not have, the doctors did not have an understanding of what to tell a family of the cost of healthcare for their loved one who's suffering from this debilitating illness. So I think that's a very important point. And of course, there's malnutrition and stunting and all of that has productivity linkages as well. Last question from me before I go to the audience Q&A over here in digital format. One other friction that many talk about, particularly out of the foreign companies investing in Pakistan or want to invest in Pakistan, is bureaucratic frictions or bureaucratic inertia. Talk a bit about how to solve for that, because I remember 3 weeks ago as we were planning this conference, I spoke with a US company and I was asking them, well, what would you like me to touch on? And they said, can you talk a bit about how to reform NAB? And I was like, you mean NAB? And they were like, yes, absolutely, because none of the policies are moving forward, particularly in the energy sector, because everyone's afraid on the bureaucratic side, rightfully so, they're going to get picked up. So how do we solve for that bureaucratic friction in the policy-making space to do some of the things you've highlighted?
That's a great point. Before I respond, let me just say 2 things to health. So Ghazala has made me worried of ever drinking water in Pakistan. Because she's so obsessed with stunting, as she's made me obsessed with stunting. Like, I'm convinced my microvilli do not absorb nutrients as well anymore. This is my justification for overeating, by the way, Ghazala. Which is all Pakistanis. Good news for all Pakistanis. If you've lived and grown up in Pakistan, your microvilli are screwed up. And you can blame Ghazala for that work. But as much as, so we are stunted, actually. So I should be about 2 inches taller. Oh no! By one thing that I wanted stunting to work, it's much deeper. I wanted to just say on mental health. So I've now a new initiative called Gear Up at CID, working on education across different countries. So in Colombia, we have a guy called Gautam Rao, who's a phenomenal economist at Harvard who works on mental health. we started doing surveys of mental health in Colombia for middle schoolers. And it's shocking the extent of mental health problems. So I would hazard if we did it in Pakistan, we would see similar things. This is a global phenomenon. Mental health is a massive, massive issue. And forget Pakistan. At Harvard, which you'd think has all these resources, there are not enough supply of therapists for Harvard students. If you try and get some mental health kind of consult, this is true for most university settings, it'll be true, it'll take you months to get a therapist. What is happening there, which I think is exciting, is what Gautam works on and others is CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, which is people are saying, look, you don't need a trained psychologist. You can actually train individuals to do CBT. If you're interested, you can look up, there's some really good research on it. A social worker can do it. So there's actually a supply problem, a massive supply problem. But again, a lot of CBT now can be done online, right? Pakistanis are great at dealing with shit around them. I think they'd make great therapists, right? Because half the people, like half of my conversations in Pakistan are mutual therapy. We go to a dinner or a shadi or a funeral and someone says, "Acha kya ho raha hai?" Oh, and then someone says, "Fikr na kar."
We had one last night as well at a dinner, so
like
you're on
when we
point
get
with that
I'm
one.
sure tonight's dinner, when we sit together, will be a mutual therapy dinner for us, right? But jokes apart, there is a massive service need to actually do this stuff. And I actually think, Pakistan's biggest bounty right now used to be what Ford Foundation would have called 40 years ahead, the biggest problem, which is we have a lot of young people. In fact, our comparative advantage as a nation, even relative to India and Bangladesh and China, is people, right? We should be not selling our people outside, you and me. I mean, that has some purpose, I hope. But we should enable our people inside to deliver amazing services outside, because we'll need them. The world is aging. They're desperate. China would desperately reverse its one-child policy if it could. It's tried to. It's not succeeded. We should take advantage of that.
Bureaucratic
to your bureaucratic frictions problem. So, it's very interesting. When you think of the theory of bureaucracy, you think of two things. You can select the right people, and you can incentivize them, right? These are two things you use. Pakistan actually, in good colonial fashion, spent a lot of time selecting. We have teacher selection, we have bureaucratic selection. These are competitive exams. It's not easy to become a CSS officer, right? A DMG officer. You may not be learning relevant stuff. I may go to a Minister of Education or Minister of Health, and they're talking to me about Aristotle or Mohenjo-daro. And I'm like, it's pretty cool, but I don't know how that has to do with the hospital. So maybe some mismatch, but they're trying to select really smart people. I think our problem is basically just incentives. So I've done research in Pakistan where I've demonstrated that if you actually take the same set of people and you incentivize them, in this case this was tax collection, we give them performance pay, and you get substantial increase. In fact, you get a rate of return. If you think of like how much money would you need to give in extra incentives and how much money does that bring in as a tax collector, the rate of return to that investment was 60 to 70%. You tell me some private investment which gives you a 60 to 70% return. And so incentives. It's as simple as that, right? It's true in education. In education, there's a really great paper by Karthik Muralidharan in Andhra Pradesh, which looks at a very similar environment, incentivizes teachers, gets huge performance improvements as well. Now, there won't be issues with this. Of course there will. But at least our mindset should be that we should reward for performance. That will force us to try and measure performance in some crude way, which is already good. And then it'll allow people, there are some brilliant people. Look, when I look at my education work, there are public schools which are doing just as well as the best private schools. There's some phenomenal public schools out there. Why are they doing so well? We have no idea, but something is happening in that school where the teacher is able to, or the head teacher is able to. The same thing is, by the way, true in charter schools in the US. Yeah. I was talking to Parag Pathak, who's an MIT professor who works on charter schools. The same thing. There's some charter schools that are phenomenal, some are just rubbish. And if I asked Parag, what do you think it is? And we haven't done enough research to answer, but he thinks it's school leadership. I actually think it's school leadership as well. But you should reward them, right? Just like the private sector will reward through revenue. I actually think it's politically feasible to do as well. It's not one of those things where, you're going to fire people. I'm not even saying that. Keep the same people, just put some more money in.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'll move to audience questions. The first one I've put up on the screen here as well. Would you attribute the failure of Pakistan's macro fundamentals also to the flawed policies of the IMF? And again, we're going back to the macro.
Yeah.
But this is a question that comes up not only in private conversations here in Washington, but also in Pakistan when people say, well, you kind of forget the role of the IMF, so would love your thoughts on
I think it's irrelevant. I think we obsess over the IMF and we give them more importance than they would like to give themselves, right? The IMF only comes in when you're desperate and you don't know what you're doing, and they try and get you to do what you should be doing. And then there's whole political ramifications for that. I think just the arrival of the IMF to bail you out is a sign. And I don't think it's because the IMF made a bad deal with us. Actually, they're trying to make these are decent people. We've had our own people. Raza used to be at the IMF. He became central bank governor, Raza Bakir. So it's not just some foreign insidious power. Pakistan's other problem is we're so obsessed with our geopolitics and our geolocation, and somehow we're some strategic player. You're not a strategic player anymore. No one cares.
So you're not a fan of the geoeconomic tagline?
Nothing. I think it's just, it makes you externalize your own problems. It makes you think that there's some strategic thing out there, some country is going to come in, some partnership will happen, some deal will happen, some trip to China will suddenly miraculously make Pakistanis productive. No, a trip to your gaon will make Pakistanis productive, right? Look inside. हम अपने गरबान कभी खोल के नहीं देखते, हम बाहर देखते रहते हैं. Sorry, we don't look inside and check ourselves, we just keep looking outside, and we play this weird blame game. So I actually think, I don't want to respond to this question because I just don't want to give space to these discussions. I think they're meaningless.
Okay, point taken. Next question, something I've also looked into a bit. The chapter is not out yet, but that's a preview. Oxford is supposed to publish a chapter that Malia Lodhi's editing on the military's role in the economy. And it's about productivity and military role. I'll give my own example from that research as a preview to this
अब तो बिल्कुल problem करेगा मैं ये record हो रहा है
record stream भी हो रहा है और live में transcript भी is also ongoing.
GHQ में we're live feeding GHQ.
Well, you and I are not getting invited to NDU next time.
मुझे वीजा चाहिए.
We're not getting invited to NDU. But here's the question. I looked into this. I'll give an example before you answer this question. In the early months of the Imran Khan government, there was a conversation about improving or modernizing Pakistan's seed policy because obviously linked to agri-productivity. All of a sudden, the process stalls. And it turns out there's a committee to review the policy, and that includes the ISI and the MI as part of the committee to review this policy, and then it gets shut down. So I'm doing my research and trying to figure out what happened here. And it turns out that both the Army Welfare Trust and the Fauji Foundation own seed companies, but they were behind the curve on the technological front. So the hypothesis is obviously you have incentives to stall the modernization happening. It links to this question like, how do we get around the productivity conundrum with the overarching and continuously expanding role of the military in the economy and economic policy making? How do
I'm laughing at the seed example. Taimur is sitting, one of my ex-students and advisees is sitting in the audience, and he's obsessed with seeds in Pakistan and productivity. And so, what is it, cotton and corn. The two C's is what he's obsessed by. Look, it's something I don't have an answer here. I don't think we as a nation have an answer here. But I also I'm a very practical kind of person. You know, for me, if there are stakeholders who matter and they're powerful, which the army is, you can't disengage from them. Like simple incentive theory would say, if you have to work with them. And so I've tried, actually. This is every year I go. In fact, sometimes I'm called in. Sometimes I try and call myself in and get myself invited. Except this year, I was just too depressed. And I try to meet someone or the other. We all do in various ways. I'm sort of deeply curious about what is the army's, like when I try to understand incentive theory, I first want to know what is the objective function that this person has, like a businessman or a feudal landlord or a politician. And can I make a Cosian bargain? Can I offer them something which is in their interest, but also grows the nation, grows the pie? Because at some point, all of us want Pakistan to do well. I don't think any one of us sitting there saying, no, I want to make a lot of money and I want Pakistan to starve to death. We want to make money, I get it. But sometimes we choose a path which, especially in the long term, puts Pakistan in a low growth path, on a low growth trajectory, right? So that's my mindset. So when I approach an actor, and that's how I approach the army as well. What I'm struggling with, and I'd love someone in the audience, Shuja is here, and we could talk about this as well, is what is the army's objective function? Part of me feels like maybe the army is the best actor in Pakistan. Let me give both sides. I'm just trying to make sure I get back into Pakistan. Because the army has longevity. The army has long-term views on what it should be, and the army, for at least for now, till we get deployed to be a peacekeeping force in Gaza, I hope at some stage we do something like that. We don't export the army, right? It can't exit out easily. So it's tied to Pakistan in a way that a businessman may not be, even a politician may not be, an average citizen for sure isn't. Like, what's the exit option? The army generals, I guess, can be hired to consult the Saudi army or something. But for the most of the army, we don't. And so if the army is a sensible monolith of decision-making and a stable interlocutor, then all you need to do is be able to have a serious conversation with them to say, look, that seed you blocked may have benefited you in the short term, but in the long term, you're not going to be productive in the world, and your 4G seed will also die. So you've traded off some short-term success for a long-term success. That's my hope. I've tried that multiple times. I've found two obstacles to that. One is, it doesn't seem like the army is a unified decision maker. It feels like there's massive infighting going on. So this idea of stability I have may not be true. I don't know about that. There are more experts over here that they can comment on that, whether that's true or not. The second is there's just a deep distrust and paranoia. Like when I walk in, when any of us walk in, it feels like there's no ability for the person sitting and having a conversation with me to judge whether what I'm saying has any merit, because there's no capacity there. And so the only way you judge merit is allegiance, is loyalty. Right? We've had our own colleagues here from DC who spent time in the army and come back kind of disillusioned, right? It's you have to somehow show weird loyalty to say, I'm one of your guys. And the problem is you show loyalty by saying stupid things. You show loyalty by basically saying everything you're doing is right. You know, your best friend is not the friend who agrees with you. Your best friend is the friend who points out your flaws, maybe privately, and says, yaar, ye na kar. You're not improving. That's the friend you want to hug all the time, not the friend who's always like, aaj to bahut achhe lag rahe ho, kal bhi achhe lag rahe the. You know, and you're looking shitty, you know, and everyone is looking at you and say, what the hell is this guy wearing? Ajeeb si purple tie pehen ke aa gaya, kya kar rahe hai? Right? I match the socks and the ties, so thank you, Musharraf. Good friend. He criticizes me a lot as well, so he's a good friend, right? The army doesn't have, I don't know how to create that. Yeah. I've struggled with it, but I'm still trying. I feel like because they are stable, they are powerful, they can make things happen when they do. I mean, let's not discredit, look, hamara earthquake ka response, flood ka response, there is impressive responses, right? So I want to acknowledge when things are good as well. And sure, if they're in business now, they're in real estate now, kya unko nikal to nahi sakte hum? Army generals ko mil rahe hain, wo incentive structure hai unka, theek hai. They actually have a very good incentive structure. I was very impressed with army training. Army training is better than our bureaucratic training, right? I'm shocked. Army takes pretty much, they don't worry about selection as much. Wo har ko uthar ke army mein kar lete hain. But they have a very elaborate training process. I looked at data flows in the army. It's phenomenal. Their internal intranet is phenomenal. They can sit in GHQ and look at how much aslaha or whatever manpower is in Siachen on their database, right? So, you know.
Your point on the honest advice reminded me of the ongoing Apple series, The Morning Show. And in there's a moment the billionaire gets very angry and he says, this is not what I hired you to do. And he's talking to his advisor. And she responds saying, you hired me to tell you the truth. Yeah. If you don't like the truth, then you can fire me. And it reminded me of that.
But you know, that's true. So my one plea to, look, all of us operate in these spaces. If we can just create a space for trusted dialogue, could be small room dialogue. You know, a lot of you may have those links, and you can just say, let me call this person. I trust them. I know you don't know who they are, but they're an expert. Take our diaspora. I'm amazed how many times I did Umrah this time. I said the same thing to the Saudis. I was like, man, you have this amazing Umrah, Hajj, tourism going on. Do you realize how many talented people show up here? What if you just gave them an extra day? You have the world's brightest people showing up to do Umrah. Give them one more day and say, come give us advice. They'll give you great advice, right? One more day. Costs you nothing. We have amazing diaspora coming in. I've had, Atif told me this years ago. Atif Mia is a colleague of mine at Princeton, co-author of mine as well, got a call from the Chinese embassy saying, oh, we're looking at talented people and, you know, would you be interested? I have never, not us. Has any of us, Ghazala, you, Sarah, Uzair, you, has anyone else gotten a call from the embassy? Not कि आप event करें और sort of खाना खाएं और Pakistan Independence Day celebration करें, but I recognize your expertise. I've done a database search. I am matching you with the right counterpart in Pakistan. It's doable. This is just a dating app. Some Pakistani kid will make it for you. I'm sure वो 15 साल की अफरा बेचारी जो थी वो, she'll make it for you, right? There's enough kids who can make that. But we have to have the mindset. और फिर जब आप अपनी शादी पे जाएंगे दिसंबर में या cousin की शादी पे जाएंगे, आप 2 दिन extra, you take 2 more extra days when you make that trip, and you actually do something productive. And the way productive engagement in diaspora happens right now is someone's cousin is posted somewhere. I can't tell you how many times I get this. Oh, my cousin has become Minister of Education and Petroleum or something, Energy and Petroleum. I think it's a great opportunity. Let's go talk to him. Bhai, kya talk to him? You have no idea about petroleum. You're not the expert. Why are you talking to him? Because you're his cousin? Like most of our engagement in Pakistan happens through our relatives who happen to be temporarily in positions of power, and we try and exploit that by feeling good and assuaging our guilt. I apologize.
Last fun fact from me before the last question. Speaking of the petroleum
These are audience
side,
questions?
this is this is all from
Oh, this is all from you.
When the petroleum inquiry report on the June 2020 shortages came out, the fun fact in that report was that the DG Oil, the man whose job it is to regulate the entire petroleum oil sector, was an animal doctor, and that was their qualification. They were posted, and when the report came out, it was still the scandal was not sufficient enough for them to be pushed out immediately after that report. So that's
the current director.
Stuff.
I don't know why I know this, but the current director of the Lahore Zoo seems like a decent guy. I met him. Used to drive Ubers in Sweden. And he really, I think he doesn't want that job. I think he's excited about something else.
Something else.
Although he's trained to be fair, he's trained as a veterinarian.
Okay. Last question. I think it goes to the incentives part that we already talked about on the military side, but this is a question Kiran has and I also frequently ask, and I don't have an answer, maybe you do. How do you incentivize basically the political and social milieux to take on the reform challenge? Right? The way I frame this is, 17.5 billion a year, according to the UNDP, go to elites in Pakistan. That's a tax problem, borrowing problem, productivity, friction problem. But how do we convince the beneficiaries of the status quo itself to reform the status quo in the way you and I just talked about? What's
so I have a disagreement with several of my friends and colleagues who I respect a lot on this. There's one version of Pakistan, people like Stefan Durkin have written books on this, to say countries grow and develop when an elite consensus comes together. Right, when a bunch of influential people come together and say, "Bas, bahut ho gaya, enough is enough," and maybe, and I'm sure that's true. I don't want to wait for that. I just don't. Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't happen. I've tried my best to kind of do these elite consensuses by getting people together. Sometimes in Islamabad, sometimes at Harvard, sometimes in Lahore. I know, Musharraf, you've tried a lot too with Wad Lab and kind of just get people together. So I appreciate and applaud that effort. I am just accepting a different reality of Pakistan, which is I want to invest in our future generation. I want to build their skills. I want them to be more demanding when they think of what a political leader or a national leader should or shouldn't do. That's part of education. So for me, if you ask me personally, my engagement in Pakistan is literally that generation. And the naive view I have is when you build that kind of capacity in individuals, why aren't, so let's talk women in politics. And Sarah is sitting here, so she should really talk, but I'm beginning to do some work over here in education. Why aren't Pakistani citizens pushing on education reform massively? It's not that Pakistani parents don't care about schools. They massively care about schools. They're willing to pay private school fees to get good education. Why aren't they burning tires in front of the school and saying, this teacher is bad, get rid of this teacher? And when I ask politicians, they say, we don't get calls. So I started a project saying, okay, why isn't this happening? Why isn't political mobilization on a phenomena like this, which people care about, happening? Turns out it's fascinating. Women know the problems. When you go into households and ask women, what do you think is a problem in your school? They'll give you a long list. Men don't, in the same household. Women have no access to these typical public. How many women do you see in the Ministry of Education coming in as parents or the DEO's office? It's not welcome. It's not a welcome space. So we are trying to say, can we get women to actually express their agency and their views and show up? Right? Sarah and others have done work on getting women to, Ali Jima and others, getting women to show up in politics, to be recognized in politics, to understand that women are not just going to vote the way their husbands. And in most families, by the way, that's not true. Our sisters and our wives and our mothers don't vote the way we do. We have huge arguments. My family, my mom is a staunch supporter of one party, and you can imagine what. My dad used to be a supporter of another party. I don't know who's to support. So it's, so we have a rich agency happening. So for me, it's not elite consensus. But the sad realization when you do that is you have to recognize that we're not going to get that improvement in a year.
Yeah.
You have to be patient. I'm willing, I don't know how much life I have left. So if I do expected kind of life, maybe another 30, 40 years. That's a decent time. I would like to, in 30, 40 years, have a Pakistan which has phenomenally educated, skilled, thoughtful Pakistanis in it who demand better from everyone. Their government, the military establishment, the bureaucracy. That's the naive view I hold. And I'm just going to do everything possible in the next remaining life that I have in investing and helping those people empower themselves. That's it. It's a very simple sort of naive view of the world.
On that note, thank you for your time, for your remarks. This was very enlightening. Please join me in giving a round of applause, Dr. Khwaja. We will take a short 10 to 15-minute break and then start our next session. Thank you so much. Thank you. This was
Good
great.
fun, man. तेरी लिस्ट भी रहेगी, मेरी लिस्ट भी
And I'm delighted that this is the second year that we at Johns Hopkins can partner with the Atlantic Council on this terrific conference, focusing in particular on the range of economic challenges and opportunities facing Pakistan. If you were watching that last discussion, you know that we have a hard act to follow here, but we have a terrific set of panelists to continue the conversation about Pakistan's economic trajectory and its options. I have with me here on stage Dr. Ali Hasnain, who's an associate professor at LUMS in Lahore. We have on the screen joining us from Pakistan, Khurram Hussain, who is a business and economics columnist for many different publications, including writes regularly for Dawn and Prophet and others, and has been an important and serious voice on the economy, in particular macroeconomic issues in Pakistan. And then we have Dr. Shazia Ghani, who's the team lead for the Special Initiative Cell in the PMO, and delighted to have her join this conversation as well. As we talk up front here, it would be, I would encourage you to submit your questions in real time to askac.org. That's askac.org. And those questions will pop up on this super high-tech little system over here. So I'll be able to bring your questions into the conversation as we go along. I don't think we need a laborious framing of the macroeconomic challenges that Pakistan is facing. I think those of you who are nerdy enough to read successive IMF reports about Pakistan will have noticed not simply in the data, but in the language that these usually stuffy reports use, sort of gradually more dramatic language about the risks that Pakistan faces if it does not change course and implement reforms. And those risks, both internal and the risks and susceptibility to exogenous shocks related to energy prices, global conflict, and other challenges. So that's the context, and I think one of the central questions of this discussion, looking backward and looking forward, is why the lack of market-oriented reforms? What has the impact been? And then looking forward, what is in the realm of the possible for the near future? So I'd like to begin with you, not just because you're right here up front, but without belaboring the history, a sense for us of what has mattered for Pakistan, and a sense for why we are where we are.
Okay, so first of all, my gratitude to the Atlantic Council for convening this. You've been calling, you've been praising Uzair, and he deserves great praise. But it's also sort of the institution that's allowed him to create this wonderful community of scholars and thinkers on the country, and really sort of to engage with the country's future in a very positive way, to think about the win-win potential that's there. So again, my gratitude. To think about why it is that we are here, I think you look at the history of this country, and what you see is there's a real, in some sense, stability in our instability. If you read, as Joshua was saying, documents about Pakistan's, the historic prescriptions that not just the international community has offered, but also Pakistan-based scholars or Pakistan origin scholars. I've got books in my office from the 1980s, and I'm sure others have books that predate that, articulating the prescriptions that will be the conclusion of much of what we have to say here today. There's a wonderful Lee Kuan Yew quote from 1991 in his book, where he spent very little time on Pakistan, but Nawaz Sharif had asked him in 91 to try to articulate what the key problems of Pakistan were. And there were things like the low tax base, the fact that there was a lot of electricity theft, and the conflict with India, the fact that our debt and defense spending had created a lot of rigidity in our budgetary allocations. And these are things that you will read in the columns today. So then the really interesting question becomes, why is it that we're not moving forward? But before we get to that, I think it would be useful for us to think about some of the key market reforms, with your permission, the key market reforms that are necessary but that we haven't really engaged with. I think right now, one of the fundamental issues that we have in the immediate term is articulating a reasonable path to paying back our debt. We owe the world about 90 billion, and Dr. Shazia can speak in much more detail about this. We owe the world roughly 90 billion in the next 3 years, and we are running trade deficits of a very significant magnitude. And to also sort of to contextualize the amount of repayment that has to be done, I think, and again, my colleagues here can give you the numbers better than I can, but I think the amount of money that has flown into Pakistan for the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, or CPEC, over the last 10 years is something in the region of $36 to $40 billion, right? And we have to pay back 90 billion in the next 3 years. This creates, as was pointed out earlier, repatriation problems for foreign investors. And I think that there's a fundamental misdiagnosis of what the right approach to market reforms is, and how it is that you create not just more efficiency within markets, but also the enabling public sector reforms. So one of the key and consistent policy decisions that has gotten made by Pakistan over the years is a consistently overpriced Pakistani rupee. The year I was born, the Pakistani rupee traded for 8 rupees to the dollar. And in the time since, it's lost about 0.6 or 0.7% of its value every month, which is fine. And the exchange rate is ultimately a price and a way to think about relative allocations. But this insistence on trying to shore up the relative prices of imported versus exported goods at the expense of macro stability has ultimately been very costly. So the irony is that in some sense, trying to keep the exchange rate down, the price of a US dollar low, is one of the causes of why it's become so high. It also has created this, over the years, what's happened is that Pakistani businesses, the Pakistani business elite in particular, has, by virtue of the incentives that they have faced, have been routed into areas which are not sort of export-oriented, very inward-looking businesses. And so when a currency crisis hits, the issue becomes that we lack the ability to earn dollars. We're not a poor economy, and we've not done too badly. One of my favorite statistics about the country in the last 2 decades is that GDP per capita has, in constant dollar terms, has nearly doubled, or thereabouts. So the size of the economy is growing, and by virtue of population growth, the total size of the economy is also growing. But an economy of about $360 billion spent all of last year worrying about an IMF program of $7 billion and a tranche of about $1 billion. And so that gives you a sense of how dollar poor we've become. And I'll stop there. Maybe we can engage with some of these issues later.
Great. I didn't want to press you on a couple of those things before we go on to our other panelists. One is whether you think that the various decision makers within the Pakistani economic system have learned a temporary lesson or a more decisive lesson about the risks of trying to control the exchange rate for political reasons, for optical reasons. I mean, from a distance, from Washington here, it seems like it was not wildly inadvisable in many ways. And there's now been a change of course. But do you think that that's only because the political incentives for the timing shifted, or that it's deep? It's deeper. My other question is to follow on some things that Dr. Khwaja said in the last session, which is, we can look at these macro indicators as telling signs that there is trouble within the Pakistani economy itself. But what does it mean from your perspective to focus on productivity and productivity gains? How would you respond to that sort of larger argument that he made about looking for the deeper roots of economic malaise?
Okay, sure. So first, unfortunately, I don't think that they've learned even a temporary lesson. And this is, in some sense, it's easy to get cynical, but when you look at the history of the world, most countries spend decades and centuries in an underdeveloped state, and a root cause of that seems to be lack of the ruling class, the inability or the unwillingness of the ruling class to learn these lessons. So it's not something that I want to rethink what our expectations should be in the short term. But think of it another way. So my favorite sort of refrain in these sort of discussions in Pakistan these days is, or what I try to put before people to get them to think about this is, if Pakistan gets, let's say, a $50 billion loan today, we'll go back to doing what we were doing last year. And the reason for that is, in fact, if you think about what our theory for why we've gone through this catastrophic economic decline in the last 5 years, what our theory for that is, you won't find a well-articulated consensus on what the causes of that are. And you still find people seeking those sort of tranches of money that would come in, but for the purpose of relief, which is the Pakistani term for artificially lowered prices of all sorts of things. And it's couched in terms that are pro-poor, but as Asim pointed out earlier with the fuel subsidy, they will ultimately be routed into areas that are not necessarily all that pro-poor. So it's really a question of how do you think through, what is the incentive structure of the power elite, right? And so to the extent that their power has not been substantially threatened in the last 5 years, the power elite are perfectly comfortable, I think, with the currently declining Pakistan. I think within those broad categories, there is clearly a cost that's being borne, but there aren't enough. The leadership at the top of some of these institutions is insulated from the incentives of the institution itself, and there's a whole list of things where you can see steady decline. You look at the Human Development Index, you look at poverty rates. Ghazal is, I think, measuring those rates or engaging on that work now. You look at the water table. Pakistan has gone from being water abundant in my childhood to being severely water scarce. The quality of water has gone down. I'm losing 5 years of life expectancy, and my kids are losing 5 years of life expectancy because in the last 5 or so years, smog in my city of Lahore has skyrocketed. We know there's enough numbers there's perhaps a lack of precision in some of these things, but we know enough to ask the question of why we are not responding to the data that already exists. And I think it's because there is, ultimately the people respond to incentives, the political class responds to incentives, and there isn't enough of a challenge. Now, the thing that really interests me is that from I won't use the word geopolitical aspect on the website, but from a strategic perspective, every country has the right to self-defense and to live within its neighborhood in peace. Pakistan's GDP, in proportion to India's, has gone from about 1 to 5.5. That is, they were 5.5 times as large in 1991, before they embarked on their economic reforms, to about 11 times as large. Right? So the strategic position has severely deteriorated. And the real puzzle that I'd like to think about is, why hasn't the Pakistani elite, and in particular the military elite, which is sort of the proximate entity that has to engage on that issue, why haven't we responded? I think that, so I do disagree with Asim that there is infighting within the military. I don't see it. I think one of the great pieces of news from the last year or so, in a year or 2 years full of terrible news, has been the discipline that was shown internally by the military. I think the counterfactual state of the world where there was infighting would be catastrophic, and there was, for better or worse, sort of this discipline. But at the same time, there is a lack of, forgetting perhaps for a second what's going to happen next, there is this lack of delivery on economic results, right? So the question then is, how do the power elite come together, perhaps not in a formal political bargain or even an informal one, but how do they work within their space to become more than the sum of our parts? Now, the response to this economic crisis has been the setting up of the Special Investment Facilitation Council, or SIFC, which to my mind is just a complete misdiagnosis of what a viable economic future for Pakistan is. I've written on this in newspapers also, because what it does is it says we're not going to fix the pricing, the poor pricing that we have on the external side. We're not going to go through the structural reforms that we need that have been listed for 40 years. But instead, we're going to give monopoly rights or preferential treatment to foreigners willing to give us some money. Because remember, we're dollar poor. And so the solution to being dollar rich or to getting through that dollar poverty is let's create these rent-seeking opportunities. So for private firms that are interested, it might just be that this is a good investment risk to take, but it is an investment risk that is perhaps not necessarily in the interest of the country's productivity future. The other thing about productivity is, we're sitting here in DC. I did my PhD at George Mason, just 30 minutes away. And as a young 20-something-year-old, I went and visited the Air and Space Museum. And one of the memorable things that I learned there is, that I observed there, is these lunar orbit vehicles that you see, right, from the 60s. Back when we didn't have modern computers, you didn't have modern materials, all sorts of things that you would think are modern. The US in the 60s was clearly centuries more developed than Pakistan today. And I think the essential difference is the ability of a state to cohere large investment projects that create sort of positive externalities, if you will. So the fact that you had a scientific base, the fact that you had large industries that are able to get materials together is much more essential than jumping on the latest technology trend. The public transport systems, for example, things like this. And so when you start to think about the productivity puzzle, I think it's important for us to think about how the country would start to cohere these larger projects. But again, that's subservient to the question of how do you get a government that is broadly responsive to the data that it's receiving.
That's great. I think it probably inspires a good paper on innovation and rent-seeking opportunities. There are various kinds of innovation we're trying to we like to see incentivized or not. I want to turn to Khurram, whose journalism I think has been really important in highlighting Pakistan's macroeconomic journey in particular. And I appreciate that he doesn't write in a cryptic way. You don't have to figure out who's who. You don't have to figure out who the boys and the friends and everyone else is in the story. It's pretty obvious who the actors are and the decisions that they're making. And so, I'd like your answer to that to that sort of framing question of how we got to where we are today. But I want to press you with some specificity on a few issues that you have written about and identified over and over, things that are relatively commonly accepted policy interventions that haven't happened. You know, one is dealing with the poorly targeted subsidies, particularly in the energy sector. The second is what we just talked about, this impulse to control the exchange rate, even when there are numerous adverse effects and other externalities. The third is something we heard about in the first session on the challenges of addressing low taxation, which has been an issue for a long time. And then the fourth is the focus on sort of a borrowing-centric, hole-plugging approach to looking at the balance sheet rather than a productivity-oriented approach. You know, each of these, there are a set of solutions, market reforms that have been introduced. But if you could give us a sense of the political economy challenges or the technical or structural challenges that have made this such a sort of cyclic conversation for us. Hold on, I think we're waiting for your audio. Just stand by for a second. Just hold on. We're still. You can keep talking. We'll work on our lip reading. It's not something they teach you as an academic usually. Hold on. Maybe we can check. Shazia, can we hear you? You say something? No, I think we're waiting on both of them. Okay, just give us a moment, and if we can't get them up, I'll be lobbing another question at you.
Oh, absolutely.
It's the great thing about having someone in the audience. Okay, we are still waiting. Give us a moment. Let me ask a follow-up question to something that you asked. I don't know if this is something that you've done work on. You mentioned the air quality in Lahore. I've spent a number of summers in Lahore. This is an issue where, to what Dr. Khwaja said in the last panel, the metrics are not macroeconomic aggregates like GDP. The metrics are air quality indicator. The metrics are things that people can feel every day when they go outside. Mm-hmm. And yet this has been a problem that is, if anything, getting worse rather than better. And it's a complex problem with multiple inputs. There's a cross-border dimension. I mean, there's all kinds of things happening. But to what extent is that a microcosm of the broader governance challenges as somebody who lives in Lahore? To what extent is that really not representative of sort of the bigger problems we're talking about?
So when we say bigger problems, we're talking about problems that have to be solved by perhaps a bureaucracy that is operating at a similar scale, mm-hmm. But located elsewhere, and that has more implications. But so in some sense, the fact that the general decline of bureaucratic capacity might have something to do with it. I think specifically on smog, one of the key questions, so I think one is a measurement challenge. The other is that we have, to my mind, a broken system of governance in the sense that we haven't broken down governance into smaller domains or through decentralization. So for perspective, the province of Punjab, where Lahore is, has a population the size of France or Germany and is run by the chief minister's office, essentially, right? And so there's a big disconnect between problems on the ground and this one central point, but also sort of the incentives of the chief minister to solve problems like that are, let's call it, tangential to the core political interest that he has. It's not like you have a mayor whose job it would be to win an election on the basis of delivering tangible benefits to a small group of people. And this also connects back to the larger issue of the macroeconomic instability, because we have part of our current problem is that in the last 15 or so years, the amount of fiscal deficit that we're running has ramped up by about 50% to about 6% or so. And, or I think it's more than that now. But that ramp up is blamed by most on the 18th Amendment that happened in 2008, which was this decentralization process where the power to decide on many services was devolved to the provinces. But there was that devolution, which is really healthy, wasn't completed in the sense that the provinces did not have were not given, let's say, the responsibility of raising the revenue for it. I'm a big fan of and often cite the work of the author Yun Ang, who writes on China's development. And one of the arguments that she's made, and others also, about one of the key reforms that China made after 77 was that they, for at least a few years, really devolved expenditures down to much below the provincial level. So let's think of 100th the size of a province is the scale at which decisions were being made on how to raise taxes and how to expend that money. And what that did in economics terms was it made those sub-provincial decision makers residual claimants, or the buck stopped with them. And so it made them A, focus on the smaller problems, and B, it meant that actions that they took would circle back into benefits for them. Whereas in Punjab today and in the rest of Pakistan, if a tehsil, which is a sub-provincial, so the sub-provincial unit is the district, below the district is the tehsil, so about 100th the size of a province, let's say. In a tehsil, if a fresh bureaucrat, an assistant commissioner, takes a decision to clean the roads, for example, that does very little for his career or her career prospects. And as Asim pointed out, these are very smart kids that are inducted in. But then their incentives get de-linked. So there are all sorts of stories of people going home at 1 p.m. or coming in at 11 a.m. and then going home at 1 p.m. I did a study about a decade ago in Punjab where we surveyed attendance across public clinics. And the attendance rate for an office that I think officially worked from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. or so was 50% on an average day.
That's worse than academics. I mean, really,
absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely, and
that's saying something.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think part of why is that the local politician who is going to win the provincial assembly ticket from that area is not going to win it, or is not even held responsible for, isn't directly in the managerial process of hiring and firing those doctors. So I was once, long time back, I went to visit a secretary of I think it was the livestock department. Secretary is the principal bureaucrat for that province. So this is the guy who is responsible for all bureaucratic decisions on livestock in the province of Punjab. And in his office was sitting a senator and an MNA who, and so he was late for my meeting. He invited me and I was sitting in the back of the room. And his meeting with them was over the fact that the local doctor there had fired a gatekeeper in the village from which they belonged. And so these national leaders were sitting with the provincial head of that organization to talk about something that small. That gives you a sense of how broken it's not, I don't blame the senator or the MNA. I blame the structure that doesn't align their incentives, where they don't have a path to winning office again by holding that gatekeeper responsible. But one thing I would say is that when we engage with any country, especially an underdeveloped country, things are broken in underdeveloped countries in all sorts of ways. And we as sort of observers or analysts have to also think of a gradation of what are the crises that we want to worry about today, and what are the crises that we'd love to see action on, but we're not going to reach developed country status on in the next 5-7 years. All of South Asia has this smog problem. It has to do in part with geography, about the Himalayas sort of creating this airlock. So this is a regional problem. And yet within South Asia, we're doing worse than India and Bangladesh in particular. So I think there's, in some sense, if you engage in all problems, and this is a problem that I've seen in development spending. So I was involved many years ago in writing up a development plan for Punjab, and the ultimate draft that was approved read like a wish list, a laundry list of wishes actually, right? So we're going to improve livestock and health and female labor force participation and roads and defense and all of, well, not defense, but everything else, right? Because, so I'm talking provincial subjects. And so this core economic idea of opportunity cost, of trade-offs that you have to make, wasn't being made because ultimately these growth plans are optics. They're not plans that are being adopted with energy by political parties, because I feel that political parties don't see this as an instrument by which they're going to attain power. And so that's a critical question for us to figure out is, can we realign political incentives to ensure that we have generally better behavior over time?
That's great. You know, I'm not an expert in the Chinese political economy or bureaucratic functioning, but I know there's been some very interesting work on how the Chinese leadership has shaped incentives at the provincial and sub-provincial levels, both to deal with accumulating environmental impacts, right, to change the promotion incentives, and then also in some perverse ways, you know, you see incredible housing bubbles in Chinese cities because of the incentive structure. And I think for better and for worse, an indication of how governments can shape those bureaucratic incentives. I am told that we can now see our handsome, beautiful panelists and also hear them. Can we try, Karim, can you try saying something profound?
Check 1, 2. Can you hear me?
There we go. There we go. Excellent. Just to re-cue my question, you know, particular insight on sort of these 4 areas where there's been a wealth of analysis on what the Pakistani government could and should do, but very little movement to sort of touch those as you walk us through the landscape.
Okay, Josh, it's important to recall that at the critical moment when much of this thinking was supposed to actually come together and be applied in the form of active policy measures and reforms, in those very critical years, Pakistan was undergoing a transition from military to civilian rule, from dictatorship to democracy. I'm talking about broadly the decade 1985 to 1995. Right? These are the years in which a globalized world was being born. These are the years in which the USSR sort of collapsed and then embarked upon its IMF-led opening up strategy. These are the years in which China's opening up really began to mature. The same years in which India emerged with its reforms and everything. I mean, these were the most critical years for any country to navigate its entry into a world of globalized capital flows. And at that very moment, Pakistan happened to be in the midst of a very, very protracted and a difficult transition from dictatorship to democracy that basically held the country's decision-making hostage to its own prerogatives. So, I mean, worth recalling that it was in this decade that Pakistan saw 3 prime ministers get sent home, using an instrument devised by a dictator to consolidate his own power. Junejo, Benazir Bhutto, and Nawaz Sharif. And I think the combined energies of the civilian rulers of the country, those who wielded executive power, those who were supposed to steward and help chart the course into the new world that was opening up in those years, all the energies were consumed in trying to basically navigate or manage first the dictator's ambitions to remain in power in the form of General Zia. And then after General Zia's departure, it was the civilian rulers trying to basically retake the prerogative from the military that had become or grown accustomed to running things in the country and was not willing to really hand over the baton in substance, even if they handed it over in form following the elections. So this protracted transition sort of set the country onto a course that I suppose a certain amount of past dependence kicked in. That any civilian ruler throughout the 1990s um, was basically consumed with shoring up the bases of their power and was not really in a position to envisage anything long term, and was certainly not in a position to alienate key constituencies, key powerful constituencies, especially the ruling, especially the business classes, the business community. In fact, the business community satisfying them, mollifying them, giving them the sorts of protections that they needed in order to, or they were asking for in order to invest in the country after the era of nationalizations. Do remember that in the 1990s, the memories of the nationalizations were very fresh in the minds of the investor community. um, Giving them all of these rent seeking opportunities, or what we later came to call rent seeking opportunities, was a means to solidify one's place at the very top of the contenders for power in Pakistan. That's how Nawaz Sharif built it for himself, such an enduring constituency that he could come into power in the early 90s. And here we are in 2023, and he's still a contender for power at the very top. And all those who've tried to topple him, from Ghulam Ishaq Khan down to the present, they're all gone, but he's still here. Those who sent him into exile, like Pervez Musharraf, is gone, who himself died in exile, but Nawaz Sharif is still here. How did that longevity, how did that enduring power or the ability to endure at the high levels build itself? It built itself through a very sort of a particular political economy that Nawaz Sharif was able to build for himself. And that involved with big capital, big business. Of course, that compact gave Nawaz Sharif's politics an enduring power at the top, but they also ate out the economy's productivity underneath and made any growth dependent upon specific protections that the government would then afford to business groups. So there's an entire political economy that sort of grows out of that decade, the decade 1985 broadly to 1995. Right, I'm talking of the time when Junaid comes into power and the time when Nawaz Sharif is finally ousted from power in 1994. Broadly, the years in between, and it's that political economy has framed the country's approach towards reforms, its approach towards building foreign exchange reserves, and its approach toward how to handle and manage bilateral relationships, especially with key important partners like whether it's the United States or China or Saudi Arabia in later stages. And very importantly, that same political economy was relied upon by Pervez Musharraf during his decade in power to further entrench and solidify his rule. So, I would say that the generals insisted to remain in the picture even after their time is up, is one of the root causes for why this country has not been able to develop a coherent and far reaching response to the challenge of globalization. Because that insistence on the part of the generals, that ambition on the part of the generals to continue calling the shots even after their time is up, um, it has sapped the political space of all its vitality. It has forced major political players to fall back onto strategies of survival rather than envisioning strategies of change and innovation. It has forged alliances that are not in the best interests of the long-term economic interests of the country, but that are necessary for the sake of political survival. And here, Josh, just in conclusion, I would like to add, and this is a very important point since we are speaking to a Washington, D.C. based audience, that not just the generals, but their backers in successive American administrations in Washington, D.C., who have actually imposed these dictators upon a country that did not want to be ruled by a dictatorship. General Ziaul Haq did not enjoy popular support in this country. All those who did enjoy popular support were actually out in the street agitating against him, while the general was being feted and received in the White House. I'm talking about the 80s. And likewise with Pervez Musharraf. Although he was perhaps a bit more savvy and savvy enough to seek civilian buy-in into his dictatorship much earlier than General Zia did, but nevertheless, somebody whose rule was premised on sending into exile the leadership of the major political parties, and then who went on to enjoy tremendous American backing and support for his regime. Um, it's this nexus between the generals and their backers in American administrations that has weighed upon this country and distorted its ability to meet the challenges of globalization from the very beginnings down to our time.
You know, I think I hear your point about the historical path dependencies, about the regulatory capture and capture by industries and elites. But I do want to follow by pushing back a little bit and pressing you on this point. I mean, every country has some of this kind of capture, right? Every country that has a modestly open political process has political leaders who are having to build coalitions, having to figure out how to fund their campaigns, and they look to to various entrenched interests to do that. And I think you traced how some of that emerged in Pakistan, but I would circle back to some of the specific issues that I mentioned. If you think about the problem of mistargeted subsidies, if you take the army out of the picture for a moment in a hypothetical world, you may have somewhat different kinds of mistargeting, but wouldn't the same incentives exist there for political elites to not tax agriculture, to give tax exemptions to crony businesses? I mean, these are things that are structural problems in developing and in developed countries, right? So what is it that it has that you see as being the obstacle for that issue, for low taxation rates, for the kind of currency manipulation, which I think you can as you said, you can explain by looking at the relationship between elites and their constituencies. But certainly that's broader than the civil military conversation. I just want to sort of press you on why, as we look at those challenges today, where some of the solutions have been, they're not simple solutions, but these things have been laid out again and again. Why are those not moving forward? And if you could explain that, what part does the civil military dynamic really play in that, and where are there other entrenched interests that we see in other contexts?
Right. I mean, I'd agree with you that there is a reality outside of what I've just laid out, right? Beyond the civil military equation, there are things happening. And you were, I think, very right to point to the agriculture income tax, or the failure to implement an agriculture income tax as a very good example of the failure of civilian rule in this country. Let me just say at the outset, though, that the thought experiment to take the military out of the decision making in Pakistan is a very, very difficult thought experiment to pull off. And I'm sure you understand easily what I mean by that. It's just such an elephant in the room that once you take that out as part of the thought experiment, all the other things that go with it make it very difficult for us to imagine what sort of a decision-making apparatus would be left behind, and how would that then respond to the enduring challenges here in Pakistan. I'll simply say that whenever change has been attempted, over here. For example, I'm thinking of, and more recently, just look at the LNG import terminal that was set up. Now, LNG imports was something that we had known since the early 2000s that it's going to be required. The first LNG deal and for a terminal and a long-term supply agreement was struck in 2006. It was sealed in 2006. And that was shot down by the court because in those days the court was shooting down anything that the Pervez Musharraf government was serving up. There was a sort of a political economy of its own happening over there, right? The twilight of dictatorship sees mounting difficulties for the dictator. Um, but then just look at what happened when there was a successful LNG completion of an LNG deal in 2015. That deal went through, and as a result, well, something like close to 1/3 of Pakistan's LNG gas requirements are being fulfilled thanks to LNG terminals that were set up over there. But those people who set those terminals up are still being summoned in the courts to answer for absolutely frivolous corruption allegations. That's what happens when a civilian government tries to undertake deep-rooted change or reform historically in this country. The very first privatization that took place, the privatization, the person responsible for that privatization policy had to spend time in jail, answering allegations of corruption and malfeasance. I don't recall whether those were ever actually proved, but nevertheless, the fact that somebody tried to bring about changes, you know, in the context of a fierce power struggle taking place within the country, it just kind of things that were done to those people. It just attached an added disincentive seeking deep-rooted change, to even trying to bring it about. Musharraf had a window in which to do this. He tried to broaden the tax base using coercive means in the year 2000, 2001, trying to implement the sales tax at the retail stage and bring in services into the tax loop. But you seem to think, like every general that comes into power, that he can do this, at the point of a gun. That using coercive means, which is the only tool at his disposal as a dictator, he can document the economy, and we've seen this time and time again. Every general comes in thinking that they can order prices to fall. They can order the exchange rate to obey their dictates. They can order people to come forward and pay taxes. And it takes them a while to realize and to learn that the world is bigger than they at first imagined. But in the course of that riding that learning curve, the country loses years along the way. And that learning curve itself does a fair amount of damage. And then, of course, the next guy comes in with the same ideas and has to ride that same learning curve all over again. I could give you more concrete examples along the way, but it's very difficult to get to miss how this political economy frames much, perhaps not all, but much of the decision-making landscape in Islamabad. And that doing a thought experiment by trying to remove the military as a decision maker and it becomes an unrealistic exercise because we're not really sure what we're going to be left with once you do that. How deep you have to go to remove or excise that elephant in the room. So I think until there is a very solid consensus within the country on who rules and how to come into power, that there is only one route into power, and that route is through the ballot box. Until this principle is established, I don't think the decision-making system in the country will be up to par to be able to either imagine a way forward or to be able to implement that way forward, even if it can last.
Thank you. Shazia, I know you've been doing a lot of work in the PMO, and we had some conversation in the earlier session about FDI. I know that's something that you've thought about and worked on. And I guess my simple question for you would be, particularly at this moment, what kind of FDI should Pakistan be chasing, and how should it be chasing it? I know there are sort of different models or different answers or different priorities, but how do you see that from where you sit?
Okay, thank you so much, Josh, and thank you so much, Atlantic Council and Team Uzair. They really made effort to make me part of this very important conversation. And then, of course, let me also say this on the onset, that whatever I will be discussing, these are my personal views as student of this subject, as a student of macroeconomic policy management. And let me also make one update that, as Professor Ali Hassan said, the actual CPEC investment realized so far is up to $25 billion, and majority of that investment was into energy sector related projects. Then we have some budgetary support from Chinese commercial banks. So all in all, it's approximately $30 billion is the loan that we owe to China in my total external debt, which is approximately $95 to $100 billion. So, okay, let's come to the, before coming to the FDI, I would also like to say a few things that my colleagues have discussed in length. These lack of these reforms have really cost me very dearly. Within the region, in the immediate neighborhood, I'm growing at the most lowest speed in terms of GDP growth. I'm forecasted to grow by 1.7%, and IMF saying I will be growing at 2.5%. I mean, but on the day end, any growth rate which is less than 3.5% or 4%, it's just meaningless. Anyway, my population growth rate is 1.8%. So I need to grow at least by the double of its size, at least to maintain my current level of living in a country. And biggest, the receiving end of this low growth is, 28 million kids are out of school, 40% kids are stunted, women, they are no, we don't see them anymore. They are no more part of any conversation related to economic growth or prosperity. So these are very important things, that these are the results, I must say. But Professor Asim Khaja rightly well said that you just do not try to understand a country just looking at its macroeconomic indicators. But in this world, we are so much trained to see these numbers that it's just very natural to talk about these things. As far as quality of FDI is concerned, so keeping in view Pakistan's own peculiar external sector pressures, I think any FDI which is coming to serve Pakistan, taking it as a captive market and, putting up some sort of project in which I'm earning in PKR, I have to convert those into US dollar to allow that repatriation of those profits. I think that would not benefit. I personally believe that I should be seeking more and more FDI purely into export-oriented sectors, and then into the 60% sector of my GDP, which is services sector. That is IT sector, that is HR, that is tourism. We can talk about. It will take a lot of time to develop tourism's ecosystem, but in manufacturing, which is just like 16 to 18% of my GDP. Plus, I think over the years, Khurram has rightly talked about that we were unable to get the full benefit of financial globalization and the globalization of capital and labor when those things happened. Actually, we were not ready at that time, I think. If we recall, when this multi-fiber agreement on textile was concluded, it was the Bangladesh who later on get most advantages out of it. And in Pakistan, we see that, for example, due to power crises and other issues, most of the industries in Faisalabad, in other textile hubs, were being closed, and there was shortage of workers as well, and stitches, etc. So it's really important for me that, one thing is very much clear, that I should not try to seek FDI in a bid to get some dollar that can support my external account. This is really very much important, that I'm getting FDI, but to somehow in my mind, I know that I need these dollar inflows to bridge up my financing gap, which are very evident on my external sector. So when we understand this equation, when we realize that this is important, only then we would be able to, highlight the sectors or make our priorities more clear, that where we want and what kind of FDI is needed.
And I guess I would ask, it doesn't have to be about CPEC with any specificity, but there has been a talk about encouraging FDI in agriculture, FDI in IT. How do you see these as fitting with your sort of your priorities and your model that you just discussed?
Okay, so it was in the second phase of CPEC, the new sectors were introduced. It was agriculture, it was IT sector, it was tourism, and a couple of more sectors as well. But I think the discussions on those sectors are at very initial level. And I cannot share any specific numbers that I might be expecting, but currently the government is collectively focusing more on to having some FDI inflows from the GCC countries that Khurram and even Ali Hasnan has also discussed earlier. And that's why, this Investment Facilitation Council was also created, just to remove those bottlenecks. And but of course, this is also important, that without having, removing the wider structural issues in the economy, just by creating some ease of doing business, it would not be possible for me to attract large sums of FDI. Ease of doing business is really important, not just for international investor, but rather for the domestic investors also. So an investor has to go to like 80 to 90 different organizations and offices to get his NOCs, to get his, permissions, to have electricity connection, to have water connection, to have this and to have that. So this is really important, that, a one-stop shop type services provided to the investor, that whenever they land into Islamabad or they come to Pakistan, they should be knowing where they are going to, what should be their first place of visit, where they can get all these facilities. But of course, the points highlighted by Khurram and Ali Hasnan earlier, they are very important, that until or unless wider structural issues are dealt, it would not be very easy to attract large sums of FDI in the short term.
And Khurram, if I could,
we really need, for example, currently my public sector is quite large as compared to my fiscal position. So this is really important, that we should be focusing on privatizing some entities like PIA, like Pakistan Steel Mills and some others. And unfortunately, for a government, for them, the political cycle is much more important. So, we see that when in one time, the gentleman who is doing privatization of Pakistan Steel Mill or PIA, they are, advocating the case for its privatization. But once they are in the opposition, they are talking the other way around. So this has really, I think, dented a lot Pakistan's reform, overall reform experience. We unfortunately have been unable to develop some broader national consensus that, okay, what kind of things we need in the public sector, and where we should, allow the private sector to come in and do all the things like they're doing in other parts of the world.
Thanks. If I could follow up on that, looking forward, particularly to Ali and to Khurram on this, what is a realistic best case next 3, 6, and 9 months look like on some of these fronts? Privatization, using the new facilitation council for better or for ill to shape some of the incentive structures. Given the uncertain and sort of short political timetable that we have before January, if indeed that is a change moment, what could this reasonably look like? Not a best case, but a sort of realistic case of making some progress on one or two of these issues.
So we are in November, January is already there. I do not think so we can do any economic miracle just in 2 months, but on a bit medium to longer term, I think it's really important that whosoever come into power after the elections, that the good economic policies, or at least which have been largely agreed by the policymakers and the leadership, they should be following them. For example, privatization should be the priority. And all the state-owned enterprises which have been listed for the active privatization, they should be followed diligently. And I think they should not be looking back onto that. And another good thing is that recently, government of Pakistan has passed on increases in the electricity, in gas sector, and in petroleum prices also. I think this should be whosoever come in power, this practice should be followed, instead of giving unbudgeted subsidies, which later on create much bigger impact on my fiscal sustainability, and then make it even difficult to fulfill the conditions to have an IMF review also. And Professor Asim Khaja in morning, did great discussion about targeted subsidies. I think so many analysts and policymakers and even journalists, even Khurram Hussain, they have highlighted in their talks so many times that the government should devise some mechanism to give more targeted subsidies. And now we have database of BISP program also that can be used. And these subsidies should be targeted. Only then, these would be sustainable also. So I think for next 6 to 7 months, this is really important that whatever economic discourse is taking place, I think we should be able to share with people that, path to economic recovery or path to growth or path to economic prosperity would not be easy. They should, no more easy fixes are available to me. So, shouldn't be believing any guy who is talking about, bringing moon to you in like the next 6 months or 7 months or 8 months. We have seen in our neighborhood also, and in a wider region, that countries who are growing now, at some point of time, they have been into economic difficulties. But whatever path they took, that was long, but that was sustainable. We have to follow the same path.
Khurram, on that question, 3, 6, 9 months.
Look, over the next 6 to 9 months, I think if they hold the elections and if they successfully complete the standby arrangement, that'll be enough for now. That's all the miracle we need. I think the real decision making has to be undertaken by a government that has a more secure mandate and has a longer time horizon. Current government, the current setup, if it tries to prolong itself, and I do fear that they are continuing to look for reasons why they should delay the elections. And I'm still not convinced that end January it will happen. But we'll see. But if they try to prolong their tenure, then a caretaker setup, with a very indeterminate mandate, sort of an embattled legitimacy, and a cabinet that's basically just a bunch of, if I may say so, just a bunch of guys who've just been brought together. These are not people who have been chosen for any particular talent or skill or anything. I don't think under this setup, any kind of large scale or meaningful change even ought to be attempted. I wouldn't be comfortable with them being able to see it through. And I think the longer Pakistan tries to just sort of muddle through um, the current situation, we've had 2 years right now, Josh. For 2 years, we've been seeing relentless price shock being administered to the economy. So in no particular order of importance or in no particular sequence, we've had the withdrawal of fuel subsidies, we've had the withdrawal of power subsidies, we've had a long-running devaluation that really picked up pace over the past like 18 months or so. We've had interest rates that have close to doubled since over the past 18 to 20 months or so. All of these are prices, right? Interest rates are the price of money. Exchange rates are the price of money. Fuel prices or power prices. And now, most recently, we've had a massive adjustment in gas prices. One that was supposed to have happened last year, but they're undertaking it this year, as it turns out. 2 years of relentless price shock, one after another. If we remain in an indeterminate setup, if we remain in a setup where we've got an interim government, we've got the generals sort of trying to run the scene or trying to run the show from behind the scene, but trying to, pull the strings here and there without coming to the fore, um, vesting all their hopes on the Special Investment Facilitation Council, thinking that there are $25 billion there for the taking. All we got to do is burn the right holes in our business and regulatory landscape, and then we can just sort of reach out and take that money. That's actually not the case, right? There's a learning curve to be ridden there, and the generals are going to have to ride that learning curve to realize that what looks like $25 billion to them right now isn't really $25 billion as such. But we're going to have to wait till that realization sets in. The longer they put off all this, and the longer we remain under this indeterminate setup, facing mirages like the 25 billion about to come in under the SIFC, the more damage it's going to do. And I think the longer this relentless series of price shock is going to continue being administered to us. We need to get out of this situation. And the way out is very simple. Hold elections, get a proper government in with the proper mandate and proper legitimacy in place, and at the same time, complete the standby arrangement with the IMF to lay the groundwork for the subsequent, more long-term extended fund facility that everybody knows has to be signed very soon. I think that would be enough for the forthcoming 6 to 9 months. Rosh?
It's a decisive vote of no confidence for the just a group of guys economic management strategy. I've picked up a number of the questions that have come on here, but one more, to address to Ali or Shazia in closing. A couple of really good questions about how to protect the most vulnerable in Pakistan during any of these kinds of reforms, reforms to subsidies, reforms to taxation. But one question in particular about noting that often these reforms are designed to protect the most vulnerable but fall disproportionately on the middle or working classes. Any thoughts about that, recognizing that the way and the timing in which these roll out is uncertain?
I think in some sense we've got a menu of choices that we make, in which many of the subsidies we give, as you pointed out, are not directed to the poor. In protecting the poor, the best thing that we can do, given all of the other constraints that we have, is to reallocate some of those subsidies quite simply from, and I think Asim also pointed out to this, from the things that we do spend them on, such as, for example, this regionally competitive energy pricing for exporters. Move some of that so that those decisions would also become more rational and market-based into things like the Benazir Income Support Program, which is ultimately what we need to do. I want to quickly address the other thing, though, which is that it's fine for us to exhort the political elite to work better or to do good, things that we think are obvious. But in some sense, that's just sort of appealing to the good angels of the powerful, right? I think there has to be a conversation about why Pakistan hasn't worked for any of us. There's a lot of, for all of the sort of political mischief that has gone on institutionally, the Pakistan Army is probably the most meritocratic institution in the country. You can be someone who's picked up, 18-year-old, and until at least the brigadier level, I can assure you that promotions are on merit, which is something that many of our civilian institutions lack, which is one reason why they enjoy great credibility when you do polling on the quality of of how citizens buy into different institutions. They tend to be among the highest, which then gives control or sort of power to the people at the top to make those sort of decisions. They have to realize that that for every one soldier there are 400 civilians, and so for Pakistan to grow, and it has to be that there has to be a real consensus. We have kept hearing about a charter of economy in Pakistan for the last decade, in particular in the last 3 or 4 years. That sort of discussion about how to share power, I think, is fundamental, and that requires not just that perhaps the military keeps a seat at the table that it has de facto received, but also that it sees real constraints on the decision making that it can go into, that then goes that is then ceded to civilian control, which hasn't been the case. Ultimately, I think for thinking about this economy, any economy where you don't know who's going to be making decisions in 15 years or 3 years, because that's the term of an army chief, or typically the term or more than the term of a chief justice, is going to be beset by this type of instability. We've seen Pakistan is punching way below its weight in all sorts of economic factors. And I think there, to think about ideating on a positive agenda, I think what we can all work on together is institutions that will help build capacity that can then sort of interact in more structured ways with the existing institutions. So think about Musharraf's Tabat Lab, or Asim has SERP, Uzair is setting this thing up, and then my institution, LUMS, where many of the people in this room have some sort of relationship with this university, that was set up with, I think it was $10 million USAID grant that seeded sort of the scale up of that institution. Between the Pakistani diaspora, the business community of Pakistan, and our sort of bilateral partners, I think there's a need to think on a 10 to 15 year time horizon and think about building more organizations that can be sort of more structured and are doing the homework. So on CPEC, for example, Dr. Shazi will tell you that there's a project that was pushed during Shehbaz Sharif's visit to Xi Jinping last year, which was the ML1 project, which is the train line that runs from Karachi to Peshawar. There is no feasibility study that suggests that that is a positive program to run. There is no Pakistani feasibility study in the public domain. And when I reached out, the government said, well, that's a Chinese project, we're not going to put that up because they don't like it. But then I found a Chinese feasibility study online, which sort of undercuts that argument, which said that for the next 25 years, this $10 billion investment that we are seeking in a country beset with a dollar shortage, we're asking for 10 billion more to set up a train that basically does nothing to expand the dollar creating ability of the country. And so we need to have institutions that are doing that systematic work, are bringing them to the people and building up a sort of broader and more informed public. And eventually, I think that's the route to fixing some of these problems.
On that note, both discouraging and uplifting, I'd like to thank our panelists for a great discussion. Thank you to our panelists. I am looking forward to seeing all of you tomorrow at Johns Hopkins' new home in Washington. It's not the loved in, lived in, dingy old buildings we used to have. It's a brand new building, 555 Pennsylvania Avenue. This will be the first major Pakistan event we've had in that in that new building, and we're looking forward to having day 2 of this event in partnership with the Atlantic Council and SAIS there tomorrow. With that, I am cued to release you to lunch, and lunch is served just outside. So thank you all.
Hello and welcome to this new panel discussion. And this one, we're moving away from macroeconomy, stability, the role of the military in the economy, and reforms, to a more provocatively titled conversation, which Kulsum and I, she was a partner in crime in coming up with this. And I was like, let's make it a bit provocative. It's called, Is Pakistan Investable Amidst a Poly Crisis? And as you heard in the morning, the ambassador does not think we're in a poly crisis. I disagree. My recent interview to the diplomat frames it as it being a poly crisis. There are others who I think agree with me. But I think the reason why we decided to frame this conversation in a more blunt way is primarily because all three people here present as panelists, and I'll introduce them very quickly in just a moment, do and continue to invest and believe in the Pakistani market and its opportunities. So clearly the answer from their point of view is yes, and we'll get to why in just a moment. And I will also ask them why they hate their own sleep so much by being active investors or participants in the Pakistani economy. But before we move on, very quickly, joining us is Kulsum Lakhani. She's co-founder and general partner at I2I Ventures. Farooq Tirmizi could not join us today due to some personal reasons, so we'll miss his insights. Amjad Ahmad is chairman Empower ME at the Atlantic Council and also general partner at 500 Global. And we have Abbas Shahid, who's vice president of growth at Baikia, so a startup that has grown tremendously and given its presence in the Pakistani market in many ways, I would argue has some of the high frequency data, as we love to call it, about the state of the Pakistani economy in terms of mobility, movement, miles, how people are doing. As we go through this conversation, I would also encourage you to continue sending questions on askac.org. My iPad is right here. I will ask questions. But let's begin first with you, Kulsum. Give us an overarching state of the startup technology ecosystem in Pakistan. Where are we? What is the outlook? And more importantly, how have entrepreneurs adjusted to life amidst a poly crisis?
Yeah, I feel like Abbas can speak to that as well. How many people here are familiar with the Pakistan startup ecosystem? Like a few hands, cool. So I want to just give you guys a little bit of a sense of what has been happening in the market the last few years to give you a sense of how we're doing relative to that. So just to give you guys a sense, in 2019, Pakistani startups raised about $49 million in funding, right? 2020, $65 million in funding. 2021 and 2022, it was $350 million and $355 million respectively. So from one year to the next, from 2020 to 2021, it was 5.5x. That was something that happened, I'm sure Amjad can speak to this, across emerging markets. We saw a huge amount of, interest rates were down, liquidity was up. We just saw a lot of outside investors, international venture capital funds, able to deploy a lot of money very fast. We saw term sheets given to startups in like 2 days. As an investor, that was kind of crazy being in a lot of those deals, and it was really also kind of an interesting time as well. We saw huge rounds happen with companies like Airlift, Bazaar, Abhi. We also saw companies close down like Airlift happen all during that time. And so as the poly crisis, and I also agree with Uzair that it is very much, there is a poly crisis happening, but also with just global macroeconomic factors, the war in Ukraine, everything that's happening in the world, we started to see dry-ups happen in other markets, right? So including in Pakistan. And so I think what's really important for people that we're looking at Pakistan, we're really excited about the $350 million raise, $355 million raise, to now when we look at what it is year to date, it is $35.5 million raised year to date, right? Which is literally 10% of what happened of all of last year, and we're in the last quarter of 2023. So we are literally hitting a fraction of what we did before. And I think what's really important for people to understand is the last 2 years were a bit of outlier years. I think a lot of people wanted to point to those years as this is going to be the trend of what's happening for the future of Pakistan. We're always going to hit these, many figure amounts of what we raise. Pakistan is going through a massive crisis right now, and that is impacting people outside of Pakistan and where they want to put their dollars, right? We can always argue that Pakistan has had a perception challenge for all of time. And so right now, given the risk associated with the market, a lot of people are holding back for most emerging markets. Egypt is another market that's quite similar right now. But in Pakistan, we're seeing that happen as well. And from a push-pull perspective, we're seeing a lot of really amazing startups like Baikia not necessarily going to the market to raise right now, right? Because why would you raise when there isn't a lot of capital out there to raise from, and or you aren't raising with a lot of good terms on the table? And so I think you're seeing kind of the push-pull effect of not a lot of supply out there in terms of capital, and then also from a pull effect, not a lot of really good founders going out to raise. So from a pipeline perspective, it's a little dry right now. So I think things seem a bit dire when you look at the numbers, but I think there are a lot of explanations and reasons behind it. And I know we're going to get into that also about how founders are behaving in this time. And I think Abbas can speak to that as well in terms of how companies are I guess, positioning themselves in this current environment in really cool and interesting ways that you should feel really positive about looking at the ecosystem right now.
Thanks for that overview, Kulsum. And maybe, Abbas, I'll bring you in first into this conversation. I remember years ago, to use the often what we're guilty of as analysts, the taxi driver view of Pakistan. And to me, the taxi driver view was a Kareem Captain view of Pakistan, was that you had this boom in mobility and mobility-based startups, starting with Kareem and then its acquisition with Uber, and Baikia and others came in, of people who realized that moving people around was not only a great way to run a business as a startup, but also a great job to have, especially in a country where you often hear high youth unemployment, people with masters, et cetera. But now that there's a downturn, and we have data, for example, coming out, 40%, 30% year-on-year decline in petroleum consumption. Some say a large chunk of that is due to smuggling of Iranian oil into the market, which is a separate topic. But what are you seeing in terms of trends at Baikia, and how is Baikia adjusting to this new reality of Pakistan over the last couple of years, where there has been, as Ali Asnan said earlier, price shock after price shock over the last 24 months?
So I think before I jump into the Baikia context of it, and Kulsum's set the context very well, just one thing I'd like to add is if you go a little bit further back, right, pre-2019, 2018, if you go back to 2014 and 15s, there was very little capital in the market, right? So the concept of consumer startups becoming big, service agencies have existed for a little while, but the concept of tech consumer startups becoming big was completely alien at the time. So if you were starting something off in the consumer space, you were seen as kind of crazy because there was no precedence of raising funds, especially from large investors. And then as you move a little, so one thing I want to point out there is that a lot of the founders that came in and raised capital in the 2019, 2021 boom were first-time founders, right? And that sort of explains a lot of things that went on, and most mature markets have gone through that. Like US went through that in 2000, 2001 as well. Later on, post the 2008 crisis. So it's seen a few cycles of sort of course correction within the tech space. This was the first one for the tech space in Pakistan because tech space as we know it today didn't exist in 2008, right? And within that context, Baikia started in 2016, 2015 era time. And what we saw at that point was multiples being raised, which were a lot more what we now like to call realistic, between 7 and 10. And then we see, so I remember in 2020, when we raised our last external round, we had raised a capital of $13 million, which was in the history of Pakistan the largest that a tech consumer startup had raised, which in the global scale of things seems minuscule, right? And then suddenly you see 6 months down the lane, companies raising on multiples of 30, 70, 60, right? Which even to us, that 6 month span seemed very, very crazy. So I think we sort of lucked out inadvertently to sort of raise capital before that time frame, sort of with realistic expectations, and sort of that sense of frugality that existed within our team to sort of drive that with less money, high competition. What we see now is a bit of a weird scenario, right? As Pakistan goes more and more into economic crisis or tries to come out of it, it sort of works both ways. There are people who are looking for gig economy and trying to enter that industry to sort of supplement their income. One income is increasingly being seen as not enough, not just in Pakistan, across the world, but more so in Pakistan. So we see that a little bit, but we also see the struggle for both startups and people operating and using those startups for their own earnings or for mobility, right? So one example that I can give in terms of mobility is we saw a lot of people, like the movement overall, between all, forget bike here, between all mobility and logistics players has shrunk, right? You see Kareem sort of shrink a little bit. You see Uber exiting 7 out of the 8 markets that they were operating in, right? So that's a big indicator of where the market lies and how the market operates. But at the same time, you see the biggest, one of the biggest Russian companies, one of the biggest global companies, Yandex, come into Pakistan. At the same time, you see InDrive come into Pakistan. So it's not all gloom, right? You see a lot of startups now focus on unit economics a lot more, which is a sign of that startup ecosystem maturing. And like Kulsum said, there is still some funding there, right? It's just a very different criteria for that funding. So I think in terms of not just mobility, but overall, yes, people are feeling the pinch. Yes, people are moving less. But in a country like Pakistan, where remote work is not as common as the Western parts of the world, people have to move, right? It's not something that you can let go of, right? And more so now because people are trying to find multiple things to do to sort of supplement their income. So it's a weird place where the economy, where the people are sort of still trying to make sense of it and do what they do, but the capital is obviously a lot less, the opportunities are lesser, and therefore it is requiring a lot more innovation in a frugal market to sort of drive that economy.
Can I add something about what Abbas said? Because for people that don't know about Bikea, in terms of it being a homegrown, real success story, but also the fact that the $13 million that these guys raised in 2020, that was their Series B round, which in 2020 and 2021, that was like the average seed round that Pakistani startups were raising, right? And I think that speaks to the fact that you guys were able to, I think that actually is like a really good Series B round in terms of what a company can do with that amount of money. And I think it also speaks to the fact that there was a lot of inflated numbers of people raising a ton of money and then burning through a lot of money. And so I think to the example of the Bikea example, to me, is really a great example of raising a sizable round, maybe relative at the time, it seemed relatively small, but now being able to see how long you can stretch it, especially if you focus on the right things.
Yeah. No, thanks for that. And Amjad, I'll bring you into the conversation here. Maybe zoom out a bit into the region, because you look at, through the Atlantic Council lens as well as 500. What's going on in the region? And of course, even here in the United States, the term changed post-pandemic, right? The boom happened, and then the conversation was grow with discipline, frugality with innovation, as Abbas said it. So what are some trends you're looking out for or looking at in the region? And what are some things you're observing in the Pakistani market as well that perhaps folks within the country, either from a policy point of view or startup point of view, can learn from in terms of what you're seeing in the region as well?
It's an easy question, thank you. So look, I think let's start with the externality. There's something that has happened in the venture industry as a whole, globally, that impacted all of our markets, whether you were in the US, Saudi, Pakistan, anywhere, which is liquidity has been sucked out, right? Now we have interest rates of 5%. There are a lot of other asset classes where you can put your money and have a return. So what you saw was a retrenchment of capital from emerging markets, right? And that's happened across the board. So it's not specific to Pakistan or any of our markets in the region. So that's one. And I don't think we're going to return to 21, 22. That was a very historic, unique period where capital was zero and everyone was looking for opportunities everywhere. I think we're normalizing probably to the 20-year average at this stage. So that's sort of outside of any of our markets. It's just the industry itself. Coming to the region, you really cannot paint it with a broad brush. You have two markets, Saudi and the UAE, that are being propped up effectively by government. They have tremendous capital. They're deploying that capital. To give them a lot of credit, they've recognized that entrepreneurship is a great lever in the economy to diversify, to grow. And that's really what's changed the game. I mean, I appreciate the fact that you said 2015, because it's the same thing for the entire region. There was no venture. There was no entrepreneurship per se, the way we see it in the US. But then government's kind of focused. And that's really what's been driving the market, is that government push across the region. The unique thing about Saudi and UAE is they have the capital to do it, right? Egypt, like Pakistan, loves entrepreneurship, but they just don't have the capital to support the ecosystem as much as Saudi and UAE. So what you're seeing is we've also declined across the region, but not to the degree that you see the US, right? So Saudi and UAE have held up fairly well. They're still down in the 40s, 40% down. Pakistan is down 80-something%. Egypt is down 70% because there's no liquidity in those markets. So that's the big differential. Now, the real opportunity, the way I see it, is Saudi and UAE are not only propping up their markets, but for them to grow unicorns, they need the entire region. So they need Pakistan market, they need Turkey, they need Egypt, because these are massive populations that they have to tap into, right? So there's a unique opportunity for Pakistan specifically, given the closeness that Pakistan has specifically to Saudi Arabia, to actually get some of that liquidity. And I'm talking about startups, not the governmental layer. But I can tell you from all the VCs that I speak to, including 500 Global, we like the Pakistani market. You can't ignore it. We see that there is opportunity. We all want to invest there, but the macros are hurting, right? As they're hurting Egypt. Egypt has had a huge pullback by many of the regional VCs for the same reasons. Currency volatility, high debt to GDP ratio, issues with inflation. All of these things impact us as investors. So I don't think you could run away from the macro. But looking at the bright side is you have actually a neighbor or a couple of neighbors with liquidity that are ready to invest. It's a matter of getting your economy together, at least to be stable, to take some of that investment.
Okay, so bare minimum stability as the driver, as the catalyst here.
And let me say
yes.
about stability. Don't think of this from the US context. Stability to us is still there's volatility, right? I mean, we're used to it. You know, I've invested in these markets for 2 decades. Yeah. We're used to volatility, but not to this degree.
Some common sense economics.
Some common sense. We're ready to take risk.
Yeah.
And all of us who invest in emerging market understand that we're not going to get US or developed market style investing. We're okay with the excessive risk or excess risk. But I think now it's hitting a place where it's very challenging to actually deploy money.
Got it. Kulsum, let me ask you a question related to that, more from the internal dynamics of the ecosystem in Pakistan. I was speaking with a founder who's got a local tourism business, a startup, and they had 2 interesting things that stuck with me when I talked to them. One was the internal economic dynamics now mean that domestic tourism is growing because liquidity is hurting people, so they want to travel within Pakistan for vacations, which is great for business, but also given as Amjad, you were saying, the state and the GCC or Saudi propping up certain sectors like tourism, particularly in Saudi Arabia, they saw that as an opportunity to diversify into the Saudi market, which is, again, a potential play for them to expand the other way, right? Saudi needs Pakistan, and a Pakistani entrepreneur can grow and thrive in the Saudi market. What are some sectoral dynamics you're seeing in the ecosystem where, amidst this doom and gloom scenario, there are these rays of hope or business leaders that in certain sectors where you say, okay, if you survive this current wave and grow with discipline, the 10-year, 15-year outlook for you is really solid because the founder is good, but more importantly, the sectoral trends are heading in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's interesting right now is, as an investor in the market, we have 14 companies in our portfolio right now, and most of them are solving Pakistan's largest problems, right? Some of them have diversified outside. I think what's interesting is seeing kind of how the dynamics of the companies. So like we're an investor in a company called Dealcart, which is not quick commerce grocery, which we saw, you know, a company like Airlift, you know, raise a lot of money and unfortunately fold, but actually the opposite of it, which is literally providing its group buying for groceries for lower socioeconomic brackets, right? In the field of, like, you know, the sentiment right now where cost of living is going up significantly, where people are more price conscious. People have always been price conscious in Pakistan, by the way, which is why my thesis about quick commerce was never, my partner Misbah and I have said no to every other deal like that, because we always believe that Pakistanis care about prices,
Are you saying
right?
people don't want 8-minute ice cream from the local store.
Maybe cigarettes, but not ice cream. But in terms of that, like, Dealcart, they from day zero, and these guys are, ex-Kareem operators, like really, really smart. From day zero, we're focused on their unit economics, right? They were looking at their contribution margins, how to get it positive, looking at like how to actually build this at scale. And I think what you can see is that there's still similar trends. Because the opportunity is so large in Pakistan, and given the current market, the problems are still the same problems, right? Mobility is still the same problem. It's more about how you're looking to solve it, how you're thinking about and keeping the consumer at the center of the problem that you are solving, right? So for Dealcart, it's really knowing that consumers super, super well, right? Like, what are the products that they're looking at? A lot of those consumers in the lower SEC brackets are not looking at tier 1 products, right? They're happily buying tier 2, tier 3 products, right? That are a lot cheaper. As an example, in terms of fintech and in terms of financial technology, a lot of those companies are growing pretty significantly, but a lot of people are thinking about savings if they have anything to save, right? Like there is a lot of opportunity. Our company, Abhi, in our portfolio, which is a financial wellness platform, started to diversify outside of Pakistan, but they're already seeing, because they are doing earned wage access, seeing a huge amount of growth, even still in Pakistan, but started to grow outside of Pakistan to the UAE and now also in Bangladesh as well, because they realized as a company that you want to be able to mitigate the risk of the Pakistan market right now and to be able to diversify and have that kind of in your portfolio too. So I think that the problems that you're solving are still the same problems, but if you're a founder that was focused on the right thing at the right time by being frugal about what you were building, you might see the solutions change slightly, but I think it's really down to the founders and how well they know their user base and how well they're willing to adjust themselves. And I think that's really where you'll see winners in these markets, right? And every time we've seen things go down in any economy anywhere in the world, in the startup space here, that's where we saw some of the best companies come out of these spaces, right? And I think in Pakistan, we're going to see that happen as well, where the founders that really know how to build in a time where things are down, those are the companies that are going to succeed when things are up regardless. And I think what happened last year and the year before was we saw any company that had an idea could raise money, right? It was not hard to raise money in Pakistan. And I think 500 are, like, as an example, are investors that are staying, or we're always had that risk appetite. But a lot of those investors didn't really have the risk appetite. They just had the liquidity. They were always going to be, Pakistan was always going to be an exception to their portfolio. It was never going to be the rule. And I think what we're seeing now is, like, the founders that are building good businesses are still able to raise. It just may take a little bit longer. They may need to show a little bit more, but I still think we're going to see that trend continue.
Abbas, let me ask you about the thrust of innovation within Pakistan, right? And I'll give you an example in the sense that in India, a market that I personally closely follow as well, there was this view where the government said air pollution is terrible. Growing energy imports are a national security problem over the long term. We need to diversify, and electric mobility became the thrust of public policy. That then led to a company like Ola, which is in the ride-hailing mobility business, to say we're actually now going to start making electric scooters because it's not only good for the thrust in terms of the thrust of public policy, but good for our business because clean miles are more efficient, our margins can grow, we build a product. Where are you seeing the innovation opportunities in the broader Pakistani market at this point? And link that also, if you can, to the broader state of the talent ecosystem. Is something Kulsum and I also frequently talk about, and you should chime in as well, that when the boom was really on, there was this competition for a limited supply of talent, which also made the dynamics of the economics much more challenging. So state of play of innovation and state of play of the talent market right now.
Got it. The talent market is a little bit simpler, so I'll start with that.
And that it's just hard.
Yes, it is hard, right? Even when there was a boom, it was hard. And it was hard for two reasons. One, the talent pool in Pakistan is very, very specific, right? One, it requires a certain level of risk appetite for people to come into. So anyone who doesn't have a buffer in their savings account or through their families is going to be a little bit challenged to take on that risk, right? And that's the majority of Pakistani population, right? And then you saw like this new talent come in, which was really, really great, which was relatively younger people, people who'd worked in the early stage of tech startups when they were launching Pakistan, whether it's Careem, Uber, Some of the other ones, people coming out of Zameen. Interesting dynamic of slightly experienced, but also like fresh grads that were coming in and were suddenly like, oh, this industry exists, is viable, and is gaining mainstream, right? So it was kind of a thing that there's a specific pool that's coming into the market. At that time, the competition was very, very high because companies that had raised insane amounts of money were paying insane amounts of salaries, right? So anyone who was trying to operate frugally had to be very, very cautious about how do we hire? How do we find the people who have the hustle and are willing to work for a cause as opposed to just, hey, it looks cool. It's giving me a lot of money. I suddenly have a high title because I'm joining a tech startup. You had to sort of bifurcate between the two. But one thing that it led to is, one, that realization, and that realization is continuing, that this is a viable opportunity, both for founders and for the talent pool. And that's very, very interesting to see, because the talent pool that's still applying has that risk appetite, has that hustle, is willing to sort of work with frugality without what we like to call shashke. And it's all the luxurious things you would get in a tech startup. So there's that, right? At the same time, obviously, there's the counter side of it as well, that a lot of people, a lot of smart people who came into it are just now realizing the risks associated with startups, right? A lot of people who worked in New York, in San Francisco, in other markets have realized that with high reward comes high risk, right? Which seems to be common sense, but when a market is so young, people sort of forgo the risks of it, right? And then they only realize when they're directly affected by it or see someone being affected by it. So the layoffs that happened in Pakistan in a tech space were the first ones in this space to happen, right? And I think it was necessary to sort of mature the talent pool as well. So now someone who comes in, like I said, is a little bit more risk-friendly. In terms of the innovations happening in the broader space, some things happened with the government, with the support of the government, some things happened despite it, right? So EVs, for example, is something that does get support from the government in Pakistan as well. Baikia has been one of the early players that have been trying to experiment with EVs and how we can use EVs, but also sort of introduce them in a space where other people can earn from it, right, without having to make the investment of buying it, sort of use Baikia as a buffer to sort of, take those EV bikes on rent and earn that. I think it's still a very early space for Pakistan. The infrastructure yet doesn't exist. Similarly, the government does seem to be sort of incentivizing people to sort of export their products, whether that is SaaS products or whether that is services, and that seems to be a space that continues to expand. We just saw one SaaS company in the HR space raise capital in Pakistan. We've seen some previously raised capital in Pakistan, even within the tough economy. So I think that the government is sort of focusing on how can we export tech, because we do have a lot of talent, we do have a lot of expertise, and while the market in Pakistan is challenging, there is a space outside to sort of leverage. Within Pakistan also, like I said, because people need, there's two things you can do for them right now. You can either help them save money, either through lower costs, through easy savings. To put things into context, like Pakistan's saving markets in terms of stock exchange is one of the lowest in the world in terms of the percentage of population, right? We have only 225,000 people who actively invest in stocks. Most of these are institutional investors or investors who come from a finance background or so on and so forth. There's actually very little consumer stock investment in Pakistan. So people are actually not, people don't know how to save, right? They don't know what indexes are. They don't know anything beyond a current account and a saving account, right? And if you go talk to anyone in Pakistan beyond that 1%, beyond that 2% of people who are richer, they don't know how to save. So there's a massive space there in fintechs that they can, sort of get into. So you either save them money or you make them money, right? And make them money through either the gig economy, so people coming still, like we see, a lot of drivers still wanting to drive on Baikia, in fact, more so, which is why despite the tough challenges that we see right now, Baikia has continued to grow, right? So the opportunities do exist, right? Both in terms of export, but also if you can get someone like Dealcard, save money when they're shopping, save money in accounts or indexes or ways they can sort of convert it into larger amounts, or help them just make income. And within Pakistan, if you can do that, you will come out of this tough time and be very, very investable or go for whatever you want to go for.
Can I add to that? Because I think in the EV space, to the point of what Abbas was saying, so, and I know that you know these guys, but we're investors in Easy Bike, which is building electric vehicle two-wheeler scooters. Two are basically bikes. And they had to, right now what they realized is that, again, because the infrastructure doesn't exist, and I think this is kind of the amazing thing about Pakistani founders is you kind of have to build the road in front of you, literally and figuratively. And so in the EV space, right, what these guys are actually rolling out on Monday, next Monday, yes, actually, is they're rolling out the first battery swapping stations for electric vehicle bikes, right? Because you can't just roll out bikes and have nothing to do to charge them with, right? You can't partner with a TCS or a Bikea or whoever and not have a way for those riders to be able to quickly be able to move in between stations, right? And so with Easy Bike and what they did, and Zip is doing this as well, which just also raised funding, is that they're actually building the infrastructure for this, right? And actually saying, like, we need to build swapping stations, we need to have the technology to do it. And so while the government is supporting EV, there also needs to be support for imports, because a lot of these things don't fully come just in Pakistan. You have to import parts of it to be able to build these bikes, even if you're retrofitting Honda bikes, how to do that. And so I think that's really interesting. And I think in the fintech space, like, you know, I feel like I'm kind of just talking about our portfolio, but I feel like there's a lot that's there in terms of, even with Iran, which is one of our companies, is digitizing committees, right? Which committees have been around for centuries around the world, but in Pakistan, this is how people were saving informally for so long. There's been a lot of schemes where people have been taking advantage of people doing it, but if you digitize it and create transparency, you can actually create people building a credit rating around it if you show that, right? And you can build other products on top of that. So I think, like, innovations are endless when you think about what you can build.
I think the savings point is super important, and I'll underscore on that. Like, one of the conversations that I think the former FBR chairman kicked off in Pakistan was, if you look at official data, Pakistan doesn't import any gold. But we all know people who love to invest in gold instruments in Pakistan or buy jewelry for wedding as dowry, et cetera, for weddings, et cetera. And there's no data. It's not official. It's being smuggled in. And that's an innovation opportunity for a fintech to say, okay, can you have digital gold savings instruments, which have happened in other markets as well, but that requires a regulatory framework, and I'll get to that.
Infrastructure to store gold.
Correct,
right?
and all of the other adjacent ecosystems that are required, and policy changes that then force, for example, informal jewelry retailers to comply with the law of the land as well. And this is something I think you raised once with me on the trucking industry, where weight limits are not enforced and then a formal actor cannot compete. But Amjad, from something interesting you said earlier, that Saudi, UAE have pools of capital that the state is deploying. Are there ways in which, for example, in Pakistan, domestically, pools of capital can be deployed? And I'm just thinking about the fact that there are large conglomerates and families with deep pools of capital that don't deploy it in the way that perhaps you would expect them to. So what's your point of view on, like, alternative mechanisms, in the sense that Pakistan does not have a sovereign wealth fund, doesn't have oil resources, gas resources? Beyond attracting outside flows, what can happen within the market to unlock more innovation and funding for innovation?
So there's no question that there's a lot of capital within Pakistan. A lot of families with a lot of liquidity. Given the capital controls, as we all know, their money is stuck in Pakistan, which in a lot of ways distorts certain asset classes, real estate being one. It's because where else do you put your money but buy land and buildings and so on and so forth. So I think there has to be some incentivization for these families to take that risk. I mean, to give you an example, so I sit on a board of a large consumer packaged goods company in Pakistan. Why would you put your money in anything when you're making 20% on treasuries, right? Why would I take risk on a Bikea when I'm making that kind of money locally, unless you incentivize me to do so? Frankly, one great way could be through taxes. You know, Pakistan has a very strict and tough tax regime, especially on companies that pay their taxes. They frankly make it even more difficult for payers. I can tell you that from our own experience. I mean, I've been on this board for 6 years. We have a whole department that just focuses on taxes every day. So there are ways that you can incentivize the local population. In Saudi, what they've done is they've done a matching program. And I know, again, they have the money. But what they've done is they've told the families locally, for every dollar you invest in tech, we'll put another dollar on top. So you get the returns off that dollar. You just give me back my dollar. So there are all these interesting schemes that they put in place. I think Pakistan, because it doesn't have the capital, can use taxes, can use other mechanisms to allow that. I'll give you another example. We, as 500, are trying to build a fund where we want international investors and local investors. We can't get it done.
Why is that?
Because the structures are not in place to allow that. So there has to be some serious reform to allow a venture fund, for example, to operate one fund where you can have international investors and local investors in the same fund. And I guess the concern is obviously capital outflows. But again, why not have that as an incentivization? Mm-hmm. You know what? Invest in a startup, 50% of the earnings you can send abroad. That's better than zero, right? So I feel like there are ways that you can be very creative about forcing a lot of this capital, which frankly, there's a lot of it sitting on balance sheets in Pakistan, to invest in their own startups. One important note is the reason why you saw Saudi, UAE do better than everyone else is because they're investing in their own ecosystem. And I'm not just talking government, I'm talking family offices, individuals. They believe in their own market. We need to get to a place where Pakistanis do the same. But I think you need to do it through incentivization. You know, you would know the numbers as well. The thing about the Pakistan market is you have so much hot money going into investments. That's why the minute there's a crisis, it all leaves. You need some local foundation of your own market to keep that stability. Otherwise, it's this hot in and out. Your stock market is a perfect example, right? The minute interest rates are low, the stock market booms because international investors are plowing in. The minute that interest rates go up, everybody leaves. Yeah. Stock market comes down. I mean, the Pakistan market today trades, I think, one of the lowest in the world. I think it's at 4x PE, some ridiculous number.
Yeah, it's
one
been
of the highest interest rates in the world.
Right,
Also.
yeah. One of the highest interest rates in the world.
Yeah, and I think that's, again, to the earlier panels we had as a conversation, right? It's linked to excessive borrowing of the sovereign. Tax policy is critical in that. The growth of money supply is critical to that. But then also there are, as you said, creative ways to solve for it. And as you were saying that, the thought that came to my mind was the UNDP says about $3.5 to $4 billion a year are provided to corporate Pakistan as handouts, right? And Dr. Khwaja and Hassan and others were saying earlier that you can direct those subsidies to direct transfers to the poor, much better utilization. But also on the corporate side, you can take those handouts that are going into rent-seeking sectors of the economy with high guaranteed rates of return and target them towards innovation and the battery charging infrastructure, other things. And this is one of my pet peeves. Some of you in the room may have heard me say this. A lot of times when Pakistani ministers come to this town, or Pakistani political interlocutors or government interlocutors, one of the things they say often is, look at the return on equity for publicly traded Pakistani companies and compare that to India. We are much higher, therefore we're a great investment. And I always say to them, this is a terrible argument to make because the high ROE exists because your market is protected. If the market was not so controlled, capital would flow into where there are abnormal profits and normalize them. And so if you're telling somebody as an international investor to come into your market because there are high ROE, well, it's a function of barriers. Therefore, they won't be able to enter the market. And again, those barriers have to be reduced to target that investment. Kulsum, something we have talked about, and I will, in the last 30 minutes, get to the policy side in just a moment. But this issue that I think a few months ago you had raised with me was, you get good talent at sort of the developer level, but the middle management, upper management is still a big gap, particularly on the chief security officer side and some of the more technical things in Pakistan. What's the state of play in that side? Share with the audience, because the 3-4 of us here know, some of the audience knows. Help them understand the challenge there, go a bit detail, and how do you see the ability or the way in which that can be resolved? Like, what are the things you would like to see happen to solve for that?
I wish I knew the solution to this. This is probably the question that keeps me up the most right now, is the talent brain drain from the market. It is, I've been working in the market for 12 years now. This is the worst I've seen it ever in terms of just the amount of people leaving. And you can't fault people for wanting to leave, right? Because it's such a bad situation inside Pakistan right now. And so I think to Abbas, what you were saying before, there was always an issue on talent in Pakistan. Whether it was the opposite issue of like startups that were raising a lot of money over inflating salaries for people that were going to work for them. And so we were seeing like people that were demanding like crazy amounts at an entry level where, and we being like, you know, even though we're investors in these companies, we work really closely with our companies, especially on the talent issue. So helping place people in companies, we work on retention, optimization of their talent pools. So right now what's happening is, you know, everyone that is really good gets hired to leave the country or gets hired by a US company. So even if they're staying in Pakistan, they're earning in USD or Australian dollars or pounds. And you can't, as a startup that's earning in PKR, can compete with that, right? Or if you can, it's only for a short amount of time and it's gonna affect your bottom line, which is your big priority right now as a startup, is to have your unit economics be, you know, very much your focus. And so I think the biggest thing right now is like just seeing, I think we're getting a lot of low-level talent, and even that low-level talent is gonna leave really quickly. And we see like gig economy too on the tech side of things where people are working multiple jobs. And so if you can't afford to pay people high enough salaries, they're gonna work multiple places. Then you have issues of people that are maybe more mercenary hires and missionary hires, which means that they're not working for the vision of the company, they're working to just get the paycheck, which is a challenge for a company that's looking to grow. And then you have issues before, like a couple years ago, I think the easiest thing for me was that, you know, the amount of people that I would get messaging me on LinkedIn that was like, hey, I was at Pinterest and I'm moving back to Pakistan. I might be interested in working for one of your companies. And literally that person is now the CTO of Dealcart, right? Like there was someone else who I placed who was like head of product at Ryder in our logistics play that we had. Similar, really amazing background. We don't have people wanting to move back to Pakistan right now. So those types of messages have dried up. And I think what's the issue is that you just have also this middle management layer, and Musharraf and I were talking about this yesterday actually, that's completely missing, right? So you don't really have like strong middle managers in these companies. So you have to upskill your own lower level talent. But then if that lower level talent is leaving, you're constantly thinking like, how do I actually retain talent right now? Do you maybe think about it as a smaller pool? So maybe like you have a smaller pool of people that you just focus on rather than a large pool that are always going to be leaving. I don't have the solution to it right now. It is literally the problem that I think about all the time. We're actually going to be doing a peer session with our companies as people kind of brainstorm solutions around this. But I think so many of our companies, this is what stresses them out the most, right? Because they know what to do when it comes to actually addressing the problem that they're addressing. It's more about, do they have the people to help them get to where they're going?
Can I add something to that that's really critical, and I'd love to hear your thoughts as well, is if you look at the arc of the Middle East as well, countries, what really started working was giving people shares in the company, right? So you had a Bain consultant, a McKinsey consultant, a lawyer leaving, working for a startup, less money because they believed in the equity, right? And Kareem, I would say, had a lot to do with that. People made a lot of money. You had Souk exit, people made a lot of money. You had other investments, so there was evidence of that. I don't think you've seen that in the Pakistan market. So people are not willing to take the jump because frankly, they put very little value to the equity that you're giving them. And in the startup universe, ESOP is a big deal. Yeah. That's where you gain your wealth. It's not your salary. If you're gonna start off for a salary, think again. Yeah. You're really thinking a bit about the context of the exit and that big potential where you create wealth. Mm-hmm. If that's not there, then the story loses itself. Yeah. And what's happened with us, for example, to give you an example, we were under pressure as a large company, people wanting to go to startups the last few years. Yeah. Now that's gone because they don't believe in equity. They're like, no one's really made money. So it's kind of stopped.
Yeah. I think also in times of scarcity, right, people want and crave stability. And so to the point of what Abbas was saying, it's like we had a series of layoffs happen in the last few years with companies either closing down or just right-sizing, downsizing, however you want to call it, right, of being able to see that. When people see that, that becomes one reason why they're like, I don't want to go work for a startup because there's no stability in it. And I don't blame people for feeling that way, but I think what's important here is, like, you know, when it comes to ESOP, I think that's important, but the challenge with that too is, like, this is another issue, is that we don't really have like a steady stream of exits in Pakistan, right? And then when we talk about the stock exchange and people going public, we don't really have an active stock exchange, so that going public doesn't really mean much when it comes to an exit, right? So when you don't really have like that lens of like, where does this company go? Because people accumulated wealth by working at Greem because Greem exited, right? Like it was acquired by Uber. And so that's where we saw the cream effect happen of people going out and then starting their own companies, and then people being really excited to work at a startup. And so I think an issue, and also something that's happening now, which is also kind of promising and interesting, first of all, is like, where did the exits come from? And as a fund manager, I have to answer this question constantly when I'm raising money for my own fund. But also the second thing that's happening that's actually kind of interesting right now is there's a lot of local consolidation happening in the market. So we actually are seeing mergers and acquisitions happening at the local level. We were seeing it happen at the regional level last year when people were outside looking into Pakistan, and I think that will probably pick up again as things get better, hopefully next year. But right now, what we're seeing in this market of scarcity, we're seeing players merge or acquire because they realize that that's what they need to do to survive, to be able to hack growth, to be able to show that they can be bigger as a result of it. And I think that is actually really promising, because if we knew the mentality that existed before was scarcity, was like, I'm the only person that can have this pie, right? I think what's happening now is people realizing, if I share the pie, we can all grow. And that type of activity, to me, which is actually like in the data that our company, the sister company that I founded, releases on a quarterly basis, we're actually seeing that M&A activity at the local level tick up. And I think that is really interesting.
I will just add one quick thing here, from an operational point of view, because this topic is really close to my heart, right? To quantify it, like in the four years I've spent at Baikia, 1 year would be just on talent, right? That's how important it was for our growth, right? At an operational level, I think we do see now conversation happening around fractional talent, right? Where you see, hey, we have like 100 really, really great people and 1,000 companies going after them. Can we sort of fractionally divide those people as, you know, for their expertise, right? And they sort of create the talent pool that is emerging from the grassroots level, what you call training. Because what is happening is also very tricky at a startup level. If you're an early stage startup, I know Kulsoom mentioned, like, you know, you have to train your lower levels because there is no middle level that exists. Startups that are at Baikia stage may be able to do that, but companies that are 1 or 2 years in cannot afford to coach. You cannot afford to coach. You're not a school. If you start coaching, you're going to die down, right? Because you absolutely don't have time as a founder or a co-founder to invest that much in your first 2 years. And I know it sounds all great when people talk about it, but ask any founder who's in the first 2 years of their time, and they will not be able to do it, which is why we see a lot of cultural problems start arising in the 4th and the 5th and the 10th year. But that cultural problems are a natural consequence of surviving, right? So I think that fractional talent is starting to exist. I myself was what we in Pakistan call a Wapistani, right? I was living and working in New York, and I went back and joined Uber when they were launching in Pakistan. But so I understand that, and that has shrunk completely, like Kulsoom said, right? It's actually the other way around. So like Kulsoom said, I don't know what the answer to the problem is. We all understand that the problem exists, but it is a tough problem to solve. And whichever founders have been able to sort of retain that talent, right, especially at a leadership level or a senior level, are the ones that are surviving right now.
And perhaps it's not a problem that should be or ought to be solved by the startup ecosystem on its own, right? Again, I would connect back to the first keynote or the fireside chat with Dr. Khwaja. The education system matters, and the incentives in that system matter. Are you investing in incubators at that university level? And again, I think, at least from my point of view, there's this disconnect in terms of, you know, the people think of a handful of universities or places of higher education that count in the ecosystem in Pakistan, IBA, LUMS, a couple of others. But is it translating into sort of the second tier, third tier of universities and colleges as a innovation opportunity, right? If it's not, then there is a role for policy to be that market maker, I would argue.
I think there are, the Higher Education Commission right now, I mean, they've had these ORIC centers, right? These research commercialization centers that existed. They have actually started to invest a lot more money in actually improving and upskilling these programs and innovation programs at the university level. Still a lot to be desired, but there's at least that effort that's happening.
Before I ask my last series of questions, if you want to ask questions, go to askac.org and post it, and I will ask the group here. Just as it's easier for me to keep a track of the flow. I will switch to policy, which again, actionable roadmap is what we're trying to get out of this conference. I won't ask the 3-month or 6-month outlook, but let's assume elections happen on time, and let's assume there's a government that has some level of mandate. And like let's ignore the political dimensions, which we'll talk about in just the next session. What would the three of you like to see happen with a new government in charge that is perhaps a wish list of 3 to 4 things that give you more confidence to go into meetings, whether abroad or internally in Pakistan, and say, you know what, things are coming back to life. There's an interesting development. The government is serious and has some credibility that it's trying to restore. And more importantly, related to that, that then gives you the confidence to say, you know what, the sentiment that has shifted is going to go back to the, not maybe the boom years of 2020, 21, but to a level where the sustained growth can occur. What would you like to see happen? And maybe I'm going to start with you, and then we'll go.
Yeah, I'll tell you from my experience of being on a board of a company. I think one of the issues that you hit on, for example, is this import of goods. I think they forget that importing goods means productivity within the country to be able to produce product. You know, we've had huge problems just getting LCs opened to bring in imports. So things that simple are not working. So for me, this entire framework of how to be business friendly, to allow companies to have a little bit more freedom to operate and to actually create, I think is super critical for the country's well-being. You know, I think it was said earlier, there's so much talent and potential locally, whether it's startups, frankly, or big companies. For example, we would love to expand abroad. It is miserably difficult because, again, capital controls won't allow you to market even without controls to other countries to sell product to export. So there are all these restrictions that are stopping companies from expanding, whether locally or internationally, that I think we need to look at on a very detailed basis. Sort of go to them and say, what can we do to get out of your way? It's really, in my opinion, that simple, is to say, what are the barriers and how can we reduce those barriers to allow you to grow? 2 is I'd like to see some incentivization of local investors, as we mentioned before, of how they can start getting involved in SMEs, not particularly only tech, but there are other great opportunities, even in the real economy, to invest. So we tend to talk in tech because we're all in tech, but there are other massive opportunities.
There are non-tech startups.
Exactly, there are non-tech startups.
Non-tech startups.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I'll tell you, F&B is one of them. There's a tremendous local F&B, like creating F&B brands locally. That's really exciting, right? And they are growing, and you can actually invest in them. So some incentivization, whether through the tax laws or rebates or something at the local level, I think to get local investors excited about these opportunities would be critical. And then last but not least is how do you make it easier for international investors? You gotta crack the Saudi money out there. You gotta crack the UAE money out there. It's massive.
And just to be clear, you mean the non-sovereign, non-government side?
I'm talking non-government. I'm talking there are, and I can tell you from my own experience, Pakistan, again, because of the makeup of the region and how small it is and how fragmented it is, GCC investors tend to look at the adjacent markets as their opportunity. Turkey was a huge beneficiary of that when Turkey was stable. I mean, GCC was the #1 investor in Turkey for about 10 years, right? Pakistan, I think, could be #1 overnight because people have an affinity towards the market, you know, whether it's culturally, because of religion. Every big company I know in the GCC would love to have a footprint in Pakistan. Literally every. Some of them were unfortunately much more active before this last bout. I mean, seriously looking at M&A. I mean, we've had conversations with people, and now they've disappeared. There has to be a way that you open up that corridor because it's significant for the local economy, right? Whether it's sovereigns or non-sovereigns or semi-governmental. You know, I mean, I'll give you a prime example. There's a government backed by the Abu Dhabi sovereign wealth fund called Agathia. They're a food company. They're buying up everything in sight around the region. They're dying to get into Pakistan, right? And we're talking big checks here. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, right? Backed by the sovereign government. It's a public company, by the way. You can look it up. They've done acquisitions in Egypt and in other locations. They'd love to do business in Pakistan, but they just, at this stage, they're just not willing to.
Abbas, from your point of view, what's the wish list?
I think one of the key things I'll come to is what Amjad actually said in a different way. He said, you know, the government should go to these people who are doing it and ask, how do we get out of the way, right? There are a few examples of it, right? For example, and where you see the intent of the government just playing out in a way that you don't want to see, right? You saw the intent when they were creating these tax-free zones for tech companies, right? In areas where they thought were slightly yes, right?
And the Special Technology Zones Authority. That was
where if you would register, you would get tax breaks and all kinds of incentives and set up offices, and similar to what Abu Dhabi's been trying to do after seeing the success of Dubai, right? So, however, the amount of consulting that went into it and the outcome that came out of it was very, very different, right? The tech startups, the tech industry wanted to see different areas being developed, different kind of incentives being given, and what was developed was mostly a ministerial project to show that we've done this, right? Or a real estate play, right? As always, for most things. Similarly, you see how M-Pesa sort of boomed up in Africa, right? It's a massive success story around the world. It's why a lot of fintech started popping up with mobile money. But you see, if mobile money is being taxed at 27% in Pakistan, that is insane, right? Because mobile money is something that all people should have access to, and this is actually disproportionate amount of taxes for people who are actually more vulnerable. And therefore, you will never see an uptake of mobile money being transferred into their fintech wallets and being used. Everyone's tried a wallet play. They're just not succeeding because of government interference and how it's taxed, right? And there are a bunch of other things you can do, right? So one is get out of the way. Two is give tax breaks, not just at an industrial level, but also at an individual level, right? And maybe something I'm thinking of right now arbitrarily, based on your thoughts, is maybe don't just give tax breaks to companies or areas, maybe give them to individuals who are working in these companies, right? Because like you guys said, there's no recent demonstration of ESOPs having any real value because there's no exits, right? So, and Pakistan, recent taxes for employed people who actually pay them are actually pretty high for emerging markets, right? So can you incentivize people who are wanting to go into tech space and sort of help the tech space get that talent by giving those individuals tax break as employees, because that automatically boosts their income, right? So one play is taxes, the other is sort of just understanding what regulations exist that need to be rolled back, right? Up till very, very recently, you could not, as a founder who is Pakistani, registered in Pakistan, take money out of Pakistan after an exit, right? For the longest while. And it's only the founders and founders and investors sort of getting together and sort of pushing that regulation that it worked out to a certain extent. So most of the blockers that we see at a policy level are actually just government having unnecessary regulations, unnecessary taxes that could be reverted into collecting taxes from elsewhere, or the untaxed economy. Repeal, if you really want to raise money, and this is going beyond the scope of it, but repeal some of the subsidies you give to sugar and agriculture and all of that stuff, and sort of reinvest that back into the tech startup space. Because if you look at your neighbors in India, their tech economy is bigger than your entire economy, right? That is massive. That's the opportunity that exists in Pakistan that still has a massive population. So the opportunity is clearly there. I think it's just getting out of the way, repealing some of the regulations, repealing some of the taxes, giving more tax breaks, and sort of helping understand the importance of the tech industry or even the startup industry in the real economy, and sort of help them get established before you start, making money off them as a government.
Kulsum, before you jump in, let me ask you a separate, not a separate, but added question to this, because we worked on this earlier this year, is the need for more transparent, more inclusive policy making. And of course, our conversations were in the context of internet bans, data localization norms, things that we heard, and we remember it came up in those conversations. A lot of time policymakers would say, well, India is pursuing data localization or have certain norms that the EU has, so therefore we want those too. Or there are certain things that we need more control over the internet because there are social reasons for that, and that obviously casts a dark shadow. And our sort of conclusion in that conversation was policy should be biased towards innovation and entrepreneurship, not towards protection or other side effects, because the dynamics of the Pakistani economy, as you just said, are very different than India. It's a much larger ecosystem with much larger pools of capital and much more attractive. So they can afford some of the headwind creating policy measures that perhaps Pakistan can set itself apart from in the region and say we do things differently. So I wanted to add that context before you share your wish list, because I know it has come up a lot through the summer on the issues of internet bans and controls and regulations.
And the personal data protection bill. Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that has already been said, and I think just as context as well, our fund, IDI Ventures, is one of the founding members of the Pakistan Venture Capital Association, which technically was announced in 2018 and then kind of stayed dormant for a little while. And now, especially in the last year with everything that's been happening, there's no better time, honestly, given the current environment in Pakistan, for us as Pakistan focused funds and also international funds. 500 is coming on also as a member to actually come together as an industry to say, what do we advocate for? And our voice is actually stronger together rather than us individually in these silos talking to people. And I think one thing to place in context, right, to what Abbas was saying in terms of government getting out of the way, it's getting out of the way, but also listening, because I think, and genuinely listening. And I would say that, I'm not saying that in a way that like they never do it, because actually when you look in 2021, one of the legislations that happened, which was the result of a working group with players from the Pakistani startup space, the VC space, the other founders that were on a working group that was advising the State Bank of Pakistan, actually led to a major game-changing legislation that changed the entire startup ecosystem. And that was allowing startups to be able to set up holding companies abroad legally in order to be able, and that automatically, before startups would have their entity in Pakistan. If they set up outside of Pakistan, it was like, do it, but ask for permission later. Then it was impossible for VCs to say, how do we not only put money into Pakistan, how do we get money out of Pakistan? It became a huge barrier to entry for a lot of these VCs. That legislation, which was literally the result of the State Bank listening to feedback from people, players from the industry, changed everything. It actually said, it allowed VCs to say, oh, I don't have to put my money into Pakistan. I can put my money in this holdco in Singapore, Delaware, Abu Dhabi, Dubai. Immediately allowed that to change and shift everything. So one thing that was really interesting, and this was when Dr. Bakir was the head of the State Bank, and also the SECP has had really good progressive leadership as well. I think it's actually continuing that type of work, right? If we were to say, like, if there is a new government that comes into play, what do you do? It's actually saying, like, not only getting out of the way, but actually really listening to the stakeholders that will benefit from any legislation that happens. And also saying, like, there has been legislation that has benefited us as a result of that, right? And you can point to that. And so not only that, I think one thing is, like, we've always had working groups around the State Bank and the SECP in Pakistan. We've never had the tax regime ever in a room, right? And that is literally one of the biggest, most onerous barriers for startups and SMEs and the growth in this country, to what Amjad was saying earlier. So how can we actually create tax benefits for people that are, building these companies and not actually suck them dry, which is what's happening right now? If you are a founder building a company and try to be legal in the country, you will die just based off of taxes alone sometimes, right? And so those are things that I think are really important. When it comes to things like the data protection bill and all of this stuff, it's really important for these bodies that are being set up, like VCAP, if we are successful as a group, is to actually say, how do we advocate together, right? How do we actually, as a result of, like, you pointed to a really important thing, which is that if you are a fund, you have to be, most Pakistan-focused funds, there's 7 of us. I think outside of 2, everyone is set up outside of Pakistan. that sucks. Like, we should actually be set up in Pakistan, but it's impossible to raise money from outside of Pakistan into our fund vehicles, and then we can't access the liquidity in Pakistan. It's like just a total, and when you were saying this, I was getting PTSD from like every lawyer that I spoke to where we tried to figure out a solution around this. It is so difficult and creates so much anxiety. And so most of us are set up outside. If you actually improve the fund legislation, which right now is based off of, it's an iteration off the mutual funds legislation, right? Right now, which mutual funds and VCs operate totally differently from each other. If you actually change the legislation to reflect the way venture capital funds should operate, if they're able to both leverage international money, like not just have a sidecar vehicle in Pakistan, but actually have a vehicle that can access both and have one, you still have a Delaware entity and have a Pakistan entity that can work seamlessly together. You don't have to worry about money leaving the country because all that money ultimately is flowing into investing in the country in the long term. So I would really fix that legislation. As you can hear, I'm like, PTSD.
That's one of the key takeaways from this conference is to fix that problem. I will make a note of that in our takeaways
Yeah, and that's
document.
one thing VCAP wants to work on too. So
I'll go to the audience question, and we have one up here on the what was the knock-on effect of the Abraj meltdown and the KESC exit fiasco on the ecosystem. I think it's an important one, particularly because that exit would have changed the dynamics, at least in my opinion, on the way PE money operated in Pakistan. But any of you can take, but I think you're the prime candidate for this question.
Unfortunately, I had a front row seat to this because I was actually running a private equity firm at the same time. So no, Abraj had a really significant impact on fundraising in the region for a long time, and even till today, I would argue. You know, you went from a position where people started feeling like emerging markets were so interesting. A lot of institutional money started coming in. I think it's important to note that before Abraj, you saw very little institutional capital come into these markets. What I mean by institutional are large endowments, pension funds, specific US and more developed market ones. They were able to attract that capital into emerging markets. Before that, it was very light. So when they sort of became the bad example, all of these funds retreated. And Abraj was actually the first investment for a lot of these guys into emerging markets. So it just scared them. I mean, I can tell you a prime example of I won't mention their name, but there's an LP, a large one that sits in the DC area. And I went to talk to them like a couple of years after Abraj. The minute they heard Middle East, the guy started laughing. And he said, we're not touching anything in that area. And he told me that Abraj was their first emerging market investment and that they're not doing emerging markets for quite some time. And we're talking about a significant asset allocator. So it hurt. It hurt the market. People felt like there was no trust in the market and the GPs, that they weren't built effectively. There was no corporate governance. So I think it really caused a lot of issues that are continuing until today. I mean, the PE industry in the region, I would argue, doesn't really exist today. I mean, there is no structured PE industry. VC is actually better.
Yeah. There's more VCs.
There are a lot more VCs.
Even
so
in Pakistan, there's not that many PE firms.
I mean, PE firms have been obliterated. And it's unfortunate, but I think the ripple effects were significant.
Got it. I think this will be the last question before we wrap up because we have 10 minutes to go. And I would ask all three of you, maybe starting with you, Kulsum. Dr. Khwaja raised the issue of friction. When thinking of retaining talent, what are some of the biggest complaints you're hearing from young educated graduates in the tech sector? I would broaden it just to the broader real economy as well, because it's not just a tech sector issue, at least in my opinion. And what equivalent safety nets would need to be in place, or is it more about removing frictions for young men and women? So maybe start with you, and then we'll go to Abbas and Amjad.
I think this is a really good question. There was a tweet that went viral a couple weeks ago that was really interesting in terms of the conversation that it led to. And it was a conversation by a friend and colleague of mine actually in the space, because he was saying that one of his portfolio companies was like, these tech graduates are working at multiple companies and how can this happen, and this is not okay. And then when someone asked him how much was that graduate making, I can't remember the number, but it was something like criminally low, right? And so when you think about that, it's like if you're making such a small amount of salary at a time where cost of living is so crazy in Pakistan, it's so hard to live there, right? And then how can you fault anyone for wanting to work multiple jobs? So then when it comes to the solutions around this, my thing, even when, so many of our companies are really good at addressing this, and I've spoken a lot to like their heads of people, how are you thinking about things? And building good culture isn't about saying like, let's have ping pong tables and like, beanbag chairs in an office. It's really about saying like, how are we building cultures where we're actually respecting the talent that's there? So whether it means getting paid what you're actually worth, really thinking about cost of living increments, getting paid on time, because sometimes, salaries don't get paid on time, that's a major issue. And then also when it comes to, when the question was asked about men and women, I also think about the fact that so many women are left out of the net by virtue of some of the structures that are in place. Like when it comes to like, someone may set up an office in a sector in Islamabad that is not very safe, right? And so how can you expect women to not only get to the office safely, but then if they have to work late, get home, right? So this is why like this was actually Airlift's original idea. This is what Swivel was doing, and now what Maha Shahzad's company Buskaro is doing now. Pick and drop services are really great. Like providing that to the people that are there in terms of getting people there and home safely, having more remote work, right? Being able to have the flexibility that people can work safely at home. I have a majority, my investment team is all women, one of whom is a single mom, and then our team on our sister company, majority women. Having like flexible work hours, having like thinking about like if someone is a mom and has to go pick up their kid, they should be able to do that, right? In order to have them still be part of the net and continue working. And so as we think about that of why so many women in Pakistan end up not working after they have children, after they get married, a lot of those issues are structural issues. If you as a company can actually reduce those structures and actually improve it and reduce the friction to the point of the question, I think that is something that I'm seeing it amongst our portfolio. A lot of them are having pretty diverse workforces, but we're also starting to implement policies, like helping them think through policies of how do we actually be more equitable, how do we reduce that further?
I think there are a few things, right? I think one weird thing that may happen because of this economic downturn is more women are going to get into the workplace. It's no longer a single person earning economy in Pakistan, and we see that starting to happen. To put it in comparison, if 30 to 40% of women work in the formal industry in Pakistan in KLI, the numbers in Dhaka and Mumbai is over 80% and 90%, right? So there's a massive difference that exists because of structural problems, but also cultural problems. I think the structural problems have to be solved because the cultural problems will be superseded by economic problems, right? So I think one trend that's going to happen in the next few months, next few years is more and more women are going to come into the economy and simply try and uphold and sustain their households. Now, how do you create the structures for that, especially for women, right? I'll give you an example. If you take a list of all companies in Pakistan and figure out how many of them offer daycare services, offer nannies, offer feeding rooms, offer nappy changing rooms, you will be left with maybe 0.5% of the companies, if that, right? If that. I'm being generous by saying 0.5%. If you look at, we did this survey when we were trying to create, baby facilities at our company, and we asked all the men, like, how would you like to bring your babies if there's a baby facility? None of them said yes. And that's the cultural problems that you have to also overcome, right? So it's infrastructure and culture that you have to sort of tackle altogether, because in Pakistan, most of the household duties in terms of bearing and rearing a child are with the woman. So that needs to change, right? Similarly, apart from just the infrastructure, I think there are a few things that you can do. For example, in Pakistan, a lot of salary negotiations happen in bad faith, right? HR has this weird concept that if we sort of lowball a candidate and save money for the company, we've succeeded, right? Which is absolutely insane, right? In Toronto, in New York, in a lot of countries, you're not allowed to ask for your last salary. In Pakistan, all your negotiations happen based on your last salary, right? So if you've been lowballed once, you're going to be lowballed for the rest of your life, right? It's a vicious cycle that you have to get out of that can be solved by regulation. That's ethics, yes. If you're a good company operating ethically, yes. But regulation should be blanket across all companies that you shouldn't be allowed to do those things, right?
If I may interrupt, I think this is a very important point, because you'd rather have a workforce, whether you're a startup or a large company or a mid-sized company, that is not worried about day in, day out about what their true worth is as talent, because you'd rather have them use that mind space to actually contribute to the mission, vision, and goals of the company. So I would say, yes, regulation is very important, and lawsuits need to be filed after that regulation is passed. But at its core, it's about the ethics of a company as well that says, you know what, I'd rather have 40 people that are happy working for me as opposed to all 40 of them going and having chats about how they're being lowballed and then trying to find a way out because it's unproductive.
I think at the same time, tech startups right now, especially the slightly more mature ones, have a responsibility to build a bridge with the educational institutes as well. Because I think there's a massive discrepancy in a lot of educational institutes and what is actually required by the tech industry, right? A lot of the talent pool that comes out is just coming out with skills that the tech companies do not need, right? I'll give you an example. I was taking a course, teaching a course, or going to teach a course at Punjab University, and I went in with a, like this is what product management looks like and all of that, and they read all of it and said, the students that are going to come out of here, if you can teach them that there is an institution called Tech Startups and Entrepreneurship, that will be a win, right? And that made me realize how little work has gone from the tech startup or the entrepreneurship side to sort of universities, yes, but if we take the onus on, right, to build that bridge to sort of make sure that the talent comes out with the right expectations, with the right skill sets, to also expect these things, to also know their worth, right? And at the same time, sort of a few companies leading the way on that ethics, because I don't think that works. Like if you put the onus of ethics on the companies, I don't think that works anywhere in the world, right? There will be, like I said, 0.5%, 1%, maybe 5% doing that, respecting the talent, right? But most of them just have to be beat into it, right? So, and like I said, it's not a Pakistan-specific problem. You see that across the world, right? You're going to try and save money. So I think there's infrastructural problems we need to solve specifically for women. I think there's educational institutes linking that we need to do a little bit better. I think ethics, obviously, and regulations play a big role into all of this. And I think maybe that goes a little way into solving this problem.
I do think an interesting trend right now is, I don't know if you guys are doing this at Baikia as well, is that rather than people hiring, the trend is moving away from HR to people, right? And that's what I find really interesting, because it's a very US and Western, you see that over here, is that you never have like you have a head of people and culture in American companies, right? And Pakistan, it was always like an HR officer, which was like very tactical, like let's do the job, someone's hired, the lowballing that happens. I think the most common thing I help our companies hire for right now, and has been a head of people. And like that, finding that skill set of someone who really understands that it's less than HR, it's more the people and person as like a whole. That type of approach, I think, is becoming like a really important skill set to hire for right now.
And that in itself is tough.
It's so hard.
It's so hard finding the right head of people in Pakistan.
Yeah.
Right. Like I said, I moved into that role I moved into that role for Baikia for a year, for 8 to 10 months, just so that we could figure out a way to restructure the company from a business perspective, to get people into the habit of, the leaders have to hire, right? The HR will help and assist and find you but the leaders need to take on the responsibility of building their teams. And I think that mindset is just very hard to find in Pakistan.
Totally.
Closing words on this question?
I have a slightly different take just from the experience I saw in other markets and from the experience that I've had in Pakistan in the last 6 years, because we've gone through a major corporate restructuring and transformation from an owner-led company to a professional-led company. And what we saw was when you brought in best practices, when you brought in transparency, we upgraded everyone at all levels. And frankly, we have to compete for talent in a very strong sector. As you know, consumer goods is a big sector in Pakistan. And we've done such a good job because of that, because of these practices that all of you are mentioning. And to relate that back to some of my other experiences in Saudi specifically and Egypt, what you saw, and it was mentioned, I think, in the earlier session this morning, is bringing competition in changes everything. So in a way, having more competition for talent improves the lifestyle of talent. Mm-hmm. We saw that in Saudi, right? A lot of big conglomerates were sitting, can hire whoever they want. They were the only people in town. The minute you saw more companies coming in, both international and local startups coming in, everything changed. They're paying more. They used to pay their CTOs nothing. Today, CTO is the highest paid guy in the entire company because he has other options. So I think when you create other optionality for talent and more competition, everybody rises. So policy can work to some degree, but I think policy that increases competition is the game changer in my opinion.
Got it. Well, with that, please join in thanking the panelists for this wonderful session. We will take about a 10-minute break and then start with our final session for the day. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Sophia Gori Ahmed. I'm a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. I want to thank Uzair and the South Asia Center for hosting this lovely conference today. I think Uzair saved the juiciest conversation for the end of the day. We'll be talking about the military, we'll be talking about elections, we'll be talking about Imran Khan. Former Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif has just returned, so we have lots of issues to cover today, lots of exciting topics to discuss. I want to remind you all to don't forget to submit your questions to askac.org. Askac.org. And let me introduce you to my panelists today. Niloufar Siddiqui is Assistant Professor of Political Science at Rockefeller College. Sarah Khan is Assistant Professor at Yale University in their Political Science Department. And Umair Javed is Assistant Professor of Politics and Sociology at LUMS. So let's jump right in. I'm going to ask sort of my first question to all of you to kind of situate us in this moment in Pakistan's domestic politics and sort of how we got to where we are today. And if you could give us sort of a situational awareness given sort of all of the turbulence that we've seen in the last year or so in Pakistan. So let me turn to you first, Niloufar.
Sure, thank you so much. First, thanks to Uzair and the rest of the team at the Atlantic Council for having us. I'm really happy to be here, and I'm especially happy to be on this panel alongside good friends and colleagues. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about when we're talking about political parties anytime in Pakistan, but maybe especially in this moment. And so I did jot down some notes, and I'm going to be restricting my comments to 3 remarks that I'm going to raise for consideration and hopefully some discussion. So the first point, which is to your question directly, tries to situate this current political moment within the country's history. So trying to understand what makes this time particularly different or unique. And then the second point looks at what we might expect in terms of voting or voter or political behavior, both in the upcoming elections, but also in the medium to long term. And then finally, I want to encourage us to think about the distribution of power that we might expect, especially in terms of the space that might be provided to actors such as the Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan and what that might mean for the future of the country. So first, the last 5 to 10 years have been marked by what I believe to be very important changes. And this is especially the case in terms of party voter linkages, but also the overall party landscape. But I think ultimately when we step back, I think they tell us a story that is on balance more about continuity than it is about change. Of course, the biggest change to the party landscape has been the emergence and the entrenchment of the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, the PTI, and this has been especially the case among the urban middle classes and in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province. The party's entrance definitely shifted the long-standing schism, particularly on the civilian side of politics, between the PPP and the PMLN. And I think it also perhaps exposed a flaw in the 2006 Charter of Democracy, which proved to be really an agreement between 2 political parties, or in fact, maybe even 2 political leaders or personalities at that. The PTI's entry and its time in office also pointed to the increasing importance of party labels in voting behavior and political behavior more broadly, also on the relative importance of ideology, of rhetoric, and how people consider their own space in society. It has also demonstrated the ways in which a populace that is increasingly polarized along partisan lines is contesting some long-standing determinants of voting behavior, in particular local level patron-client relations. So we can debate how much organic support Imran Khan and the PTI has received over the years, but there is no doubt that the party's narrative resonates in many parts of the country and among many parts of the populace. But even while we acknowledge these changes as true, I think it's really important for us to note at the same time that we have seen the longer-term trend of factionalism caused by military and judicial interventions into party politics to continue relatively unabated. So too has the reliance of political parties in many parts of the country on local elites as electoral candidates. So popular reports in 2018 were very quick to suggest that the PTI phenomenon had brought in a large shift in political behavior across the country. However, despite the focus at the time and since then on PTI's supposed youth bank and the urban nature of its constituents, if you look at the data, so according to Gallup Pakistan's exit poll data from 2018, the PTI voter is actually not that different from the average voter in the country. So the voter is certainly somewhat younger, somewhat more urban, somewhat more educated, wealthier, but really not by very much. And so in 2018, the PTI had a significant lead among other parties in all age groups, except for the category of 35 to 49 years, in which case the PMLN was very closely behind. And I think it's also really worth reiterating here that the PTI did not achieve significant electoral success until it adopted the same strategies of the weakly organized political parties in the country. And by this, I mean specifically when it brought in a large number of electables who had switched allegiances to the PTI. So in other words, when it tried and turned to the same tried and true electoral strategies of the PMLN and the PPP and others. And so this brings me to my second point, which is about voting behavior. And again, while we are definitely seeing a growing trend in urban centers of the country with mobilization of previously unmobilized voters and perhaps a renewed interest in politics among newly partisan voters, we definitely don't want to overemphasize this trend either. So dynamics in much of rural Pakistan remain moored in electable and dynastic politics, and we are seeing a continuation of patron-client policies in many of these areas. Even in urban areas, I think it's important to recognize that Pakistan's youth is overwhelmingly marginalized from the political process. Youth electoral turnout, even in 2018, which is a time when we talk about youth mobilization and how many youth came out, has been consistently less than that of other age groups. And youth find few avenues for political entry or even political discourse. So just the stats are in 2013, we saw 26% turnout in the 18 to 29 age group. In 2018, we saw an increase by 11 percentage points to 37%, but 37% is still incredibly low, and it was lower than the rest of the population, which was at 52%. So there are almost no avenues for entry of the average youth in politics. This was the case even when the PTI was in power and has only magnified since the arrest of Imran Khan and its aftermath. And so third and finally, in this vein of this discussion of continuity versus change, it's worth looking at new actors, those that are gaining local influence, and in the process becoming important either allies to mainstream political parties or challengers to these same political parties. So I suggested that the power of the electables has had remarkable staying power, and I think that is true, again, particularly in some parts of the country. But I also think it's important to look at the ways in which these traditional power dynamics are starting to feel pressure. So we are seeing important changes in the relative autonomy of the individual voter in making demands of their politicians, of their electoral candidates, of the local elite. We are also seeing the role of the local electable change, and this has happened as urbanization has severed the economic link with feudals or landed elites, but also as increasing Islamist influence has challenged traditional kinship or biradari ties. So in my book, which is about political parties in Pakistan, I have talked about how this has permitted space for sectarian local actors to gain influence, which can also help explain why political parties often engage with strategic alliances with the Ahl Sunnat wal Jamaat and other anti-Shia parties in the country. So I expect such alliances to continue in the next election, and we're also likely going to need to contend with the rise of the far-right Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan, again, the TLP. The party has largely run on a one-issue platform of blasphemy, but it has served to fulfill a number of functions simultaneously. So first, it has recognized that there is a need for Barelvi religious activism in a space which has, in the year since 9/11, largely ceded space to Deobandi groups. Second, it is tapping into a young, largely underemployed group of mostly men who are seemingly in search for a place of belonging. And third, in its strong grassroots level organizational structure, it has been able to fill local gaps. This has been the case in Karachi, where we have seen in the relative absence of the MQM or the Muttahida Qawmi movement, the TLP increase in influence. And it is likely to be the case in other parts of the country, especially in Punjab, with the PTI likely operating in a diminished fashion in next year's elections. So I'm going to stop here, and I look forward to more discussion.
Thanks, Nilüfer. I'm going to dig into some of the data that you presented on electoral politics. But let me first turn to Sarah and ask you for your opening remarks and to kind of situate us in this domestic political moment in Pakistan.
Fantastic. Thank you so much to the Atlantic Council and Safia for moderating, and to my co-panelists. Thank you, Nilüfer, for such a comprehensive review of the political landscape. So I'm going to focus my remarks on 3 areas that I think are especially important for thinking about the stability, the legitimacy, and the quality of democracy in Pakistan. I want to start with the question of political inclusion. Which groups and actors have been systematically marginalized from the political landscape? And I want to focus here specifically on the gender dimensions of inclusion, but I hope it opens opens up a broader conversation about democratic inclusion. The second is the question of public opinion about democracy and state institutions, and about military intervention into the political landscape. And then finally, the third is about the upcoming elections, and specifically the process and procedure leading up to the elections, and where I think we should focus our attention. So first, on political inclusion, Nilofer already alerted us to the marginalization of youth from political processes. When we think about some of the key building blocks in democracy, so party voter linkages, political candidacy, voter participation, political appeals, what's also patently clear is that these are very much dominantly all male affairs. And women are systematically marginalized at each step. And I think it's important to keep our attention on this because between 2013 and 2018, I think because of a lot of work of civil society actors, the question of women's participation was very much on the forefront. And I think it risks going on the back burner when we're worried about fundamental questions like, will elections happen and when they will happen? And I think that is one of the tragic things about this kind of unpredictability, is that it puts these questions of political inclusion, where we have made some progress, on the back burner, and we risk losing momentum on those things. So just as an example, Pakistan continues to have one of the largest gender gaps in voter participation among global democracies. The Election Commission of Pakistan has done a lot of fantastic work trying to register women voters. But ultimately, beyond registration, the work of mobilizing them to turn out to vote is not something that is the responsibility really of the Election Commission. That's work that should be done by political parties. If we look at political appeals being made and party behavior, they're really not trying to reach out to women voters in their mobilization or their political appeals. Rather than that, what we see, unfortunately, is political leaders across partisan lines engaged in misogynistic remarks and comments on a regular basis. And so the question is not just about gender gaps in various forms of political participation, but how the actively misogynistic character of democratic politics in Pakistan upholds this inequality in a fundamental way. I think what is a reason for optimism from some work that I've done is that change is possible, that women, even who are not participating, there's a demand to participate and to be appealed to by political parties. And I'm also optimistic about the transformative potential of local government as a space for lower barriers of entry for women to enter democratic politics in larger numbers. And we have historical evidence to show that that's possible. So I know that we'll talk about local government a little later, but just to foreground that discussion a little bit. The second point I want to make is about citizen views of state institutions and democracy. And I know Ali Hassan had brought up a little earlier this question of approval ratings of different institutions and how the military in particular has enjoyed very high public trust and approval rating. Moving the conversation a little bit from the approval rating to opinions on how the country should be governed. And we actually do have some informative public opinion data on this. So political scientists see this widespread acceptance of democratic principles among the public as important for democratic consolidation and stability. And what we see in Pakistan, and we have data from the Nationally Representative World Values Survey over time to speak to this, is that along with broad support for democracy, there's also a continued tolerance for a role for military in politics. So in response to a question about what would be an appropriate way to govern the country, 76% of Pakistani respondents in 2012, just before the 2013 election, said that a democratic system of government would be a good or fairly good way. Alongside that, 60% of respondents also said that army rule would be a good way. And this is separate from approval ratings of the army as an institution, right? This is about specifically army rule being a way to govern the country. This hasn't really changed in 2018 data. I think there's a question of whether following what we saw in the protests following May 9th, which were undeniable in their opposition to the military's action and role in the ouster and later arrest of Imran Khan. There's a question of whether this has changed or not, right? And I want us to be a little cautious in our expectations of change, specifically around whether we can expect that this sentiment translates into a principled stance against military intervention in politics when it aligns with partisan interests. So I think this is something I just want to put on the table for us to talk about. Finally, looking ahead to the elections. First, I think it's important for us to note that any delay beyond 90 days in the conduct of elections is unconstitutional, and it sets poor precedent, and it does away with important progress that we'd had on the front of the predictability of elections, and that predictability has a lot of positive externalities. And so losing that predictability is, it's a tragic loss. And at the moment, we now have the Election Commission has produced draft delimitations in line with the new census. And I think it's important to keep our eye on that process of delimitation and also what those new boundaries mean. And perhaps I'll leave it there and we'll get more into the question of process and procedure as we go forward.
Sure, thank you. I'm definitely going to pick up on the Election Commission point that you discussed and the military data, because it's definitely very interesting. Omer, let me turn to you, and as the token male on the panel, I couldn't resist, so I have to point that out, but please, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Safia, and thank you to the Atlantic Council and Johns Hopkins for the invitation for this panel. So the past 18 months have been very tumultuous for Pakistan's political landscape. We've been observing a period in which there have been significant stifling of civil liberties, various forms of democratic backsliding that includes violation of basic constitutional provisions. Sarah just mentioned the non-adherence to the 90-day time frame for elections. We've already crossed that on 3 separate occasions now in this last year and a half, twice in the provincial government elections for Punjab and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and now for the national election or the general election, which were due to be held in November. So I'll reserve my comments to 3 areas of concern in Pakistan's political system. The first is inter-party competition in the context of military intervention and military overreach. The second is how that impacts governing agendas in office. So what do parties do when they get elected, and how that's being shaped by this sort of larger context of party competition and military ingress. And the third is the prospects of reform that I think may produce democratic dividends given permissive external conditions. And so that's something that we can talk more about when we're talking about sort of policy related interventions as well. So just to preface this, these comments are somewhat speculative, and I partly think that's largely a function of how decision-making in Pakistan is oftentimes very shadowy. It's something that we feel like we have incomplete information on. Just the fact that we still don't know whether an election is going to take place by the end of January is just sort of evidence of the fact that we can at best speculate on what's happening. So I want to take Nawaz Sharif's return as sort of as an interesting hook to point out one particular aspect of how sort of inter-party competition in Pakistan works. So what we're seeing is that there's an improved chance of PMLN returning to power. They were leading the coalition in the previous 18 months, and there's a chance that Nawaz Sharif's return signals that the PMLN is likely going to form the next government, or they will be allowed to form the next government. And broadly speaking, this shows that the military's political interventions revolve around 2 major aspects. The first is what we call candidate selection, and the second is government curation. And while there has been, there have been agreements to limit the role of the military in the past, the Charter of Democracy was mentioned, there are similarly a range of diverse attitudes towards the military's involvement in politics. But, and again, sort of outbursts and protests in the last 18 months but it still shows that the military obtains and retains a high level of potency as far as government curation is concerned, that it can put together or cobble together a government according to sort of its requirements or according to its wishes. And I think part of this is largely down to the coercive practices that the military, the military has and sort of intervenes with in the political sphere. So that includes legal and extra-legal coercion. We see politicians oftentimes being confronted with a range of cases and sort of being mired down into the judicial process, oftentimes leading to disqualifications and so on. And so I think there are other and sort of the related aspects to this as well. These include facilitating pathways into the political system for favored parties and candidates, and both the vote of no confidence in 2022 and the way that the government was managed in the 18 months since are examples of how this political curation work actually functions, right? Just as the 2018 election and the operations of the previous government were as well. So if scholars of democracy, I know Sarah has mentioned that permissive attitudes towards democracy within the citizenry is important, but another aspect that's often looked at is something that makes democratic consolidation possible is elite consensus, right? So do parties have a consensus on what we call are the minimum rules of the game? And it's quite clear that the prospects of such an agreement or consensus emerging in Pakistan in the short run appear to be quite low. The military is unlikely to voluntarily cede space as far as its role in political curation and candidate selection is concerned. And party leadership then, and party leadership strategy then is geared towards obtaining short-term advantage in a system or in a framework that's characterized by the military's or a dominating role in the polity, right? So what we see is is that space for survival is essentially what the primary motivation is for most party leaders, and that the short-termism is being conditioned even further by things like harsh economic conditions, which limit the kind of legitimacy that parties can obtain from voters in the first place. So the example that we often see is with the PMLN is that in a free and fair election today, it's unlikely that the PMLN would be able to return to power simply because it is deeply unpopular due to the existence of high inflation and economic conditions as it is. So that conditions a party strategy to look towards the military as an option in order to obtain survival. So this recurring theme is that at any given point, adherence to constitutional political interest, constitutional political competition is in the interest of one set of parties, while others have greater incentive to cooperate with or obtain patronage from the military, and this remains unlikely to change. Secondly, I think the behavior of parties once in office reflects both these reduced time horizons, conditioned both by the country's economic stagnation and the military's ingress. Political survival is partly contingent on patronage-based spending and generating short-lived consumption booms. Khurram Hussain talked about this in detail in an earlier session today. And I think this undermines fiscal soundness and redirects already scarce government revenue to unproductive use. And I feel like this is also something that we're not likely to see change given the type of horizons and sort of timeframes that governments are dealing with in the current context. I take Nilofer's point, and it's an important one, that programmatic and ideological linkages between parties and voters have improved and have increased, especially over the last 5 years. But whether they're sufficient to overturn the existing logic of doing politics through patronage and rent distribution, that remains to be seen. I'm less optimistic about that sort of happening, and I echo Nilofer's view that while some things have changed, not a lot of other things have in the same way. And so lastly, the thing that I wanted to sort of talk about was what really is the pathway going forward? What is the scope for democratic consolidation in the country? And I think it's fair to say that political polarization in the sort that inculcates short-term cooperation with the military for political survival or for political objectives, I think that's not going away anytime soon. Political polarization between parties is also unlikely to change given the coercive interventions that we have seen pretty much from 2018 onwards in various forms. And so I feel like anything that any sort of green shoots, so to speak, that we should be looking at are largely on the societal side of things, not so much on the way that political, on the way that the state, for example, is structured. So I feel like there are things that are cause for some optimism. There is greater citizen engagement on a range of issues, claim making around municipal services, for example. If you look at social media, there's a There's this sort of mushrooming of what we call hyperlocal media. So media that's reporting literally on neighborhood level issues about what kind of things that people genuinely face, the kind of frictions that Asim also talked about on a daily basis. I feel like that kind of claim making is crucial for the way that democracies function. And I think that's something that we see increasingly because of, again, technological sort of ease and generally sort of a more informed electorate. I also think that there are aspects of the way that the judiciary intervenes in politics that could produce outcomes that are positive for democratic consolidation in some form. Local governments have been an area where the judiciary has generally maintained a principled position and has encouraged sort of governments to abide by, provincial governments to abide by local government regulations and timelines. So yeah, so I feel like there's, again, it's not a particularly optimistic note that I'm striking here, but I feel like there are things that are happening which are demographic, deeper structural things which can produce improved outcomes. And I think those are, given permissive conditions at the macro level, that they might enable greater democratic deepening or consolidation. But in the short to medium term, the two issues that I'd mentioned earlier, which is short-termism as far as political survival strategies are concerned, and party polarization amongst political elites, I don't think that's going to improve anytime soon.
Thanks, Umair. So let me jump right into questions. My first question has a little bit to do with the data that you spoke about military, the public approval for the military, and a little bit about the implications for Nawaz Sharif's return to Pakistan and what that means for the election. While Imran Khan is still, in jail right now. What does this mean if, I know there's been lots of skepticism about whether the elections are going to happen in January or not, and we can talk about that a little bit as well, but what does all of the confluence of Imran Khan being in jail, about Nawaz Sharif returning, and the role of the military, and I think there's a lot of skepticism, to be honest, about that data, and sort of the public perception. I'm shocked about the data, but I've seen the data as well. So I would love to hear your response to sort of how legitimate will these elections be, and how will it be perceived by the public as sort of this democratic moment, right, in Pakistan. So I'd love, Umair, maybe I'll start with you.
So I think the legitimacy of the election, I think, went out of the well. I wouldn't say it went out of the window. I didn't think it went out of the window, but I think it was severely hampered by just the way in which sort of the vote of no confidence, and then after that, sort of the curtailment of political mobilization by one party was carried out. So so that was one aspect of it. The second aspect is Nawaz Sharif's return. Which one could argue is, in a way, was an act of leveling the playing field, given that how he was sort of kicked out of office in the first instance. But then sort of the way in which a lot of the judicial sort of blockades to his return to Pakistan were also sort of almost overnight sort of cleared out, right? So I think they call into, I mean, these are big question marks on the way that on the logic of the political system, so to speak. And the other thing is, again, in an electoral exercise where candidates are facing legal and extra-legal coercion, that's really one of the base conditions for the legitimacy of any election, right? And I feel like in the absence of that, those question marks are probably correct.
Yeah, so I'll just add to that by saying that, I think there's been a loss of legitimacy already, as Umair has identified. And I think along with that, not just thinking about the jailing of a leader or the arrests of party workers, I think what's also problematic is that the space for dissent and expression has steadily waned over time. And this was something that, the PTI government was very much heavily criticized for. We saw a lot of quashing of journalists' freedom during that time. It's also something that absolutely did not change under the PDM government. So we saw a lot of those similar trends. And so when we, thinking about also the data on attitudes towards the military, I think that's not surprising to me, because while approval ratings can be about, those can be about the military's function in other arenas, right? So I think speakers today have talked about the military's effectiveness in addressing crises, important crises, for instance, right? And so that approval rating can come from things that are not related to the military's role in politics. But the numbers that I spoke about earlier are specifically about approval for military rule as a form of governance. And so I think that the fact that that idea still has resonance among significant proportions of the Pakistani population is problematic. And it's not a coincidence that there has been so much active effort to quash public expressions of dissent and criticism of the military. So those two things are related, and they're overall damaging to building this kind of public consensus on democratic principles.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, I don't have a ton to add. I mean, I agree with Omer and Sarah that the legitimacy of the elections is obviously going to be quite suspect. What I do want to, I guess, highlight is two related things. One is I sometimes feel like in the way we talk about the Pakistani voter, we don't give the Pakistani voter enough credit. And I think what is pretty clear from the survey data was that in the months just prior to the vote of no confidence, the PTI had lost considerable support by that point, and the PMLN was steadily gaining. And I think that should not be surprising to any of us who recognize that the voter is a rational voter who's going to react based on the economy and other tangible issues in front of them. And what is also clear from the survey data is that in the months following the vote of no confidence, and especially as the economy continued to do poorly, that the PMLN especially, but the PDM coalition parties in general, we're starting to feel the impact of that, the economy doing poorly, right? In how voters were reacted to potentially supporting them in the future. So I think an election in which the role of the PTI is still unclear, given the background condition of the economy and other things, I think is, we often use this uneven playing field or not level playing field, and I think it's just one another situation where I don't think it's clear that there's going to be a level playing field, and I think voters recognize that. The other point I think, which is an interesting one, is questioning the data about military approval. And I think it's a good reason for us to question what these numbers are. Very large numbers, that's just approval. But even if we take out, like, say 20% as, let's say, socially desirable answer in Pakistan to tell the surveyor that yes, we do think the military is great. Even if we take 20% out and say those people were just lying because of social desirability bias, these are still very high numbers, right? And so I do think we still need to kind of ask this question about what is happening at the local level that is making people continue to, at some level, despite the events of Imran Khan's arrest and what happened after, suggest the military is a popular institution in the country.
Thank you. So let me turn to a point that I think a few of you made, which was about voter dynamics and voter turnout amongst women and sort of how that plays out. In 2020 here in the U.S., voter turnout amongst women was around 68%. In 2016, it was 65%. So I think, even here in the US, we're seeing that the numbers are not where they should be in terms of voter turnout, but we are seeing issues like access to healthcare and those sorts of things really drive the conversation and women to turn out and vote. So, I think you touched on this a little bit, Sada, and a little bit, Nilüfer, on sort of what's driving the Pakistani voter. And obviously, I think it's the economic situation, it's the political dynamics. But if you can talk about that gender dynamic and how it's changing the political landscape in Pakistan and how political parties are responding to that. As a woman who travels to Pakistan quite often, being the only woman in the room, I'm hungry to see more women be involved in the political landscape in Pakistan and be involved in the political process. So I'd love for you to speak to that. You can speak to that too, Omer.
Do you want to start, Sarah?
I'm happy to start, sure. So I think the fact that we're able to have an evidence-driven conversation about women's voter turnout is because 2018 is the first election in which gender disaggregated turnout data at the polling station level was made available. And this was made available because NGOs and civil society organizations in Pakistan really pushed for this, and the Elections Act of 2017 responded to this, and there's a provision that the gender disaggregated data needs to be made public. And so we can now talk about what those patterns look like. I think we've known anecdotally that there's a large and persistent gender gap in voter participation in Pakistan. It's one of the largest in the world. In 2018, it was a 9 percentage point gap. but I think now we can start to understand the patterns around that gap. So in the 2008 elections, Ghazala Mansouri, who was here earlier, had actually done really interesting work showing that providing women with simple information about how to vote produced really large changes and improvements in voter turnout. And this was done in rural Sindh. And so there we can think about, there's a very basic gap in the resources, the political resources and information that women have to participate, and that's fairly easy. She demonstrated that's fairly easy to fix in the short term with this relatively low-cost intervention. In the 2018 elections, myself, along with Ali Chima, Asad Liaquat, and Shandana Khan Momand, we tried this approach in urban Lahore, where actually the gender gap in voter turnout is really high. That's not a place where we think that women would have access to perhaps more information and be more aware of the political and voting process. And there we found that targeting women with information about how to vote had no effect on voter turnout. And in fact, it was when we engaged with men in households about the importance of women's vote that women's voter turnout increased. And so men are acting as gatekeepers still, and there might be women who want to participate but can't because of household level constraints. So those are kind of constraints at the level of individual women and households. But what we also learned, not through this experiment, but through kind of qualitative interviews with women, is that they feel very left out of voter mobilization efforts. So party worker cadres are overwhelmingly male. So what that means is that when in urban areas parties are carrying out door-to-door campaigns, women are left out from just the basic contact with a party. If we look at kind of political appeals and campaigns, I think it's hard to say whether those are responsive to men's needs or felt demands either. And so I think that promise of kind of accountability of policy and campaigns is broken for both men and women, but we definitely don't see anything specifically targeted to women in campaigns.
Thanks. Nilofer.
Sure, yeah, just to add to that, I think from the party perspective, I think you see that the parties that have the strongest women's wings are also those that are the most strongly organized, right? And I think, so that would be the Jamaat-e-Islami has a very vibrant and strong women's wing, the Muttahida Qawmi movement, until maybe more recently did as well. And so I do think that this is, in a sense, from the party perspective, as Sarah points to, is also a reflection of the weak organizational structures of the political parties, that they're not really fully considering this, but that's in fact kind of a default of the fact that most of its party members are actually electables, or their candidates that they rely on have these other dynastic qualities that aren't really about building the local level resources that you need to kind of take this evidence-based action that you need to mobilize women. And I think the one thing that's good about this, that I think some of the best research that's being done in Pakistan right now is on issues related to gender gap mobilization, which is, I think the fact that we have evidence that this works in a particular area is evidence that we should replicate this in the rest of the country, not that we've done enough.
So Umair, let me ask you a question about, we've talked a lot about sort of the central government and national politics, but I want to talk a little bit about state level, provincial politics, local government, because I do think that as Pakistan is looking towards an election, let's say, January, let's be optimistic, I think you're going to see a lot of the focus turn towards the services being provided at the local level, right? The PMLN will talk about the transportation that they've invested in Punjab. PPP will talk about all the work that they've done in Sindh. And so you're going to see that rhetoric come out in the political process. And so can you speak a little bit about the actual legitimacy of those sort of gains, and are they working? Are these sorts of services working, and are local governments working at that level?
So I think the problem is that local governments aren't working at that level, which is why these issues are essentially national talking points for political parties. Public transport provision should be a source of political competition at the city level, not as source of campaign sloganeering at the federal level, right? And I think Dr. Ali Hassan, my colleague, already mentioned that we have ineffective decentralization, which doesn't go
far enough in terms of devolving authority to the local level. While Sindh has recently held local government elections, although those were compromised by a number of sort of external factors, the issue is that local governments they've become that issue where there is almost universal consensus amongst the electorate on the need for local governments on any number of reasons. They feel like they can contact local government elected representatives more easily. Women have a better chance of gaining political representation and participation. They know that problems are solved better at this particular level. And yet what we see is significant sort of a lack of buy-in amongst political parties to effectively devolve power at that level. And the reason for that is actually very straightforward. The reason is that the politicians who operate at the national and provincial tier of government, they require local municipal services as a way of actually seeking re-election. And if you take away that from them, then it essentially leaves them with nothing. So I feel like the incentives between national and provincial political elites and local citizens and local political workers, they're operating in conflict with one another, which is why we don't see enough movement taking place as far as local governments are concerned. So I feel like it's an issue where a lot more advocacy is required. Parties need to be shown that this isn't a zero-sum game, that you can gain, you can improve your legitimacy and standing within the populace by effectively devolving power to the local level. But progress on that has been, it hasn't been great in the last decade or so.
Thank you. So let me turn now to some questions that we've received from the audience, and I'd please ask that you all submit your questions to askac.org. This is a really good one that I want to ask all of you. Should democracy even be a goal in Pakistan? Many of Pakistan's partners are not democratic partners: China, Saudi, Russia, etc. Even the US looks less democratic in this moment. Quote, given that, is democracy desirable in Pakistan? Should that be the goal?
That wasn't me, by the way.
That wasn't Musharraf, okay? That wasn't Musharraf. Anonymous. So,
who wants to take it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a normative, there's a normative case to be made for democracy, right? Like if you believe in the fact that representation for the sake of representation is also an important end goal for a political system, that people have the ability to express what they hold dear, and that they have a political system in which they're allowed to sort of, whether that's cultural representation or whatever. So yes, we think that it's worth striving for. But then there's a more functional or instrumental reason for democracy, which is Pakistan is an incredibly diverse country. It is an incredibly ethnically diverse and heterogeneous country. I don't see a political system of the sort that the examples that were quoted, China, Russia, effectively being able to solve or work around all of that, or the issue of diversity in the first place. And I just want to sort of point out that we've been engaging in sort of fairly pessimistic rhetoric for the past, at least I have over the past 30 minutes. But that democracy is one of the things that it has shown work, is that it's, when allowed to function properly, it has shown that it can manage ethnic diversity in a non-conflictual manner in Pakistan, and we have tremendous evidence of that from 2008 onwards, right? So where democracy has been allowed to function properly, it has reduced ethnic polarization and allowed sort of province-center relations in particular to work in a more effective and conducive manner. So I think, I don't like resolving or resorting to functional arguments for democracy, because I think it's an end goal in its own self. But even as a functional or instrumental argument, I think that's a pretty good one to stick with it.
Thanks, Sada.
I think Pakistan's problem is not too much democracy or striving for democracy. It's too little democracy, right? And so I think when we're, even the evidence from the limited experience that Pakistan has had with democracy, what we know is that political competition produces better outcomes, right? And so an example of this is just even in co-authors have done work on even within, at the local level, if you have party workers from multiple political parties competing with each other, in the absence of local government, just informally, that produces better service delivery outcomes. So if we can see that, then I think just imagine what we could see with functioning local government. And so I think we have reason for optimism, for better outcomes from political competition, even in this limited sense. So I think it's something that's worth aspiring towards and striving for.
Nilofer.
Yeah, thank you. So I think what's fascinating about Pakistan is it's not that what characterizes Pakistan is regime instability, right? So if you look at the polity graphs, for example, it's like an up, down, up, down, up, down. And so I think it's really important for us not to think of like comparing it to places which have been autocracies forever, right? Because that's like a very different dynamic. And so I think that what comes of a country that has seen upheaval the way that Pakistan has seen upheaval is that political actors make their strategies accordingly. And I think that's very clear in the case of political parties. I understand that it's really hard not to be pessimistic about political parties in this context, but I also think it's really important to understand that political parties are operating in short-term time horizons. They don't know if the rules are going to change tomorrow. And as rational actors, they are going to make those strategies accordingly. And so those strategies mean negotiating with the political, the people who do have power, and also negotiating at the local level with the elites and the electables, right? And so parties just have never had the ability to fully function as democratic actors. Now, this is not to say that the blame doesn't also lie on the political parties. Of course it does too, but I do think that these structural constraints are really important to understanding why democracy hasn't flourished. And so I just think that without just letting the process play out, we don't know what a Pakistan that has had, even if it's fledgling democracy for 20 or 30 years looks like. And my guess is that parties and people will adjust accordingly. That's my optimism.
No, I think that's absolutely right. And I think, from my own take is that, there's oftentimes been these Eurocentric models, which are oftentimes for developing economies, developing countries, there's often this reflection that democratic values can't be a part of those ideals and can't be a part of the citizenry, and I absolutely disagree with that. So obviously, there's so many other factors that go into that. So thank you for answering that tough question. There's another question I wanted to pose to everyone here, to the panel, which is about, at least here in the US and amongst the diaspora, which I know there's quite a bit of diaspora here, so I definitely want to ask this question, is should the diaspora be allowed to participate as overseas Pakistanis in Pakistan's elections? And this has come up quite often amongst conversations here in this room, in this crowd, of people who feel very invested in Pakistan and the sort of political future of Pakistan and feel like they should have a voice in that. So I would welcome your thoughts sort of as political scientists in whether you think that makes sense or not. Maybe let's start with you, Zara.
Sure. So I think what I can say on this is not normatively, but empirically, what we know about when diaspora voting rights are extended. There's research showing this from African countries, some of which also have very large diasporas, is that those voting rights are extended when they are seen to benefit the incumbent party that is making the decision, right? So I think that we need to understand the incentives also of political parties in approaching and thinking about this. I think too often we think about diaspora voting rights in the sense of absent from the political calculus of political parties. And so I'll just put that out there as part of the conversation on diaspora voting rights, and then I'll let Omer and Nilofer come in on it.
Yeah, so I do think this is an interesting question because, like as Sarah mentioned, there is this growing literature on this topic in Africa, but also in like Turkey, for example, has this issue, right? And so there's a lot to suggest that from what we know in other contexts, that certain leaders of certain ideological bent have been more successful among the diaspora than others. And so this has become a very political question. I think it is a normative question ultimately as well, right? Because some of the dynamics that I was talking about in terms of voting behavior, is it patron-client relations, is it the economy? That's a very different conversation we're having when we include the diaspora. I don't know personally where I fall on it, so I'll just say that I don't think Pakistan is an outlier, and I do think that there are some trends that we're seeing across different places where this holds. And I agree with Sarah that there's an empirical reality that we also have to contend with, which is separate from the normative one.
I think the empirical case raised here, I think, is an important one. And I guess if we were to make like a moral or a normative argument, then I mean, expanding the franchise is always like a good thing. Maybe like it's people should be allowed to vote, participate in various forms. But the mechanisms of how that's allowed to happen to ensure that it's free from malign influence or sort of manipulation in some form, I think that's also important. So getting that right or answering that question with keeping that empirical or sort of the mechanism part of it in front is also important. But in principle, yeah, I mean, we should extend the franchise to everyone who's entitled, to be a citizen of Pakistan.
Thank you. And so final question from the crowd is, given the consistent failure of political elite to frame a sustainable economic and political policy, how will an election, even if it's the freest and the fairest, address growth in Pakistan?
That was me.
Let me start with you, Nilofer.
Sure. I'm not an economist. Lots of very smart economists spoke earlier today. So I will just say that I think the issue of political stability and economic stability obviously go hand in hand, right? And so I don't think it's really, we haven't seen much evidence that political actors so far have been able to handle the economy in a way that is, doing much. So again, I understand the pessimism. But also, we can't expect, given the circumstances that Pakistan and these political actors and political elites have been in over the last 3 or 4 years, that there were that many options presented to them. And so, again, I do think that the key is to have a schedule that parties know that they are going to adhere to, so that they have a 5-year horizon or window in which they can make potentially unpopular economic adjustments and economic changes. Without that guarantee, nobody's going to make an unpopular decision in the short term. Mm-hmm. And I just think that's the reality. We hope and wish people would make those decisions, but I just don't think we've seen any evidence that they do.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll just add that I think absent the some modicum of free and fair elections, then we're in a really bad spot for economic prospects, right? So I would say that it doesn't guarantee that we'll be on a better path, but I think it's the bare minimum that we need. And so it's important for that reason. And I think so there's something, Nilofer spoke a little bit about what we hope it would do to for the incentives of political leadership in making policy. I think another important part of it is about what it does for voters holding leaders accountable for the implications of that policy. What is really problematic for that accountability relationship is with the kind of change that we've seen and the inability to of governments to complete terms, is that it's really hard for voters to know where to place the blame for economic policy, right? That's a question that it's hard to answer for me right now. And so I think that the next election in and of itself may not correct that, but I think it's important to keep on that schedule of repeated elections if we are to even have hope for correcting that accountability alignment of economic policy and political accountability.
Yeah, and also just very quickly, I feel like we're sort of pretending as if we haven't tried sort of not having elections for a very long period of time and having sort of somehow great results to show for that. I mean, we've done that multiple times in the past. It hasn't led to anything sustained, right? I mean, if 10 years in power uninterrupted, can be undone in a year or so, supposedly can be undone in a year or so, then that really means that there wasn't much to begin with. So I feel like, so I think political stability comes by adhering to a set framework of some sort, whether it's formal in the constitutional framework or informal in some form or the other. And I think let's try that for a change, right? I mean, let's just sort of see if that gets us anywhere.
Thank you. Thanks, Omer. So we at the Atlantic Council like to end things on an optimistic note and look towards the future. And we've spent the day not being as optimistic, I think. And so I want to ask all of you to kind of think about what that vision is over the next 6, 12 months, even longer, right? For what Pakistan's democracy could be, where do we want it to be? What are the ideals that we think it should be striving for? And I think, we at the council like to be thinking about how to build towards that and what is the scaffolding that we need to put together to help the country get to where it needs to be. And so I'd love to welcome your sort of thoughts and ideas for how we get there and what we need to be doing at the council to be building towards that. So would love to sort of end on that optimistic note and to get your closing remarks in terms of how you feel Pakistan could be building towards those democratic ideals and strengthening institutions. Omer, let me start with you.
So I think, so there are certain things that are often mentioned, support to institutions that manage elections, for example. So, how do you help the ECP do its job better and all of that. But going back to something that I think all of us have mentioned in some form or the other, just sort of facilitating or expanding the space for citizens to make claims on the state, on political actors, whether that's through support of transparency initiatives, local mobilization efforts for encouraging women voters, getting youth voters out. I think these are they're green shoots. As I said earlier, these are green shoots. We've seen things that are moving in that direction. It's not necessarily happening at a great pace, but there are things that point towards improvement as far as citizen participation and claim making is concerned. And I think that's something that should be encouraged and built upon. Because ultimately that's going to determine the quality of democracy or the quality of the political system that Pakistan has.
Thank you.
Thanks. So I think aspirationally, I would hope that we have space for critique, right? And so I think that this sort of, the quashing of dissent of all forms, be it in the journalistic space, be it the closing space for civic society organizations to operate, I think those things have really bad consequences in the long term. And so I would hope that there's less fear of dissent, right? And so I think something that we often think is something to strive for, which is high levels of trust in political parties and democratic institutions, there's also something to be said for healthy mistrust and skepticism of those institutions and keeping alive critique of them. So I don't think that critique necessarily has to tie in with pessimism about the system as a whole. And so I hope we can kind of continue to make that distinction. And then the second thing that I think is, it's something that Asim spoke about earlier, which is about designing institutions to realign incentives, right? And so even though we're working within these structural constraints about where the military continues to have a lot of power as a political player, I think there are things that can be done with institutional design that can have really important consequences. And so here, for instance, I think we should be paying close attention to the ECP's work on the delimitation of electoral constituencies. Because just as a small example, the ECP has a principle of not breaking administrative districts when forming constituencies. But in order to correct for malapportionment, that was relaxed. And what we know from existing research is that when there is a misalignment between bureaucratic administrative boundaries and electoral boundaries, that creates problems of accountability. So that's something very small that we may not be paying close attention to as we're thinking about this fundamental crisis of political stability. But actually, those are things where those might be places where it's possible to effect change because they're seen as low stakes, but they can actually have important consequences. So I would say when the power structure, the power structure is not something we can fundamentally change, the devil can sometimes be in the details, and that is space for change.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Nilofer?
Yeah, thank you. So I'll start from that point, which I think is a really important one, because sometimes I think it's easy to get a bit lost in the fact that we're not really going to make big structural changes, right, from where we're sitting. Any of us, basically, right? We're not going to rebalance civil-military relations. We're not going to address some of these structural issues. But I do feel like I was in Pakistan just this summer. Omer and I hung out a lot doing some interviews together. And one thing that was really inspiring from that time was just really how many organizations are working at the local level to address very local level issues, right? And so I'll just give one example is groups who've come together across different faiths and and political as well as civil society world to try and tackle the increasing issue of vigilantism on the basis of blasphemy allegations, right? And so in a sense, because we only see the cases that go badly, right? So we don't see the case of the dog that didn't bark, we just see the cases that ended up in like mob violence, the newspapers. We don't actually recognize how much effort is being put at the local level and how much difference is actually being made by these local level initiatives to try and resolve these issues peacefully. So I felt a lot of optimism and confidence that really if we were to harness some of this potential, and it really is just across the field, right? There's no shortage of people working on these issues. There's no shortage of organizations that are working on these issues. Sometimes I feel like the development sector broadly, think tanks, et cetera, we're kind of reinventing the wheel every time we go in, right? And nobody's really talking to each other. Nobody's understanding what's already happening at the local level. And so it really seems like some of the issues is just like pure coordination. And I feel like that is actually an issue that we can solve. And so I do think that there is a lot of room. And I would say that if I had to choose two things that we could try and focus on, one would be local government, which Omer has already pointed to as being important. The other is just youth involvement in politics, right? And so the flip side of having all of these great organizations and great people working on these issues is that these individuals don't have any avenue to enter the political system the way the political system exists currently. And that's when we see incredibly tragic events like people taking unsafe exits out of the country on migrant boats or whatever, right? And that's incredibly reflective of the way in which Pakistan has failed these people. And so I think that needs to be kind of the warning of how badly this could go. And the previous panel talked about the brain drain. And I do think that actually is probably the most depressing part because there's so much potential in these organizations as well.
Thank you so much, Nilofer. And I want to thank all of you panelists. I think, ending on this note of hope, all three of you give me a lot of hope for what there is in the future for Pakistan's democratic ideals and the future of Pakistan. So I just want to thank you all for this panel and for all of your work and your research and for sharing all of this today with us here today. So over to you.
Thank you for this wonderful discussion, and that brings us to the close of today's events. We will reconvene. Thank you. We will reconvene tomorrow at the new Johns Hopkins Bloomberg Center. The address is 555 Pennsylvania Avenue. It's the old museum building. And before my partner in crime in life, Lauren, never forgets, she's reminded me 3 times now, that as an added incentive at that new building, the cafeteria floor has artwork by a Pakistani-American artist, Shazia Sikandar. So that's an added draw for those of you who love culture. There's wonderful artwork in that building. And I'll conclude by just saying that this wasn't a depressing series of conversations, at least in my mind. I think it was that the recommendations were actionable. These are things that I think most of us in the room deeply care about. And I'll just conclude with that one point on the democracy question, whether it works in the Pakistani context or not. It's something I raised with a lot of members of the Pakistani-American diaspora here, not only in DC, but in other parts of the country, that we almost at this point in time have to, I think we must, wear those values on our sleeves. And what are those values? I put them in 3 core values: the right to free expression, the right to religion, and the right to have a free vote in who governs and how. And I think that is the responsibility of us as members of the diaspora to unabashedly wear those values on our sleeves and ask those tough questions to individuals, whether they're from Pakistan or from Pakistan here in Washington or coming from as political interlocutors or otherwise, to ask that tough question, hey, what are you doing about expanding democracy in Pakistan? What are you doing about expanding the space for free expression in Pakistan? And in my opinion, most importantly, what are you doing about the expansion of the role of freedom of religion in the country? And I think if we wear those values and continue to talk about that in the right way, a lot of change can be pushed by the Pakistani-American diaspora. So with that, thank you for joining us today, and I will see you tomorrow at 555 Pennsylvania Avenue. Thank you.